After Miss Jiang remarried, the Prince of Beijing's circle was furious. When Jiang Wan needed him most, Wenzhou vanished. She alone endured the pain of a broken heart, endured family tragedies, and finally lost her heart the year her father died. When she was about to remarry, the man, masquerading as her little cousin, appeared again to intervene. Cancel their wedding. I can give you anything he can. He remained as aloof as ever, but she was no longer completely devoted to love. Just because you give me something, does that mean I have to take it? Jiang Wan didn't even turn around, determined to become Mrs. Jiu. Chapter 1, The Younger Uncle. After the repair surgery, no intercourse for 3 days. Just as Jiang Wan stepped out of the hospital, her mother called. I've already taken care of the doctor. He won't leak a word. On your wedding night, make sure you act convincing. Don't let Wenzhou find out about your messy past. Julie's tone was filled with disdain. Sensing Jiang Wan's impatience, she added coldly, you marrying into the Jiu family is like our ancestors' graves are smoking with good fortune. If your father were alive, he'd be overjoyed. Heh. Jiang Wan let out a cold laugh. You've got some nerve mentioning my father. 8 years ago, when the Jiang Corporation fell into a financial crisis, Julie filed for divorce without hesitation and later remarried someone else. Jiang Wan's cutting tone clearly provoked Julie. What do you mean I have no nerve? I even asked your uncle to attend the wedding just to support you. And you act so ungrateful. Isn't he at all to save your own face? Even if none of you showed up, I'd still marry him. Jiang Wan sneered. But I should thank him, really he was willing to take in a canary like you, keeping you in luxury your whole life. You? Julie was so furious she couldn't speak. Ever since Jiang Wan's father died under the burden of massive debts 2 years ago, the mother-daughter relationship had hit rock bottom and never recovered. With your temper, it's a miracle Wenzhou still spoils you. Keep this up, and you'll be crying one day. While scolding her, Julie didn't forget to give a final warning. Tonight's family dinner, watch yourself. I heard some Jiu family elders are coming too. They are from the capital, big names, not people to be underestimated. If you want to embarrass the Jiang family, that's your business. But don't drag your uncle and me down with you. She hung up the phone immediately, as if that would secure the upper hand in their strained relationship. Jiang Wan stood on the roadside, her chest tight with stifled emotion. Just then, her phone buzzed. A WeChat message from her fiancé, Wenzhou. Baby, I'll be home a little late. Head over first, don't wait for me. Love you tilde. Attached was a heart-shaped sticker. The dimmed screen reflected Jiang Wan's calm, unreadable face. She was stunning, striking features that stood out even in a crowd. It was her beauty that had caught Wenzhou's attention at first sight. He had promised to help her reclaim control over the Jiang Corporation. That day, she accepted his aggressive courtship and agreed to a flash marriage. Wenzhou wanted to marry her because she insisted on no intimacy until after marriage. Jiang Wan agreed to marry him because he could convince the company shareholders to return the divided shares to her. Both had their own agenda. It was a perfect match. The wedding was scheduled for 3 days later. Knowing she couldn't delay any longer, Jiang Wan had undergone surgery that morning and was now heading to the Jiu family's dinner. On their way there, another message came in. Oh right, there'll be a relative at dinner. Don't be nervous. He's my aunt's cousin, technically an elder, but we're about the same age. I don't know him well either, no idea why he's even here. Cold, arrogant, hard to get close to. If he looks down on you, just stay away. After that, he sent her a red packet, 520 renminbi, a homophone for I love you. Can't pick you up, baby. Here's for your ride. Jiang Wan accepted it instantly and replied with a cute sticker. But her gaze lingered on the previous message. Cold. Arrogant. Hard to approach. These words pieced together a hauntingly familiar face in her mind. Only for a fleeting moment. She shook her head and forced the thought away. There was no room for memories. She arrived at the Jiu family villa. A Rolls-Royce with Beijing plates was parked out front. Its presence radiated the prestige of the guest inside. Jiang Wan took a deep breath, curved her lips into a graceful smile, and softened her expression. She stepped up to the entrance, From inside the villa, a voice echoed. Cousin, have some tea. I heard you only drink Shenyang Mao Jian, so old Gu specially had it flown in. Her future mother-in-law, Yang, was unusually deferential, completely different from her usual sharp demeanor. That piqued Jiang Wan's curiosity even more. What kind of man could make Yang act this humble? Spending tens of thousands per pound on tea without blinking? Jiang Wan maintained her composure and walked toward the door. But when the servant announced her arrival, her expression froze at the scene before her. In the lavish living room, Yang held a teacup with both hands, respectfully offering it to the man on the sofa. The man wore a sleek suit, his aura commanding. Even his relaxed posture exuded nobility and dominance. Then, as he lowered his hand and accepted the tea, his eyes met hers. And she instantly felt suffocated. Wenzhou. Jiang Wan was in disbelief. Her first love, the man who had loved her madly 2 years ago, only to disappear without a trace, was Gu Huaishu's distant younger uncle. Those piercing black eyes locked on hers. Like a beast lying in wait, ready to strike at any moment. There was no mistake. That intense yet restrained stare, it was him. Wan, why are you standing there? Ji Jili was the first to recover, stepping forward to usher her in. This is Huaishu's younger uncle Wenzhou, sole heir of the prestigious Lu family from the capital. Ji Jili subtly signaled her to behave, her every expression betraying unease. Jiang Wan said nothing. She felt like a schoolgirl being dragged to the principal's office to be reprimanded. Cousin, this is Huaishu's fiancée Jiang Wan, Yang introduced. Wenzhou slowly lifted his gaze. Though seated, the pressure in his eyes made everyone feel like they were bowing before a king. He said nothing. His face remained blank. Jiang Wan, Yang frowned, whispering a reminder. Finally snapping out of her daze, Jiang Wan lowered her eyes, nodded stiffly, and greeted him without enthusiasm. Little uncle. Chapter 2, Marry him. In her line of sight, the finger holding the teacup gently circled the rim. The atmosphere was laced with tension. Yang noticed it and quickly forced a smile toward Wenzhou. Don't mind her, cousin. This child's from a modest background. She's never met someone as important as you before. It's only natural for her to be nervous. Ji Jili chimed in as well, tactfully pulling Jiang Wan aside. Wan, why don't you help out in the kitchen? Leave this to me and Huaishu's mother. She grinned obsequiously. Does your uncle enjoy fish? Our Wan's a fantastic cook, especially good at making fish. How about some Sichuan-style pickled fish? That's fine, Wenzhou replied coldly, his gaze shifting from Jiang Wan to Ji Jili. Just call me by my name. He hadn't said much, but Ji Jili felt a chill down her spine. She forced a stiff laugh and gave Jiang Wan's hand a tight squeeze, signaling her to leave. Jiang Wan hated being bossed around by her. But at this moment, she didn't resist and headed toward the kitchen. The household staff were already prepping the ingredients. The counter was covered in fresh, high-quality produce of all kinds. On the cutting board lay a grass carp, cleaned, gutted, eyes dull and lifeless. Jiang Wan looked at it, and a sudden wave of sorrow hit her. Her father had loved fish. After his business started declining, she began studying different fish recipes to cheer him up. Since his passing, she never touched fish again. Yet her mother always knew how to tear open her wounds and pour salt on them. Jiang Wan felt suffocated. She quietly slipped out of the kitchen, making her way to the backyard for air. The Gu family held a high status in Rome City, climbing ever higher in recent years. Gu Huaishu's uncle had married into wealth and brought the family's fortune to new heights, a frequent topic of local gossip. What Jiang Wan hadn't expected was that his wife was Wenzhou's cousin. What a small world. Just as she was sighing at the coincidence, she heard Ji Jili's voice from a distance apologizing to Yang. The more she humbled herself, the more overbearing Yang became. She looked down on Jiang Wan's fallen heiress status, a father who committed suicide, a mother who remarried. If Gu Huaishu hadn't threatened his family with his life, Yang would never accepted her into their household. Her words grew increasingly harsh. All Ji Jili could do was endure, or call her new husband and pitifully ask why he hadn't arrived yet. The noise grated on Jiang Wan's nerves. She turned back toward the front yard, circling through their house. Just as she rounded a corner in the corridor, she saw someone she wanted to avoid most. Lu Wenzhou stood at the far end of the hall. One hand lifting a cigarette to his lips, the other sliding the pack back into his pocket. The golden rays of sunset bathed his figure. Warm in color, but devoid of warmth. Jiang Wan turned to leave before he could see her. But his voice, along with the click of a lighter, rang out behind her. Running away? Lu Wenzhou's tone was calm, but brimming with dominance. Am I a ghost to you? Did I die or something? Jiang Wan was forced to stop. His gaze burned into her back like an invisible chain, chilling to the bone. Wasn't he wrong? From the moment he disappeared without a word, she had treated him as dead. It was the only way she could survive those dark, desperate days alone. Come here. Lu Wenzhou's tone left no room for refusal. It was an order, edged with threat. Jiang Wan took a shallow breath, suppressing the emotions flickering in her eyes. When she turned around, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes held only a polite, superficial gleam. What can I do for you, little uncle? She walked toward him with a smile. Polite, distant, treating him as a stranger she'd just met. Lu Wenzhou frowned faintly. Took another drag from his cigarette, and exhaled slowly. Call off the engagement. He took another puff. His cold, striking face veiled in wisps of smoke. He's not the man you should marry. Do it before the wedding happens, I'll handle everything after. His voice was flat. As if he were discussing something as trivial as changing a dinner reservation. Jiang Wan let out a small laugh. Little uncle, I thought you were here to attend the wedding. She deliberately emphasized little uncle, drawing a clear boundary. Lu Wenzhou turned his eyes to her. Those sharp, dark eyes were deep and menacing. But Jiang Wan didn't flinch. She met his gaze head on, firm, unwavering. Lu Wenzhou flicked the ash from his cigarette. We broke up, and you're marrying someone else. His once calm tone now carried a sharp edge of displeasure. His eyes locked on her like a sentence being passed. Jiang Wan blinked, as if suddenly remembering. Did we not break up? Almost forgot. You vanished so fast, you didn't even give me the chance. Before he could speak again, she sneered coldly. If you're so obsessed with formality, then find this moment, right now, is our official breakup. She held his gaze and enunciated every word. His eyes darkened visibly with anger. Jiang Wan, I know you blame me. Lu Wenzhou finally opened his mouth again, this time in a calmer, almost pleading tone. You can yell at me if you want, but don't pull this crap just to piss me off. I'm back. And you're still going to marry him? Why not? She asked lightly, unaffected. Lu Wenzhou, do you think you're that important? I'm marrying Jiu Huaishu because I want to. It has nothing to do with you. The weight of his presence filled the air. Even in an open corridor, it felt suffocating. It was early autumn. But in that moment, it might as well have been the dead of winter. Lu Wenzhou's expression grew colder. A storm brewing in the depths of his black eyes. Jiang Wan gave him a soft, distant smile. Turned to leave but was stopped by a single question, half threat, half warning. Does he know you were with me? Her body tensed. Old memories surged up like a tidal wave. She forced them back down with all her strength and took a deep breath. He won't find out. Without turning back, she told him firmly. Everything from our time together, I burned it all. Just like you, completely gone. As her voice fell, she stepped away. Only for her wrist to be grabbed, hard. The grip was crushing, like he wanted to shatter her bones. His cigarette fell to the ground. A gust of wind sent its red tip flaring into his eyes. Lu Wenzhou opened his mouth. But before he could continue, another voice rang out, bright and cheerful, cutting him off. Baby. Chapter 3 Intimacy. Jiang Wan was startled. She suddenly shook off Lu Wenzhou's hand, stepped back to create some distance, and saw Jiu Huaishu walking up the stairs. I saw Lu Wenzhou was there too. Jiu Huaishu stopped laughing and nodded seriously, my little cousin. He reacted calmly, which showed that his vision had just been blocked by the stone pillars in the corridor. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. She stole a glance at the two of them, and Lu Wenzhou simply closed his eyes, being so frugal with his words that he said nothing. The atmosphere is subtle. Jiu Huaishu broke the silence again. He came to Jiang Wan and put his arm around her waist. Why are you outside? Jiu Huaishu pinched Jiang Wan secretly, his eyes hinting at flirting. Because of his actions. Jiang Wan felt as if he was being skinned alive by an invisible sharp blade. She smiled stiffly. I came out to get some fresh air, and happened to meet my little cousin smoking, so we chatted for a while. Jiu Huaishu didn't think much about it. The close proximity of their bodies allowed him to touch her cold palm. Why are your hands so cold? Put them on quickly, or my dear will freeze. Jiu Huaishu took off his coat and put it on Jiang Wan. As he said that, he put his arm around her and walked inside, not forgetting to invite Lu Wenzhou to join him. The man in the corridor stood still. His piercing gaze was fixed on Jiang Wan's departing back. Lu Wenzhou didn't stay for dinner in the end. As it was almost time for dinner, he left early on the pretext of work. Several people tried to persuade him to stay but failed, so they had to send him away. Could it be that you are not satisfied with the food and think we are neglecting you? Yang was worried and looked unhappy. Jiu Huaishu put his arm around her shoulders and said with a smile, Mom, what are you thinking about? You're almost preparing a full banquet. My cousin must really have something to do, otherwise he wouldn't have come here in vain. Everyone walked back to their house. After dinner, Jiu Huaishu drove Jiang Wan home. The royal blue Mercedes-Benz coupe drove all their way from the villa area to the old city. Look, dear. As soon as the car stopped downstairs of the residential complex, Jiu Huaishu grabbed Jiang Wan's hand as she was about to unbuckle her seat belt, and led her to the bottom of the steering wheel. The hot and hard touch made Jiang Wan pull his hand away reflexively. Jiu Huaishu held her wrist tightly, and her shy reaction made him even more itchy. Boy, I'm dying. He pulled her over and rested his head on her neck. The faint body fragrance of Jiang Wan rushed into the tip of my nose. The fair skin is clear and delicate under the light. Although she was dressed appropriately, the tight knitted dress still showed off her exquisite figure. The hot blood rushed to the brain. Jiu Huaishu hugged her tightly, wishing he could melt her into his body. I'll just rub it, okay? He begged and acted coquettishly, feeling very uncomfortable. Jiang Wan lowered her head, the scattered hair on her cheeks outlining her bright profile. Her drooping eyelashes were as long as wings, making it difficult to see the emotions in her eyes. Okay, be shy and I won't make trouble anymore. Jiu Huaishu let her go, but couldn't help but bite her shoulder blade lightly. You are willing to save the most precious thing a woman has for your wedding night. It is my great blessing to marry you. Jiang Wan pretended to be calm. She looked up at him and asked, How's the matter with what you promised me? Just this light glance and the watery light in her eyes made Jiu Huaishu's heart surge. Don't worry, it's all settled. He raised his chin to her with confidence. Sign the contract on the wedding day, and Jiang's will be yours from now on. Jiang Wan couldn't hide his happiness and smiled sincerely. Jiu Huaishu felt restless again and rubbed Jiang Wan's hand. If my little cousin hadn't asked me to go find him, I really wanted to spend more time with you. He buried his face in her shoulder and complained in a hoarse voice. Jiang Wan's smile froze on his face. Is your little cousin looking for you? Well, he said he had something to tell me. Jiang Wan's back suddenly felt cold and his body stiffened. It is in stark contrast to Jiu Huaishu's hotness. Final. He kissed Jiang Wan's eyes reluctantly, said goodbye to her and left. Return home alone. The familiar environment made Jiang Wan feel uneasy. Her intuition told her. There must be something bad going on when Lu Wenzhou looks for Jiu Huaishu. Is he going to tell him about their past? Won't. Words are not enough, he has no evidence. As long as she insisted, Lu Wenzhou would have no way to deal with her. Jiang Wan forced himself to calm down. Turning on the light, a row of photo frames on the long cabinet in the living room came into view. They are all photos of Jiang Wan and his father. At that time, she was smiling brightly beside him. Growing up in the love of father, she grew up brilliantly, brightly and passionately. Until 2 years ago. She was studying abroad and had not yet recovered from a broken heart when she learned the tragic news that her father had committed suicide by jumping off a building. When she rushed back to Rongcheng, there was only a cold body waiting for her to claim it in the morgue. The father's face was unrecognizable under the white cloth. Just like his broken life. It was only then that Jiang Wan realized that the company had been on the verge of bankruptcy many times. In order not to burden his daughter and the company, Jiang's father incurred huge debts in his personal name. In the end, he was unable to repay the debt and chose to end it all with his life. As for the company he protected with his life, the shareholders divided the equity immediately after the incident and clearly defined the interests. His ex-wife refused to attend the funeral on the grounds that she was pregnant and did not show up at all. Relatives, friends, all avoided him. Apart from her, the only people at the funeral were the thugs who came to collect debts and mess up the place. Jiang Wan still remembers it vividly. She held the urn tightly and endured the punches and kicks before burying her father. She wanted to hate everyone. But what she hated most was herself. I hate myself for falling in love and indulging in the relationship. He did not notice his father's abnormality in time, nor did he help him. It was also because of that miserable and dark time that Jiang Wan understood it more clearly. Love will fade away, money can overcome all difficulties. Only by not loving can you save yourself, and only by having money can you be saved. Dad. Jiang Wan picked up one of the photo frames and gently stroked his father's outline with his fingertips through the glass. Remember to come to my wedding. This time, I will definitely protect it. The mirror reflected her determined eyes. The phone in my pocket beeped. A text message came from an unknown number. Map location, number 419 North Green Avenue, Jinzhou Night Club. Jiang Wan frowned when he saw the message, and then received a second text message. 2019 box. By this point, she was absolutely certain. It was sent by Wenzhou. He met Jiang Wan there. Jiang Wan's hand holding the phone unconsciously clenched and unclenched. After a few times, she turned and walked towards the door. Chapter 4 Want her. When Jiang Wan arrived at the location address, she walked along the corridor with a clear goal in mind. One after another, ostentatious crystal doors flashed in her peripheral vision, and the house numbers were getting closer and closer to the designated numbers. Just as she passed by the 2018 box, Jiang Wan discovered that the next door was clearly open. It was like a trap specially built for her. She listened carefully but found no sound. She hesitated and leaned towards the door. I immediately caught sight of those hunting black eyes. The moment their eyes met, it was as if he had bitten the back of her neck, striking at her vitals. Wenzhou leaned alone on the circular sofa, with a blurry glass wall behind him. He had changed his clothes and was wearing a black sweater. One arm rested on the back of the sofa, a glass of whiskey held between his slender fingers. Sit with your long legs crossed. At this moment, Wenzhou was like a black panther hiding in the jungle. Lazy and elegant, mysterious and dangerous. Seeing that she took the bait, the corners of his lips curled up slightly, as if everything was under his control. Jiang Wan's face darkened. She was certain that he was the only one there, and she was certain that she had been fooled. Jiang Wan turned around and was about to leave. Without waiting for her to turn around, Wenzhou shook the wine glass in his hand playfully, looking for him. While putting it down, he picked up the remote control on the coffee table and pressed a button. The glass wall behind the sofa suddenly became clear from blurry, and the brown glass surface reflected the scene in the next box clearly. Jiang Wan looked closely and recognized Jiang Wan surrounded by women. At this time, he opened his legs and his belt was untied. He lay with his head tilted back on the same circular sofa, with several beautiful women standing beside him in different postures. Some were kneeling, some were lying down, some were sitting. The picture is too erotic to look at directly. Before you know it, she had already walked to the sofa and could see everything clearly on the other side of the one-way glass. Even the box has excellent sound insulation. She seemed to still hear Jiang Wan's comfortable moans. Long before accepting him, Jiang Wan was well aware of Jiang Wan's lustful nature. Moreover, all the women who had close contact with him had one thing in common with her: a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. And each of the women in front of her was more or less similar to her. Jiang Wan was not angry. I'm even glad that she is the prettiest. It is because of these outstanding points that Jiang Wan is willing to marry her. Of course, this is also due to the image of a good family she created. Men always want to play with the most coquettish girl outside and then marry the most obedient one home. Did you see clearly? Lu Wenzhou's voice was deep, full of temptation and danger. He's been having so much fun. What do you think he's been doing this afternoon? He picked up the glass again and brought it to his lips. It's so dirty, you want it too. How is it dirty? Jiang Wan suddenly smiled, his tone calm and without any emotion. Isn't this cleaned very well? Her nonchalant response made Yu Guangzhong's man pause. The wine glass that was already brought to his lips was taken away by Lu Wenzhou again. He raised his head and glanced sideways, undercurrents surging in the depths of his black eyes, and the fingers holding the wine glass also exerted force secretly. You don't mind? Every word Lu Wenzhou uttered was pronounced with a heavy bite. I don't mind. Jiang Wan remained calm and composed. Not only did she investigate Jiu Huaishu's private life, she also secretly read his physical examination report. He is in good health and has received all the necessary vaccinations for both sexes. Even if she has an affair, she won't be infected with any disease. That's enough. For a man who doesn't love you, she is a tool that can be used. Why so many requirements? No matter how many women he likes, he'll marry me. No matter how wild he plays around outside, he'll have to come back to me in the end. Jiang Wan's unfinished words were drowned out by the sound of a glass shattering on the ground. She was suddenly pulled over by the man and thrown heavily onto the sofa. Jiang Wan. Lu Wenzhou gritted his teeth, and the voice came out coldly from between his teeth. He pressed her down, his massive body resting above hers, their noses only a few centimeters apart. Black eyes turned scarlet. His brow was filled with anger. What can he give you that makes you want to marry him so much? There was contempt and disdain in his tone. Luxury cars, villas, famous bags and jewelry, I have less than you. Lu Wenzhou revealed his past nakedly. Because the two were too close, a familiar smell rushed into Jiang Wan's nostrils. The Fauger scent is mixed with the clean and refreshing grapefruit, and has a calm and stylish woody note. Her gaze drooped slightly, sweeping across his distinct bone structure, and stopped at his chin, which was shaved without a trace of stubble. It is not a perfume that you spray on your body, but an aftershave specifically for men. It was the special fund she had chosen for him. The man stared at her with eyes as sharp as torches, as if he wanted to burn her to death. But in the end, all he got was Jiang Wan looking up indifferently again. She met his gaze again. Jiang Wan saw herself reflected in his eyes. Those eyes that were once full of tenderness and affection have now become cold as ice. Under Lu Wenzhou's stare, Jiang Wan said calmly and firmly, "What I want, only he can give me." Her voice was very soft. The world began to shake. Jiang Wan heard the sound of sofa leather rubbing against each other. Yu Guangzhong clenched her hands into fists, and the air pressure around her became increasingly low. Jiang Wan's heart was as calm as still water. Are you satisfied with this answer, little cousin? She made a move to push him away. But as soon as her palm touched his chest, the man on her suddenly went crazy. His pupils were bloodshot and there was a storm in his eyes. Not satisfied. He pinched her chin, leaned over and kissed her directly on the lips. The taste of whiskey was rampant in the mouth because of his invasion. Familiar kissing technique, passionate and violent. Jiang Wan wanted to break free, but he held her tightly, and used the hand holding her jaw to divert his attention. He placed his fingertips lightly on her earlobe and kneaded it playfully. The room temperature continues to rise. Outside the open box door, guests were walking back and forth. The crystal door frame reflects the double picture. The newlyweds were kissing different men and women across a glass wall. Jiang Wan gradually had difficulty breathing. He knew her too well. Know her likes and weaknesses well. Clearly feeling her body weaken, Lu Wenzhou's lips curled up in triumph. The kiss that was originally as fierce as a storm turned into a gentle spring rain. Until he reached out and lifted up her knitted skirt. The sharp contrast between the cold air and the man's hot palm startled Jiang Wan. She came to her senses on the brink of collapse. The fermentation of the alcohol and her brief loss of consciousness released the beast that had been trapped in his heart for a long time. Lu Wenzhou wanted her here. Realizing what he was thinking, Jiang Wan widened his eyes, and his blurry vision suddenly became clear. Take advantage of his slackness. Jiang Wan took a bite. While pushing Lu Wenzhou away, she waved her hand at him. Chapter 5 Destruction. Lu Wenzhou reacted quickly. He turned his head to avoid her slap. But the sharp setting of the diamond ring on her middle finger still left a faint blush on his cheek. The black pupils became colder and colder as his mind became clearer. Jiang Wan had already distanced himself from him after withdrawing. Her chest heaved with anger, and she wiped her lips with the back of her hand, as if she could wipe away the traces of his kiss if she pushed hard enough. Shameless. After glaring at Lu Wenzhou angrily, Jiang Wan left 2 words of disgust and walked out of the box without looking back. She strode towards the elevator. As a result, he walked too fast and bumped into a woman at the corner. Jiang Wan was about to apologize when a familiar voice entered his ears. Jiang Wan. The woman in front of her was about her age and was wearing a Chanel haute couture suit. He had shoulder-length black hair, cool and sophisticated facial features, and his signature fox eyes, which were now slightly curved as he smiled at her. She is Ji Julie's stepdaughter, Lin Ji. You're back home. Jiang Wan blurted out. Since her mother and her father remarried, Lin Ji chose to study abroad like her. The difference is that she dropped out of school and returned to China 2 years ago. Lin Ji has been studying for a master's degree until now. Well, I graduated early and came back. Lin Ji smiled at her politely. Don't you want to attend your wedding? And my boyfriend is here, and I'm anxious to see him. Her answer made Jiang Wan's heart skip a beat. After the two became stepsisters, they met very rarely. Unlike Jiang Wan's sharp confrontation with his mother, Lin Ji had no objection to her father's remarriage, even though her biological mother had passed away less than half a year ago. The two sides have always maintained a polite and distant distance, not interfering with each other. They never reveal their private affairs to each other. It is not an exaggeration to say that we are just acquaintances. What about you? What are you doing here? Lin Ji's question made Jiang Wan suddenly withdraw his thoughts. My fingers couldn't help but curl up. To meet a client. Jiang Wan didn't think twice. She didn't dare to tell the truth, and was even more worried that she would find out that Ji Huaishu was cheating. Fortunately, Lin Ji did not ask any further questions. After nodding to her, the two of them separated at the same time and walked away from each other. But Jiang Wan didn't take many steps. She couldn't help but stop and turned around to look. Lin Ji went all the way with a clear goal. Finally, she walked into the box door she had just come out of. Jiang Wan was stunned. The fear in my heart vanished in an instant. She felt as if she were in a vast desert, endless and barren. Lin Ji's boyfriend is Lu Wenzhou. The next day, according to the plan, Jiang Wan and Ji Huaishu came to the dress studio to try on the wedding dress for the last time and adjust the details. Under the guidance of the staff, enter the VIP fitting room. Jiang Wan stood on the round lacquered platform to change clothes. The wedding dress was ordered by Ji Huaishu. It had an exaggerated long train and was inlaid with tens of thousands of high-quality crystals. Miss Jiang has a really great figure. She lost a lot of weight for the wedding. As the staff helped Jiang Wan put on her wedding dress, they kept praising her. Your bust hasn't shrunk at all, it's actually grown quite a bit. Do you have any secrets? Jiang Wan smiled but said nothing. Another staff member changed the angle and continued to praise. You two have such a good relationship. This wedding dress is very complicated and all hand sewn. It took more than half a year to make. She was halfway through her words when she heard Ji Huaishu's voice on the phone outside the door. What's wrong with getting married after 3 months of dating? If you had seen my sweet girl, you would have wanted to marry her the next day. Super invincible beautiful girl. Gentle, considerate and sensible, and the key is that she's still a virgin. I know. I will definitely come to the bachelor party tonight. His voice faded away with his footsteps. The air in the fitting room seemed to be sucked away along with him. The staff member's smile froze on his face, and the unfinished words were silenced. They were extremely embarrassed and sweaty. Instead it was Jiang Wan. She lowered her head and smiled calmly, brushing the hem of her wedding dress. You all go out first, I'll be alone for a while. The staff responded in unison and rushed to leave, winking at each other, blaming each other and feeling regretful at the same time. Jiang Wan watched their reactions out of the corner of his eye. After they leave, she stood alone in front of the mirror, looking up at herself in her wedding dress. She is extraordinarily beautiful in the mirror, with facial features that are stunning even with a little makeup, coupled with her proud figure. These are all bargaining chips she was born with. It doesn't matter who Jiu Huaishu prepared this wedding dress for. The important thing is that she can use it to get Jiang back. Jiang Wan's eyes were firm. At the same time, the door of the fitting room was opened from the outside. As the door locked, a tall figure appeared in my peripheral vision. Jiang Wan immediately concealed the sharpness in her eyes were watery, and she spoke gently. Does it look good? Without waiting for her to turn around and show it. The figure that appeared in the mirror made her eyes widen in shock. The person who came was not who she expected. Jiang Wan forgot to breathe, and his heart began to beat fast. Nice. Wenzhou raised the corners of his lips slightly, his tone sarcastic and dangerous. Jiang Wan's legs felt weak, and he clenched his hands nervously. Why is it you? Are you a chick? The man in the mirror had sharp black pupils and stared at her unhappily. How could I not know? As he spoke, he stepped onto the stairs and pulled up the curtain behind him. The originally spacious space was blocked by the floor-length curtains, forming a relatively independent small space. Like a cage. Locked Jiang Wan inside. Anger shrouded the man. The powerful aura, like an invisible net, oppressed her severely. Is that how you tricked him into taking the bait? Wenzhou spoke in a deep voice, each word revealing his imposing aura. He kicked away the heavy train behind her, and moved closer and closer, stepping onto the platform and standing behind Jiang Wan. Their eyes met in the mirror. Jiang Wan calmed down and his eyes regained their sharpness. I didn't lie to him. She spoke in a calm tone. Her unwillingness to act made the man behind her look suddenly darken. He realized something and his voice became low and terrifying. You went for surgery. The displeased tone was as if he wanted to cut her into pieces. Jiang Wan's silence instead of an answer also stimulated the man behind him. She saw the change in his eyes. Almost at the same time, the straps on the back were loosened. The moment he pulled the wedding dress down, Jiang Wan was horrified. She moved hurriedly, trying to catch the slipping wedding dress, but she couldn't keep up with the speed at which he destroyed it. Land. Jiang Wan was anxious, but the sound of the word rolled to his throat. Along with the bright red blood drops, they dripped onto the wedding dress at her feet. Chapter 6 Sovereignty. This moment brought Jiang Wan's memory back to 3 years ago. At that time, she hugged him in the darkness. Feel her nervousness. He resisted losing control, kissed her gently, and whispered softly in her ears over and over again. And now, the man who once sent her to heaven dragged her into hell again. The same face was no longer the same as she remembered. He lowered his eyes, his expression sinister. Jiang Wan gnashed his teeth in hatred. Get out of here. She whispered the order, her eyes full of disgust. The man behind him turned a deaf ear to her, his eyes reddened, as if he was ready to kill. Go out. Wenzhou smiled coldly, his voice frighteningly deep. Call someone. He threatened her with his body, showing no mercy. The wedding dress was stepped on by the man's leather shoes. He was like a long dormant beast, which devoured the world without restraint after seeing the light of day again, leaving no room for others. Their hatred hidden deep in my heart overflowed wildly at this moment. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth, wishing he could grind him into ashes. The real anger in her eyes also irritated Wenzhou's nerves. As if to prove something. His black pupils stared straight at her, and his eyes were full of the declaration of sovereignty of a superior. Jiang Wan was annoyed and resentful. The silent battle continues. Until the sound of the door handle being turned was heard along with the voice of the staff. Miss Jiang. The other party's call frightened Jiang Wan so much that his whole body tensed up. Even with the curtain blocking her view, her heart was so nervous that it rose to her throat, making it impossible for her to make a sound. The man behind him was not much better. He tightened his jaw and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Are you all right? The staff member felt strange and couldn't help but walk a few steps closer. Mr. Jiu is still adjusting the details of his suit. He asked me to come over and check on you. Jiang Wan's heart calmed down a little. When he spoke, his voice trembled. I'm fine, leave me alone for a while. The staff was stunned for a few seconds. Listening to her choked voice, I thought she had learned the truth behind the wedding dress and was crying secretly. The staff member lowered his eyes in self-blame. Then I'll go see Master Gu again. Wait until she leaves. Jiang Wan finally regained his freedom. The man stood behind her, his expression unnatural, but his aura was still strong. Wenzhou adjusted his clothes and glanced coldly at her in the mirror. Her graceful body is still as beautiful as before. She has shed her girlish immaturity and is now even more beautiful. Just like a rose in full bloom. You can't erase the marks of the past. Wenzhou withdrew his gaze and raised his hand to fasten the loose cufflinks of his shirt. Your body remembers who it belongs to better than you do. After saying that, he took a step and was about to leave. Wenzhou's recklessness was beyond Jiang Wan's imagination, but it also made her feel ridiculous. It belongs only to me. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth and said, I can give it to whoever I want. It's not like I can only make up for it once. Wenzhou was slightly stunned when he lifted the curtain. He stopped. But after a moment, he continued to move forward. Until he left. Jiang Wan's body, which had been holding on tightly, seemed to have lost all its strength. She slumped down on her wedding dress. Seeing the white wedding dress stained with blood, she clenched her fists in displeasure. Wait until Gu Huaishu comes over. The staff was cleaning their wedding dress. Jiang Wan changed into her own clothes and sat aside with a pale face. Hey dear, are you having your period? He strode over to her, taking her hand in his as he sat down. Jiang Wan's fingers were cold and he nodded with an embarrassed look on his face. Isn't the end of the month just over? Gu Huaishu frowned, his tone clearly displeased. In order to prepare for their wedding night, he deliberately avoided her menstrual period when setting the date. Maybe it's because I've been busy and nervous preparing for the wedding recently, so. Jiang Wan was worried that he would overthink it, and was even more afraid that he would change his mind. She covered his hand and said softly, Honey, I'm sorry. I didn't expect this to happen. I used to be very accurate. Jiang Wan's intimate call undoubtedly tickled Gu Huaishu's heart. My originally depressed mood gradually improved because of her. Gu Huaishu was helpless and annoyed. My goodness, you really want to torture me to death. He loves and hates it. Jiang Wan said innocently, just bear with it for a few more days, then. Before she could finish her words, Gu Huaishu interrupted her and said, Silly dear, when the time comes, you can help me in other ways, okay? He held Jiang Wan's hand and tightened it meaningfully. Jiang Wan didn't agree, but just lowered his head pretending to be shy. The torch in Gu Huaishu's heart was ignited in an instant, burning his whole body. He hugged Jiang Wan tightly, holding her tightly, wishing he could melt her into his body. And Jiang Wan in his arms. Her chin rested on his shoulder, and there was no trace of tenderness in her beautiful peach blossom eyes. Relying on her menstrual period can only delay it for a week, so she has to think of other ways. After determining the sizes of all wedding dresses, Gu Huaishu took Jiang Wan's hand and walked out of the VIP fitting room. The two prepared to go to their next destination. As soon as they arrived at the hall, they saw Wenzhou walking out from the opposite aisle. Little cousin. Gu Huaishu recognized him at a glance and walked towards him with Jiang Wan. I just saw a figure that looked very similar, but I didn't expect it to be you. He spoke in a casual and approachable tone, looking at Wenzhou with a smile. Thanks to your suggestions last night, the new plan has been approved. Wenzhou responded calmly. He had a blank expression on his face and glanced at Jiang Wan. She lowered her eyelids and never looked at him again. The hand that was clasped with Gu Huaishu's fingers unconsciously increased its strength. Feel her uneasiness. Gu Huaishu defended him. Don't be offended, little cousin. My dear is not feeling well and is tired from changing into dresses all the time. Yeah. Wenzhou's voice was muffled, with a hint of contempt. What's wrong? Oh, it's just women's things. Gu Huaishu changed the subject and asked him, my little cousin also came to this store to order a dress. He has a good eye. This store is from our Rongchen. He didn't finish his words. Behind Wenzhou, a beautiful figure approached from afar. I recommended Wenzhou. Lin Ji appeared and stopped beside Lu Wenzhou. The four of them stood facing each other, and the atmosphere instantly became subtle. Jiu Huaishu was stunned for 2 seconds. Wenzhou. Seeing Lu Wenzhou's brows slightly furrowed, Lin Ji changed the subject. Are you satisfied, Master Lu? She turned and smiled at Lu Wenzhou, not hiding the admiration in her eyes. Chapter 7 Confidentiality. Improvise. Lu Wenzhou cherishes words like gold. But his 2 words gave the staff following him an opportunity to take advantage. She stepped forward and asked respectfully, Mr. Lu, have you made your choice? Which one do you want? Everything I've worn. Lu Wenzhou said indifferently, I don't like others using things I've touched. His words were like a thorn, piercing Jiang Wan's heart. He really treated her as his own property. The staff member was happy and immediately operated the machine to issue the order, guiding Lu Wenzhou to go with her to check out. Because he left. The tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Jiu Huaishu seized the opportunity and gossiped, Lin Ji, are you with my cousin? Wenzhou. Most people wouldn't dare to call him that. Although Lu Wenzhou is only 26 years old, his seniority is not low. Even in the capital, most people have to respectfully call him Little Master Lu. Jiu Huaishu was extremely curious and grabbed Lin Ji to prevent her from leaving. Force her to tell the truth. Lin Ji was helpless and turned to look at Lu Wenzhou. He was swiping his card at a counter not far away. His every gesture showed his dignity, and his hand holding the pen to sign was full of dominance. Right. She seemed a little anxious and didn't want to keep him waiting for long. As he pulled his hand away and was about to leave, Lin Ji reminded him, we don't plan to make it public yet, so please keep it a secret for us. After saying that, she hurried towards Lu Wenzhou. Depend on. Jiu Huaishu looked at the 2 people reuniting and couldn't help but complain, if these 2 get together, won't it be a mess? From now on, should I call Lin Ji my aunt, or should I change my name and call my little cousin my brother-in-law? Brother-in-law. These 2 words are really harsh. Jiang Wan took Jiu Huaishu's hand and didn't want to stay any longer. Hubby, let's go quickly. The wedding party is still waiting. At her urging. The 2 of them left the dress shop before the other 2. Go to the wedding company to discuss the procedures for the wedding day. It takes a long time. Jiu Huaishu gradually became impatient. Guessing what he was thinking, Jiang Wan considerately asked him to go ahead and leave her to handle the subsequent details. Until evening. Jiang Wan finally finished preparing for the wedding. She was standing on the side of the road, her breathing a little disordered. Maybe I'm really tired. Since the afternoon, she felt a little drowsy and her body alternated between hot and cold. Jiang Wan stood on the roadside waiting for a ride-hailing car. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she took out her mobile phone and opened the browser. Find out what other methods there are for camouflaging besides reconstructive surgery. Keep sliding your finger across the screen. But the words in front of her eyes began to double, becoming increasingly blurry and difficult for her to see clearly. Without waiting for Jiang Wan to struggle, her vision suddenly went dark, and her body fell down like a landslide, and her phone with the lit screen fell to the side. When Jiang Wan regained consciousness, she smelled a strong smell of disinfectant and heard a strange female voice not far away. It's a fever caused by wound infection, it's not a big problem. But you have to be more careful in the future and not be too intense during sex. After hearing the other party's words, Jiang Wan suddenly opened his eyes wide. There is no one around. She was in a single room in the hospital receiving and for drip. There was a stool beside the bed, which showed that someone had been sitting there. Who is talking to the doctor? Jiang Wan sat up suddenly and pretended to pull out the for drip on the back of his hand. At the same time, she saw the strange phone on the bedside table. That's right. Jiu Huaishu has an appointment in the evening and can't possibly take care of her. Thinking of this, Jiang Wan stopped and his heart calmed down. At this moment, the phone, which had been off, suddenly lit up. The received WeChat message, along with the previous reminder, came into view. 26 minutes ago, I'm home. Just now, I like the gift you gave me very much. Thank you. Jiang Wan really wanted to avoid the sight. But she was too familiar with that square avatar, so familiar that she couldn't ignore it. It often appears in the chat records between her and her mother. Ji Julie took screenshots and shared them with her more than once, showing Lin Ji's comfortable life abroad. Those avatars in the circle of friends. It's exactly the same avatar as the one that sent the message right now. Jiang Wan just realized who the owner of the phone was. Lu Wenzhou walked in from outside the ward door. They looked into each other's eyes. Jiang Wan looked away in annoyance, feeling relieved that it was him, yet also annoyed that it was him. Lu Wenzhou was holding a bag in his hand. He walked towards her calmly, the aura surrounding him somewhat gloomy. Walk to the side of the bed. His tall figure cast his own shadow on Jiang Wan. Take off your pants. Lu Wenzhou's tone was calm and he didn't allow for any further discussion. Jiang Wan couldn't believe it and glared at him. Lu Wenzhou, are you sick? She reached out to remove the foredrip and prepared to leave. The man threw the bag onto the bed, and the anti-swelling and anti-inflammatory ointment fell out. You are sick. He pushed Jiang Wan down and easily removed the obstacle. Jiang Wan raised her foot to kick him, but he grabbed her leg, applied the medicine to her at an extremely fast speed, and pulled up his pants again. Jiang Wan's face turned red with anger. The ointment is cool, stimulating those forgotten memories. This isn't the first time he's done this. He used to apply medicine to her after she overindulged herself. He said that he felt sorry for her, but promised again and again to be gentler next time. As a result, he lost control every time, forcing her to sink with red eyes. Jiang Wan frowned unhappily. Lu Wenzhou's words brought her back to reality. How many lives do you have if you dare to go to a third-rate hospital for surgery? Jiang Wan gritted his teeth. In order to avoid being discovered by the Jiu family, she could only ask Ji Julie to find a private doctor for her, who would perform the surgery secretly and leave no records. I thought no one would know. He is fine. Being an outsider in the capital did not affect his speed in grasping information in Rongchen at all. Is it your business? Jiang Wan kicked him away and said, how many lives I have has nothing to do with you. She pulled out the foredrip from the back of her hand. A mad dog that chases and bites others is now loaded. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't be like this. Jiang Wan put on her shoes, took the bag and opened it to check. Everything related to the wedding is here: cell phone, keys, USB flash drive. Lu Wenzhou, who was standing there, saw her nervousness. Jiang Wan's every move reflects her determination. She packed up and was about to leave. Just walked to the door. From behind came the sound of a lighter rubbing and Lu Wenzhou puffing. Don't waste your time. He stood at the window, his voice faint. The tall figure was shrouded in smoke, and after being blown away by the gentle breeze, it floated towards Jiang Wan. The wedding can't happen. Lu Wenzhou glanced sideways, his sinister eyes sweeping towards Jiang Wan, who was standing at the door. Don't even think about becoming Mrs. Jiu. She didn't look back at him. He just held the door handle tightly with his hand, secretly trying hard. I not only want to, I can. Leave this sentence. Jiang Wan opened the door forcefully and left resolutely without looking back. Chapter 8 Bride. After leaving the hospital, Jiang Wan couldn't hide his nervousness. Although she spoke firmly, she was still a little uneasy in her heart. Based on her understanding of Lu Wenzhou, the fact that he can say something means that it has already begun. But what is he going to do? She couldn't guess, let alone touch it. Spend the last day in agony. Time came to their wedding day. Everything went according to plan. From makeup to picking up the bride, and then preparing for the ceremony at the hotel. The two held a lawn wedding. The wedding banquet is scheduled to be held at noon at a garden hotel in the suburbs. Because the preparations were hasty and Yang was not satisfied with the marriage. Only close relatives and friends of the two families were invited to the wedding banquet. It's not a big place, but it has everything it needs. Jiu Huaishu did not behave abnormally and looked radiant. Both sets of parents also had smiles on their faces. Everyone welcomed the arrival of this day with joy. Only Jiang Wan. Standing in the hotel lobby welcoming guests, she couldn't help but think about random things. Everything was going too smoothly. It went so smoothly that she began to wonder if she had overlooked any detail, allowing Lu Wenzhou to take advantage of her. Seeing through her anxiety. Taking advantage of the break in welcoming guests, Jiu Huaishu reached out and held her hand. Compared to his hot palm, her fingers were cold and stiff. My goodness, you're too nervous. Jiu Huaishu laughed unhappily. It's not evening yet, relax. Jiang Wan forced a smile and nodded. At this time, the wedding coordinator came over to remind them. The bride must first go to the lounge to change into her main wedding dress and get styled. The two are about to separate. Jiang Wan was uneasy. As if grasping at a lifeline, she held his hand back and confirmed to Jiu Huaishu, "Hubby, you won't regret marrying me, will you?" "What are you talking about? I love you so much." Jiu Huaishu coaxed her, "It is my blessing to marry you in this life." His firm words were like a reassurance, allowing Jiang Wan to finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Go ahead, see you later." Jiu Huaishu let go and nodded at her. "I look forward to meeting my most beautiful bride." His ordinary behavior gradually dispelled Jiang Wan's concerns. She followed the coordinator and left. From the first floor lobby, go to the bridal lounge on the second floor. As soon as the two of them walked into the transparent external elevator, Jiang Wan saw a striking Rolls-Royce parked at the lobby door. Almost at the same time, the rear doors on both sides opened. Wenzhou and Lin Ji got out of the car from both sides. The two wore dresses of the same color and walked into the lobby side by side, led by the doorman. Jiang Wan couldn't help but breathe hard. "There was a ball of cotton stuffed in my chest. Really interesting." While preventing her from marrying someone else, he went out together with his new love. "Watching your ex make a fool of himself in front of your current partner. Wenzhou, don't even think about succeeding." Jiang Wan was determined. When she arrived at the lounge, the makeup artist and stylist divided the work. Not long after, Ji came to see her. Jiang Wan, who put on her wedding dress, has a beautiful and charming appearance. After careful sculpting, her beauty is comparable to that of a top female star. Anyone who sees it will be amazed. "Thanks to someone like me, I have such a good appearance." Ji walked to Jiang Wan, glanced at the jewelry on the table, and finally sighed. "What a pity. How could his brain be as stubborn as your father's?" She was dissatisfied with the criticism. "What's the point of you wanting Jiang's shares? If the management is not good, it will all be for nothing in the end. Houses, jewelry, antiques, which one isn't more valuable than shares? These should be used as betrothal gifts." She came up and started mumbling. Jiang Wan opened his eyes and looked at her anxiously. As the mother of the bride, Ji was fully prepared today. She was dressed from head to toe, from earrings to nails, in everything expensive and gorgeous, for fear of being outdone by Yang. Jiang Wan was too lazy to explain. After all, her mother married her father at the age of 20, and her worries in life are either what to wear tomorrow or what to buy the day after tomorrow. She wouldn't understand that what she wanted was not only Jiang's shares, but also the Jiu family's influence in Rongqing. With the blessing of being Mrs. Jiu, it will be much easier for her to run Jiang's company in the future. "By the way, have you ever tried ovulation?" Ji suddenly said, taking advantage of Huaishu's freshness. "The chances of getting pregnant will definitely be the highest in the next half-month." She mentioned sex in public without caring about others. Coupled with what he had experienced in the past 2 days, the fire in Jiang Wan's heart suddenly burned to his face. Jiang Wan was silent and annoyed. Seeing this, Ji misunderstood her thoughts. "I'm thinking about you, too. Your mother-in-law doesn't like you to begin with, so shouldn't you try to get pregnant quickly? Without a child, how can you maintain your position?" Jiang Wan was annoyed and couldn't help but retort. "Is this why you risked your life and tried so hard to get pregnant in your 40s? You?" Ji's face turned red with anger as her old wounds were exposed. Since she remarried, she has been praying to Buddha for a child and tried all kinds of folk remedies. She finally got pregnant 2 years ago, but she miscarried naturally less than 3 months after the baby was born. During this period, Jiang's father committed suicide. In order to protect the fetus and take care of herself after childbirth, Ji didn't take care of Jiang Wan, which made the relationship between mother and daughter even worse. "You are just like your father. You couldn't let me live a good life when you were alive, and you won't let me live a good life after you die." Ji was also full of resentment. "I really owed you guys in my past life, that's why I have to suffer all this in this life. Jiang Wan was silent. Seeing her embarrassed expression, Ji Julie realized that her words had been a bit harsh. No, I mean. She softened her tone and tried to negotiate with Jiang Wan. Things have happened and passed. We should look forward to the future, right? I am your uncle's wife now. He is half your father. Look at your wedding, there is not even anyone to lead you into the wedding. Your uncle is also a man who cares about his reputation. If this gets out. Before Ji Julie finished speaking, Jiang Wan already understood what she meant. I only have one dad. She was adamant and wouldn't negotiate. Just because he's gone doesn't mean he can't marry me off. How could you say such creepy things on such a happy occasion? You? I don't want to, and I don't agree. Jiang Wan interrupted her and insisted, doesn't Uncle Lin have a daughter himself? When Lin Ji gets married, he'll have a gift for her, so I won't be a big deal this time. You? Ji Julie was speechless, and her thoughts were distracted by Jiang Wan's words. Don't tell me, Lin Ji seems to be in trouble recently. She told Jiang Wan, you didn't come with us today, and you always come home very late at night. Jiang Wan's eyelids drooped unconsciously. The hands on the wedding dress were unconsciously curled up. You can find anyone, but don't find anyone stronger than the Jiu family. Ji Julie said, otherwise, if you are inferior to her in every way, how can I hold my head up high? Then just pretend you don't have a daughter like me. As Jiang Wan finished speaking, the atmosphere in the lounge became tense. Ji Julie was about to say something else. The door was suddenly pushed open from outside. Yang appeared in a hurry, clutching the door handle with a serious expression. Jiang Wan, can you contact Weishu? Do you know where he went? Chapter 9 Wedding. The aura emanating from Yang gave people an ominous feeling. Jiang Wan's eyes suddenly widened. She looked around nervously, found her cell phone and called Jiu Weishu. Sorry, the user you dialed has turned off his phone. Please try again later. A female voice came out of the receiver, giving a merciless reminder. It reached the ears of several people through the silent air. Yang's face turned embarrassed. Jiang Wan called again, but the response remained unchanged. What does this mean? Ji Julie sensed something was wrong. The wedding is about to begin, and Weishu is missing. She frowned and looked at Yang at the door. Jiang Wan also locked eyes, his heart in his throat, and his face turned pale. Yang didn't want to admit it. But I have to explain the situation. According to the best man, when Jiu Weishu returned to the lounge to change into his wedding suit, he suddenly received a message on his mobile phone. I ran out like crazy before I finished watching it. By the time they reacted and chased after him, Jiu Weishu had already driven away and lost contact with him. Yang questioned, he didn't tell you? You don't know either. Jiang Wan shook his head, despair flashing in his eyes. No matter how much she planned, she could never have expected Jiu Weishu to disappear. You are his wife, how can you not control him? Yang was dissatisfied and spoke in a harsh tone. Ji Julie couldn't bear to listen any longer and couldn't help but mutter, Mother-in-law, what you said is like your son ran away from marriage and you blame my daughter. You? Yang's face flushed red, and she was about to retort when Jiu Jiming appeared with his men. Now is not the time to argue. He was in control of the situation, looking at Jiang Wan with a stern gaze. Jiang Wan, think carefully, where will Weishu go? Jiang Wan could never have thought of it. She and Jiu Weishu had only been dating for 3 months, and her mind was not on him at all. All she knew about him was nightclubs and bars. The only person in the audience who knew was Wenzhou. But how should she explain it? Since he was determined to ruin the wedding, it was impossible for him to tell them where Jiu Weishu was. Jiang Wan was in a dilemma. Yang glanced at her with disdain. I knew it. You marry a pretty girl. I really don't know what you're trying to achieve. The atmosphere in the lounge was solemn. Jiang Wan couldn't help but look out the window. Through their one-way glass on the second floor, you can see the real-time situation at the wedding scene. Most of the guests attending their wedding have already arrived. Everyone sat in their seats, waiting for the ceremony to begin. The first row of the men's guest seats. Only one man was sitting. His hair was shiny black in the sunlight, and his stern facial lines were as sharp as sculptures. The guests outside the venue were unaware of what was happening and were all chatting with each other in a relaxed manner, greeting each other with smiles on their faces. Lu Wenzhou was like an iceberg, so cold that no one dared to approach him. Finally, someone mustered up the courage to try to get close to her. But he stood up early. He took out his cigarette case and walked out. At the same time, he seemed to sense the gaze coming from the second floor. He looked up, holding a cigarette. Across a distance of several dozen meters, the two sides' eyes met. The black pupils contained a light of success. He looked so confident, as if everything was under his control. Lu Wenzhou lit a cigarette and raised his eyebrows slightly. It was as if he was shouting to her, "Are you satisfied with this situation?" Jiang Wan curled his hands into fists. Her nails dug into her palms, and the pain reminded her of the time when she had to endure the hardship alone. "Ever since my father left. Didn't she walk this entire journey alone? She can do it even without Jiu Huaishu." Jiang Wan withdrew his gaze, and the thoughts in his mind gradually became firm. Just then, a subordinate arrived and said anxiously, "Boss Jiu, we found news about the young master. He's at the airport." Airport? Several people said in unison. What are they doing at the airport? Why would the groom personally pick up the guests? The subordinate looked at them awkwardly, unable to speak. He bought a ticket to Switzerland, and the flight has already taken off. What? Yang almost fainted. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into dead silence. The guests have all arrived, but at the critical moment, Jiu Huaishu is suspected of running away from his marriage. How can the wedding go on if the groom has run away? The staff looked at each other, and several elders looked embarrassed. At this time, Jiang Wan, who was wearing a wedding dress, stood up. The wedding will go ahead as planned. With a determined look in her eyes, she broke the silence. Just say that the groom had a seizure due to emotional excitement and was receiving treatment and could not attend the wedding. The bride will perform the wedding ceremony alone. Jiang Wan expressed his thoughts calmly and firmly. The two of them had just been welcoming guests together in the lobby. Everyone had seen Jiu Huaishu, and no one would have thought of the real reason for his absence. If the ceremony is not performed for a long time, it will only lead to people speculating and overthinking. If the news gets out, the Jiu family will become the laughingstock of Rongchen. Just do as Jiang Wan says. Jiu Jiming made the decision immediately. With Jiang Wan's insistence, she attended the wedding alone. The MC explained their words in public and followed the established process. The music started. Jiang Wan entered alone. She walked towards the ceremony platform amidst the falling petals. Ignore everyone's gazes. She calmly thanked the guests and read her oath. Jiang Wan did not show any embarrassment or retreat. Instead, she was bright and outgoing, shining brightly in the bright light. The moment you put on your wedding ring, Jiang Wan got what she wanted and confirmed her identity as Mrs. Jiu. She stood in front of everyone, raising a charming smile amidst all kinds of gazes. His eye swept over the guests present, including Lu Wenzhou, who was sitting in the first row. The look he gave her was sharp and dark, as if he wanted to tear her into pieces. Her expression didn't change at all. The long eyelashes intertwined calmly, and the mood became more determined at this moment. From the day she decided to marry Jiu Huaishu, Jiang Wan knew that this was a road of no return. Even if she is alone throughout the whole process, she will go to the end. Like this wedding. Even if there is a possibility of eternal damnation, she will never look back. Like the past. At the MC's call, the guests burst into applause and congratulated the newlyweds on officially becoming husband and wife. Among the guests, only one person suddenly stood up and walked away. The sunlight fell on him, but the warmth turned into frost when it touched his body due to the coldness released from his body. Lu Wenzhou was the first to leave. Immediately afterwards, Lin Ji, who was sitting in the female guest seat, also stood up. She caught up with Lu Wenzhou and followed him all the way. The backs of the two people gradually walked away in Jiang Wan's sight. Disappeared, yet everywhere. Chapter 10 Misunderstanding. All their way away from the ceremony site, Lu Wenzhou went straight to the parking lot. He walked very fast, and Lin Ji had to jog to catch up with him. What a shame. She walked over to Lu Wenzhou and said with regret, if nothing had happened to Mr. Jiu, today's ceremony would have been very touching. However, it is precisely because of their good relationship that he was so excited. Lin Ji was halfway through her words when Lu Wenzhou stopped walking. She looked at him in confusion and blinked at him. Lu Wenzhou had no expression on his face. The sinister aura emanating from his body reflected his impatience at the moment. Lin Ji shut up tactfully and smiled at Lu Wenzhou. What I mean is, Mr. Jiu didn't attend the wedding. There must be another reason, right? It's not easy for Jiang Wan to hold on alone. As she sighed, Lu Wenzhou's eyes became colder and colder. He dropped his eyelids. His eyes fell on the necklace worn around Lin Ji's neck. He seemed to remember something. His dark eyes narrowed dangerously, and asked her, "Is this necklace a gift from the dress shop?" See him notice it. Lin Ji smiled. She nodded and raised her hand to touch it. Just as she was about to say something else, Lu Wenzhou's eyes darkened and he ripped off the necklace before she could. Pain suddenly spread from the neck. Lin Ji looked at Lu Wenzhou in disbelief. He had a blank expression on his face and his voice was cold without a trace of warmth. "I'm sorry to have misunderstood you." Lu Wenzhou threw the necklace casually, and it fell into the sewer on the side of the road. "It's not a gift, and it's not from me." After saying that, he lowered his eyes indifferently, his gaze fixed on her high heels. "Aren't you saying your shoes are rubbing your feet and you can't walk? I don't think there's any need to take a ride." Lin Ji stood there in a daze. He saw through all her excuses, so she had no reason to continue pestering him. Lu Wenzhou didn't even glance at her. Looking at his back as he turned and walked away with big strides, Lin Ji bit her lip unwillingly. Thanks to the mutual promotion and coordination of Jiang Wan and Jiu Jiming. Although the groom was absent from the wedding banquet ended successfully. After entertaining the guests. As promised, Jiang Wan received the signed share transfer agreement, and the shareholder became Yang. The supplementary agreement also stated that within 1 year, Yang would transfer all shares to Jiang Wan free of charge. This is a test from the Jiu family for her. Ever since she agreed to Jiu Huaishu's proposal, Yang was certain that she was after the Jiu family's assets. All wealthy ladies are shrewd. How could she be allowed to take advantage so easily? Just 1 year. Yang is just a nominal shareholder, and the real power still lies in Jiang Wan's hands. That's enough. It was difficult to get through the wedding night. The next morning, Jiang Wan couldn't wait to go to Jiang's design. She didn't bother to congratulate her subordinates. Heading straight to the office she had always dreamed of. When she opened the door, "Everything has returned to the way it was when my father was in power. The familiar layout and decorations are full of shadows of memories. As far as she can remember, her father has been a workaholic. His mother often came to visit him on set, bringing him meals and complaining that he only cared about work and had no time to travel with them. She would always take her father's seat. While listening to his father coaxing his mother with sweet words, he pretended to be a little adult. It would be great if Dad could expand the company abroad. We can run the company and travel at the same time." Her innocent words were remembered by her father. In the years that followed, my father tried many times to develop overseas business. Because of his father's ambition, Jiang Wan also started taking elective courses in foreign languages from middle school. Later, he was admitted to the world's top translation school with the first place in his major. Just to return after completing my studies and lend a helping hand to my father. However, the opposite happened. After going around in circles, everything has changed. On the desk, the name carved on the crystal stand changed again, and now it became hers. Jiang Wan's eyes became hot. "The thought in my heart is firm. She will definitely fulfill her father's long-cherished wish and let the Jiang family go abroad and prosper." Jiang Wan was just thinking about it when the secretary knocked on the door and walked in. "Mr. Jiang, there's a problem with the foreign investors' villa project." Her face was solemn as she handed the information to Jiang Wan and explained the situation. Jiang's main business is real estate design. In addition to the architectural design of real estate projects, it is also responsible for related interior design, landscaping design, etc. The villa project in question was purchased by a foreign businessman who entrusted a third-party agent in Rongqing to supervise it. The contract was signed by the original shareholders, with Jiang responsible for the design and outsourcing of the decoration. It has been going smoothly, without any problems. The process has reached the final acceptance stage, but now the third-party agent has pointed out that there are many deviations in the decoration of the villa site, which are inconsistent with the original design drawings. On this basis, they were asked to dismantle and reinstall. When the actual change occurred, it was clearly agreed upon by the other party, but the two parties negotiated verbally and there was no written evidence. The acceptance deadline is in 3 days. It's definitely too late to dismantle and reinstall now. The secretary told Jiang Wan, they deliberately want us to overdue the payment so they can get the 30% penalty. I see. Jiang Wan nodded, agreeing with the secretary's statement. Obviously, this was a gift from the original shareholders for her taking office. Even after everyone left, he still didn't forget to disgust her. After sending the secretary away, Jiang Wan began to study the villa project and finally decided to contact a three-party agent. Wang Dexing. Jiang Wan called him, but no one answered. No one responded to the email. Even when she went to the other party's company, there was still no one there. In desperation, Jiang Wan had to find another way. That evening, she successfully blocked Wang Dexing at a high-end restaurant in Rongchen. Jiang Wan just opened the door of the box. Immediately, Wang Dexing called out enthusiastically, "Director Li." Just accompanied his turn. When Wang Dexing saw Jiang Wan at the door, his face suddenly darkened. He frowned, unhappy. "Why is it you?" The luxurious box was grand, but he was the only one waiting there. It can be imagined that this is to make full preparations to welcome distinguished guests. "Since Mr. Wang knows me, he should know what I'm doing here," Jiang Wan said, taking out the documents from her bag and walking towards him. "It won't take you too long to sign." She took out a pen and paper and handed them to Wang Dexing, smiling politely and exposing their little plan. "Forget about the penalty, we'll give you a 3% discount as a token of our appreciation." Wang Dexing waved his hands impatiently. "Can't you see I'm busy? I don't have the energy to deal with you right now. I have a VIP coming soon, so get out of here." He told Jiang Wan to leave, but Jiang Wan wanted to take advantage of the chaos to resolve the issue. She was stalling for time by making unreasonable demands. Wang Dexing was indeed anxious. Seeing that Jiang Wan was reluctant to leave, he pushed her out of the box with the documents. The force was so strong that Jiang Wan fell and sat on the carpet in the corridor. The documents were scattered all over the floor. She leaned over to pick it up. But before she could finish collecting, a group of people came closer. Finally, a pair of high-end men's leather shoes came into sight. He stopped. Frozen next to her last profile. Chapter 11 Apology. Jiang Wan didn't look up. But looking at the familiar sewing technique of the shoes, she had already guessed who the owner was. Gold is as precious as Wenzhou. Food, clothing, housing and transportation are all taken care of by a dedicated person. Not only that, all his clothes are tailor-made by independent designers. Even when he stays in a top-notch hotel, he has to change into his own full set of personal outfits. Jiang Wan didn't expect that among the distinguished guests Wang Dexing invited to the banquet today, there was actually Wenzhou. She gave up the entanglement. He reached out and took the last piece of information at his feet, preparing to get up and leave. However, "Jiang Wan, are you here too?" Lin Ji called her affectionately and went forward to help her up. "The people in front of me came into view one by one." Jiang Wan knew all the 7 or 8 people traveling with them. They are all well-known political figures in Rongchen. 2 of them are the Minister of Commerce and the Director of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau. Jiang Wan had tried his best to get a chance to meet her, but failed. Who would have thought? The first meeting was such an embarrassing situation. "Do you two know each other?" When asked by the leader of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, Lin Ji introduced the relationship between the two. Jiang Wan felt awkward standing there, but he could only bite the bullet and nod and smile at them. It turns out she's the new daughter-in-law of the Jiu family. He came to his senses and turned to ask Wenzhou, "After all, you're a relative of Little Master Lu, right? Why don't you stay and have dinner with us?" Jiang Wan remained silent and kept his head down the whole time. The man's gloomy gaze swept over Jiang Wan dangerously and fatally, like a beast licking its prey. Random. Wenzhou said 2 words coldly and took the lead to step into the box. Wang Dexing, who had been arrogant at first, now became polite. He hurriedly pulled the leader over and asked quietly, "Director Li, who is this?" "He is the prince of the Beijing circle and the only heir of the Lu family." After Director Li finished speaking, he immediately followed Lu Wenzhou. Fear of neglect. Wang Dexing saw it all and stood there in a daze, feeling uneasy. He thought the person being entertained today was the leader of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Bureau, but it turned out that they were just using him to book a restaurant to collectively entertain this important figure from Beijing. He looked at Jiang Wan awkwardly. He didn't expect that she had such a background. Fortunately, he is just a distant relative. Otherwise he will be in big trouble. "Miss Jiang, please." Wang Dexing changed his expression, forced a smile, and invited Jiang Wan into the box. Wait until Jiang Wan comes to the box again. The originally empty round table was now occupied by people arranged according to their seniority. Lu Wenzhou sat calmly in the center seat. Several politicians exchanged polite words. They were all flattered by others all year round, but now they were all cautious around Lu Wenzhou. Jiang Wan tactfully sat in the seat farthest away from him. It was also during the conversation between several people that Jiang Wan understood the purpose of this dinner. Lu Wenzhou is interested in investing to help the development of Rongqing. Is the Lu family planning to move their business out of the capital? Director Li tested the issue, and everyone else became curious. As the capital of China, Beijing's status cannot be shaken. The Lu family is a leader in the first echelon of Beijing's business circle, with a solid foundation and a large business. As an only son, Lu Wenzhou had just taken over the family business. His actions will undoubtedly affect the decision-making of other capitals. If done properly, it may increase the GDP of the entire Rongqing. The incumbent has a keen sense of smell and will naturally not miss this opportunity, so he specially organized a meeting to find out what Lu Wenzhou has to say before making the next plan. Everyone's eyes turned to Lu Wenzhou. He calmly picked up the teacup and said, "It's not what the family wants. It's my personal choice." Lu Wenzhou brought the tea to his lips and took a sip. "There's someone I like in Rongqing." The black pupils lifted up and fell squarely on Jiang Wan, who was sitting opposite him. He spoke bluntly and with a double meaning. When several leaders heard this, they thought he was referring to the incumbent officials in the officialdom. After looking at each other knowingly, they secretly speculated on the other party's identity so that they could take sides later. Jiang Wan kept his eyelids down the whole time, observing only with his peripheral vision. After Lu Wenzhou expressed his opinion, Lin Ji, who was sitting next to him, lowered her head and curled the corners of her lips in secret joy. It can be seen that the development of Rongqing is true, and helping the Lin family is real. Jiang Wan was thinking so. The waiter came in with a food cart and started serving food to everyone. As an experienced bootlicker who entertains leaders, Wang Dexing had already arranged everything. The dishes are either Rongqing's signature dishes or delicacies from land and sea. When the waiter brought a plate of pickled fish and placed it in front of Lin Ji, she frowned and put her hand to her nose. The subtle movement was immediately noticed by Wang Dexing. "Ms. Lin can't stand the fishy smell." While showing concern, he introduced, "This pickled fish is a specialty of this restaurant. Even if you look across the entire country of China, you won't find a restaurant that makes it better." Several leaders followed suit. "What a pity. I don't eat fish." Lin Ji said, looking at Lu Wenzhou beside him, "Young Master Lu, would you like to try it?" Because of the mention of several people, Lu Wenzhou's eyes swept over the plate of pickled fish. The aroma is overflowing and the meat is tender. But no matter how I look at it, it seems a little off. But that person still didn't want to cook for him anymore. Lu Wenzhou frowned and squeezed out two words unhappily, "Retreat." Everyone was stunned. It took him a few seconds to react and signaled the waiter to take the food away quickly. After this, everyone present began to have some ideas. He became much more polite to Lin Ji. Wang Dexing learned from his experience and told the waiter, "Don't take away the other fish. Remove them all." Jiang Wan also saw it. Lin Ji doesn't eat fish, she has known this for a long time. But she didn't expect it. For her sake, Lu Wenzhou actually defied the leaders in public and removed the dishes that were meant to entertain him. He. Jiang Wan sneered in his heart and remained silent throughout. Until Lu Wenzhou, who had always been the center of attention, suddenly changed the subject and looked at Wang Dexing, who was still making arrangements. "Were you talking about something?" His voice was light, but it sent a chill down Wang Dexing's spine. Nothing. Wang Dexing finished his explanation, avoiding the main point, and finally smiled at Jiang Wan. It was just a misunderstanding. I will sign the acceptance document later. Look back. Right away, I'll sign it. Wang Dexing said this and walked towards Jiang Wan with a smile. Miss Jiang, you should have told me earlier that you knew little Master Lu. Even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare not sign. He took the initiative to pull out the documents she had put in her bag. He didn't even glance at the whole thing, just flipped to the last page and signed his name. At the end, he tactfully poured 2 glasses of white wine. Miss Jiang, I'll toast you a glass as an apology for my behavior just now. Wang Dexing took the initiative to pick up the glass and drank it in one gulp. His meaning is clear. A glass of wine can erase all grudges. As long as the two of them drink this glass of wine, all the past grudges will be wiped out. He will no longer make things difficult for Jiang, and she will not bear a grudge against him. Thank you, Mr. Wang. Jiang Wan put away the documents and picked up another glass of wine. She simply tilted her head back and took one mouthful after another. The strong liquor enters the throat, hot and spicy. Her action made the man sitting opposite her look increasingly sinister. Chapter 12. She's drunk. Good. Wang Dexing clapped his hands, and the two reconciled. After the crisis was resolved, he turned his attention back to the leaders. However, the atmosphere in the box had become indescribably subtle since some point. Unknown dangers are everywhere. Several leaders tried to test the waters back and forth, and Lu Wenzhou had a dark face the whole time. They reviewed the situation secretly. I racked my brains but couldn't realize how I had offended anyone. Until Wang Dexing reacted. Ever since he had a drink with Jiang Wan, the air pressure in the box began to drop. Miss Jiang, you are not sensible. Wang Dexing misunderstood and thought that Lu Wenzhou was dissatisfied with their neglect. Master Lu has done you such a big favor, shouldn't you give him a toast? As he spoke, he poured another glass of white wine and handed it to Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan at this time. Under the influence of alcohol, his face turned red and his mind became confused. She can't drink much. I have made some progress in the past 2 years by asking people for social engagements everywhere. I used to get drunk as soon as I touched alcohol, but now I can barely drink half a glass of liquor. The glass of white wine she just drank was already the limit of what she could bear. But others don't know. To ease the atmosphere, Wang Dexing forcibly pulled Jiang Wan up and brought her to Lu Wenzhou with a wine glass. Master Lu, thank you for clearing up the misunderstanding between Miss Jiang and me. I'll drink a glass as a punishment for my poor hospitality. He finished the glass without saying a word. Seeing that Jiang Wan didn't respond, he nudged her with his elbow to remind her to hurry up. Everyone's eyes were on her. After their secret analysis, everyone thought that Wang Dexing's speculation was correct, and they also supported Jiang Wan's toast to Lu Wenzhou. Jiang Wan, who was standing next to their main seat at the round table, felt hot all over and his consciousness was blurred. She was drunk and her legs felt weak. My stomach churns. Jiang Wan forced himself to stand, his dazed gaze falling on the seated Lu Wenzhou. He sat like a king. His dark and deep eyes stared straight at her. She was standing and he was sitting. But the powerful aura he exudes everywhere releases the absolute rule from the superior. Seeing that Jiang Wan didn't move for a long time, everyone was putting invisible pressure on her. So many leaders are present. Only by building good relationships with them can the Jiang family develop better in the future. Think of this. Jiang Wan made a gesture to take the glass of wine. But just as she stretched out her hand, Lin Ji suddenly stood up. She took the glass of wine and said, Jiang Wan is a little drunk. Let me drink it for her. With her help, several people felt like they had found a life-saving straw, and they all agreed and praised Lin Ji for being so considerate. Lin Ji smiled, holding the wine glass and about to bring it to her lips. Lu Wenzhou, who had been silent the whole time, finally spoke, no need. His face was gloomy and his emotions were unrecognizable. I don't like women drinking around me. When his voice fell, Jiang Wan could no longer suppress the turmoil in his heart. She couldn't spit it out in public, so she could only cover her mouth and run out of the box as fast as she could. Seeing this, Lin Ji put down his wine glass and chased after him. In the box. Only a group of men are left. No matter how slow you are, you should understand Lu Wenchu's intentions. Wang Dexing was just about to flatter him. Unexpectedly, Lu Wenju blurted out, "There are too many women who take advantage of alcohol to get close to me. I'm too lazy to deal with them." After saying that, he stood up and walked towards the door. Everyone looked at each other, confused. For a moment, no one could figure out what this prince of the Beijing circle meant. Toilet. Vomit. Jiang Wan couldn't bear it any longer and ran into their women's bathroom, lying down beside the sink and vomiting violently. She didn't eat much. But the sour gastric juice burned the throat and continued to flow out. She held onto the edge of the pool with difficulty. The cool touch was in stark contrast to her hot body. My legs kept shaking. Her body was arched and swaying. "Jiang Wan, are you okay?" Lin Ji came to her side and patted her back to comfort her. But her appearance. Not only did it fail to relieve Jiang Wan's discomfort, but it made her even more embarrassed. "I know you're under a lot of pressure since you took over the company, but there's no need to work so hard." Lin Ji said to her, "If you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can tell me and I will definitely help if I can. Even if I can't help, I can ask Wenzhou for help." Her considerate words made Jiang Wan feel even more disgusted. Vomit. After Jiang Wan finished vomiting, he forced himself to stand up. She raised her hand, wiped her lips with the back of her hand, and pulled her arm away from Lin Ji's support. "Need not." Jiang Wan refused bluntly and told Lin Ji with his remaining rationality. "I don't need the Lin family's help, let alone Lu Wenzhou." After expressing her opinion, she turned and was about to leave. But before she could take a step, her body froze because of the man who appeared in front of her. Around the corner of the sink, Lu Wenzhou was standing there. His unparalleled height, sturdy body proportions, and his strong and cold aura. No matter where you go, you will be invincible. And he is at this moment. His deep black pupils were filled with anger, and his sinister gaze made people shudder. Jiang Wan wanted to ignore it and even more wanted to leave. However, the body refused to obey. The already shallow consciousness seemed to be drawn away by the man who appeared before him. Without waiting for her to make another move. His eyes closed heavily, and his body collapsed. Ginger. Before Lin Ji could react, the man in front of her rushed over. At the last second before Jiang Wan fell to the ground. He caught her steadily, knelt on one knee, and supported her body with his strong arms. Jiang Wan was not hurt at all. Lin Ji saw it all. She was about to move forward, but stopped because of the man's nervous reaction. Seeing him openly holding her horizontally. Lin Ji couldn't help but clench his fists, trying to stop him. "Master Lu, what are you going to do? She's drunk and needs someone to take care of her." Lu Wenzhou held Jiang Wan in his arms, his eyes fixed on her as she fell into a deep sleep. Lin Ji was confused and anxious. It would be bad if someone saw this, right? "Your current relationship." Before she could finish her words, Lu Wenzhou gave her a cold look. There is not a trace of soft color left. Only endless coldness remains. "What is our relationship? Do I need you to remind me? Since you have asked me for help, you should know what to do and what not to do. Leave this sentence." Lu Wenzhou hugged Jiang Wan and left without looking back. Looking at his resolute back, Lin Ji stood there in frustration, her lips almost rotting. Vomit. The moment I was carried into the Rolls Royce. Jiang Wan, who had just laid down in the back row, vomited unconsciously again. A sour and bitter smell filled the cramped space. Some sticky liquid then seeped into their high-end fabric. The driver, who was about to drive, felt a chill down his spine when he saw this and looked anxiously at the rearview mirror. Lu Wenzhou has misophonia. He can't tolerate any strange smell wherever he goes, let alone other people's vomit. The driver didn't dare to speak, let alone move. She just looked at Lu Wenzhou quietly, waiting for his next instruction. The mirror reflected the man's extremely dark face. After enduring it over and over again, he squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth: drive. Chapter 13. Don't touch me. Jiang Wan's inability to drink alcohol may be related to her childhood experiences. As long as she can remember, her parents have always had a good relationship. "When I was 5 years old, She woke up from her deep sleep and saw them drinking next to each other. Under the moonlight, they clinked their cups together. The father kept saying sweet words to the mother, in this life, the next life, and the next life, we will always be husband and wife and a family. To the young Jiang Wan, the scene at that time looked like a contract signing ceremony. Wait until the next day. She missed the ceremony, but secretly took out her father's wine and swore while drinking, in this life, the next life, and the next life, I will always be with my mom and dad. Before he could finish the remaining 3 words, Jiang Wan fell to the ground along with the wine bottle. When she woke up again, she had already had her stomach washed in the hospital. When she opened her eyes, she saw her parents' nervous faces, and they felt relieved after confirming that she was awake. After learning the reason why she drank secretly, the father was both amused and annoyed. He hugged his mother and said to her with a smile, "Silly dear, you are the only child of me and mom. As long as mom and dad are still together, where can you run away? You will always be our daughter, and we will always be a family." It was his father's emphasis that dispelled Jiang Wan's concerns. But when she was 16, only the first half of this sentence remained. When she returned home from tutoring, she saw her father drinking alone at home. Then, because Jiang's family encountered a financial crisis, his parents' relationship changed and his mother filed for divorce. Jiang Wan wanted to go with him, but was snatched away by his father. What's with underage drinking? He looked at her unhappily, but did not forget to comfort her. Don't worry, Dad will lead the company out of this predicament, and will definitely protect you and Mom and will never let you suffer. My father is still full of fighting spirit, but my mother is afraid of being implicated. At her insistence, the two finally went through the divorce procedures. In order to appease her mother, her father left all his assets to her, leaving only a house for the father and daughter to live in. Darling, it's okay. Her father continued to comfort her, when Dad makes money, Mom will come back. She has been with me for so many years and has never suffered a single day of hardship. I can't bear to see her suffer. He worked hard, neglected sleep and food, and ran around everywhere. But his mother did not wait for him to make a comeback, and remarried another wealthy businessman. When she was 19, she secretly returned home during the holidays to give her father a surprise. As a result, I saw my father sitting in the living room drunk in broad daylight. There was an invitation card at hand. Only then did she realize that her mother was getting married. "Hey dear, can you have a drink with Daddy?" Her father smiled and invited her to join him, his eyes red from being drunk. Jiang Wan looked at his smile at that time and felt bitter and sour in his heart. She immediately dropped her luggage and sat in front of her father. But he just took a sip. She fell unconscious on the sofa. "I'm sorry, dear." Before she lost consciousness, she heard her father apologize to her, "I lost my mother. It's Dad who is useless and not living up to his expectations." Later, every time she went home during the holidays, she never saw her father's decadent look again. He was still full of ambition and imagined great things for the future with her. After she finished her studies, the father and daughter would fight side by side. "Dad, let's have a drink together." During the winter vacation of the year when she was dating Wenzhou, Jiang Wan took the initiative to propose that she wanted to use alcohol to build up the courage to confess her love affair. But she overestimated her drinking capacity and underestimated her father's understanding of her. It was the same situation where she fell down as soon as she touched the cup. She heard her father say, "With your alcohol tolerance, you can't drink casually outside. Only drink with people you trust. Is that brat reliable? I'll bring him back next year during the Lunar New Year. I want to see how this future son-in-law drinks. You can't be worse than me. We are a good family. We can't find a partner like me. Wait until she returns to England after her vacation." Upon learning about the conversation between the father and daughter, Wenzhou playfully twirled the red wine glass in his hand. Future son-in-law. He raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming to be very satisfied with the title. Jiang Wan glanced at him unhappily. "You haven't passed the test yet, you." Before she could finish her words, Wenzhou pulled her over. He spread her legs and made her sit on his lap facing him. "Aren't you going to help me?" He sat on the sofa, with the posture of a subordinate, but his eyes and tone showed the aggressiveness of a superior. Jiang Wan was both amused and annoyed. "My dad is testing you, how can I help? Just a practice run to see how I handle my drinking." As he spoke, he drank the red wine in the glass. As the empty cup fell to the carpet, his palm slid down her back, through her hair, and onto the back of her head. Lu Wenzhou raised his chin and kissed Jiang Wan's lips. He still had wine in his mouth. Alcohol stimulates the tip of the tongue and confuses people's consciousness. Jiang Wan didn't drink it directly, but still got drunk because of him. She fell into his arms, humming and rubbing against him back and forth, like a kitten needing milk, making people feel itchy. At that time, Jiang Wan finally regained the feeling of happiness. But they all broke their promise. I couldn't wait until the next spring festival. Lu Wenzhou disappeared on a winter night, and his father also ended his life in a heavy snow. She was left alone, helpless and isolated. The painful memories were like vines, tightly wrapped around Jiang Wan, as if trying to drag her back to hell. She suddenly opened her eyes, and her red eyes were reflected in a familiar and hateful face. The man was taking off her clothes. Jiang Wan was so angry that he waved him away. "Don't touch me." She opened his hand, resisting his touch with disgust in her tone. Lu Wenzhou's face was gloomy. He turned a deaf ear to her orders and insisted on taking off her clothes. "Let me go. You bastard." Jiang Wan cursed and hit and kicked him with his hands and feet. But the man's body was as hard as steel and he paid no attention to her kicks and punches. He insisted on taking off all her clothes. "Asshole! Get out of here." Jiang Wan's whole body was burning hot, and he was cursing the man in front of him unconsciously. Every word and sentence revealed hatred for him. "I wish I could pull out his tendons and skin him alive, smash every joint of his, and beat him into a pile of mud." Due to the influence of alcohol, her body was weak and powerless. Even if she fought hard, the force she exerted was offset by 70% to 80%. Lu Wenzhou ignored her resistance. He took off all her clothes, carried Jiang Wan to the bathroom. "Let me go. Let me go." The restless Jiang Wan continued to struggle until he threw her into a bathtub filled with warm water. She was like a drowned cat. Emotions became more agitated, and limbs struggled frantically. The water waves shook violently and overflowed everywhere. "Don't move." Lu Wenzhou grabbed her hand, his tone of commanding terrifyingly low. He looked at her in the bathtub with gloomy eyes. The drunk, soft and mushy kitten was now wet and aggressive, baring its teeth and claws at him. His dark eyes darkened. He didn't care about his wet clothes and washed Jiang Wan's body. But his hand just touched her skin. Jiang Wan seemed to be stimulated by something, and she opened her mouth and bit his arm that was tightly holding her. Drops of blood stained the soaked shirt, creating circles of gradient red. Chapter 14. I'm craving you. The next morning, Jiang Wan woke up in bed, his limbs aching as if he had just been in a fight. She turned over with a sob, preparing to get up slowly as usual. Can accompany her wherever she goes. The pattern of the bedding that appeared in her hazy vision and the unusually silky touch made her realize that something was wrong. Jiang Wan's eyes suddenly widened. The familiar and iconic bed sheets and the presidential suite's bedroom layout brought her back to reality. She was like a frightened bird and almost jumped up from the bed. Before that, the man's hand went around her waist and forcefully pushed her back down to lie down. "It's still early." Lu Wenzhou's voice came from behind my ear. Low and lazy, calm and ordinary. His chest was pressed against her back, his muscles were firm and distinct, and his body temperature was hot and warm. The movements were natural, as if the two were still in the same state as before. Realizing what happened last night, Jiang Wan felt a surge of anger in his heart. "Are you sick?" She yanked his hand away from her waist. "I'm married, and you let me spend the night outside." Jiang Wan lifted the quilt, and the man behind her opened his eyes as well. The black pupils reappeared, emitting a cold light. Lu Wenzhou pulled her back, clamped her wrist with his backhand, and held Jiang Wan under him. He looked down at her with cold eyes. "Otherwise, I'll take you back to the bridal chamber." Lu Wenzhou smiled coldly, and every word he said was filled with chilling intent. Because of his proximity, Jiang Wan saw the man's exposed chest, which was covered with scratches like those left by a cat's claws. It's enough to see how intense last night was. She gritted her teeth in frustration. But her memory only stopped at vomiting in the bathroom, and she couldn't remember anything after that. The man on her guessed her thoughts through her eyes. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and sneered, "You know you can't drink, but you still dare to drink." He spoke as if he knew her very well. Jiang Wan felt annoyed and unwilling to lose. Why not? Haven't I made any progress? I'm quite proud of it. Wenzhou was so angry that he laughed, and his eyes became gloomy again. If you dare drink again, I'll kill you. He spoke each word with an emphasis, his words sounding like both an order and a threat. Oh. Jiang Wan was unfazed and fought back with disgust in his eyes. If I hadn't accepted that glass of wine last night, would you have had the chance to take advantage of me? When you were putting pressure on Wang Dexing, you were calculating the bargaining chips, right? She curled her lips in a mocking manner. You are really despicable for spending a whole night to exchange for an acceptance form. The hand holding her wrist gradually increased its strength at this moment. Wenzhou held her tightly, as if he wanted to crush her bones. He squeezed out a cold voice from between his teeth. Do you miss me that much? What else? Jiang Wan's gaze swept across his chest covered in scratches. You dare to say that the purpose of bringing me here is not to sleep with me? She remembered something, and it stabbed his heart back and forth. You got tired of sleeping with it for a year, and now you're craving it again. As expected, men are all cheap bones. What doesn't belong to you is the best. The air pressure surrounding her became lower and lower, so cold that it seemed to freeze her. Jiang Wan was sarcastic but also determined, characterizing his behavior. Oh. Wenzhou laughed out of anger. His stern facial features were now covered in a layer of chill. That's right. He leaned closer and uttered a word without emotion. I'm greedy for you. Wenzhou's words fell along with the kiss. He not only admitted it, but also proved it with his actions. Land. Jiang Wan was furious and wanted to fight back with a red face. But the word she just opened was melted into his kiss, leaving her no chance to say the next word. When the pajamas on my body were torn to pieces. Wenzhou once again robbed and plundered. Jiang Wan endured the pain and glared angrily with red eyes. He also tightened his jaw. Since you know my purpose, you should be obedient. Wenzhou leaned over and whispered devilishly in her ear. To avoid getting hurt. Without waiting for Jiang Wan to counterattack. He then used his personal actions to devour everything about her. Enveloping her consciousness, luring her into sinking. The tug of war lasted for a long time. Wenzhou didn't let her go until he was satisfied. He tied the belt of his pajamas, took the cigarette case and went to the window to smoke. There are new clothes in the closet. Change into them later. Wenzhou's voice was calm, his slender body standing calmly. There was only a thin layer of gauze left through the floor-to-ceiling window, blocking out the light from outside. Genting Hotel is currently the tallest building in Rongcheng, and the presidential suite he stayed in is extremely private. She collapsed powerlessly on the bed, looking at him with a carefree look. She bit her lip in annoyance. Stallion. A male dog with a hairy tail. With her whispered counterattack, the ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom instantly dissipated. The atmosphere was subtle and silent. Until the landline suddenly rang. Jiang Wan frowned irritably. Wenzhou put out his cigarette and walked over. When he picked up, the receptionist said softly, "Hello, sir. Miss Lin is looking for you. She is in the lobby now. Should I ask her to come up, or? I'll come down." After uttering 3 concise words, Wenzhou hung up the phone. He didn't explain anything to Jiang Wan. But she had heard it clearly. The room was so quiet that any movement was magnified infinitely. Jiang Wan remained the same, without any abnormal reaction. Wenzhou glanced at her, changed his clothes and left. Wait for me here. The door is closed. Jiang Wan was the only one left in the huge bedroom. Wait for him. Dream. Jiang Wan sneered and stood up. She forced herself to support her still trembling legs and walked towards the wardrobe. The cabinet door opens, revealing a variety of women's clothing of the season. From inside to outside, from top to bottom. They are all new and limited edition products from international top brands. The tags are still there. Jiang Wan glanced over briefly. She picked up a piece of bra and was about to put it on, but when her fingertips touched the label and the size marked on it made her pause. 75C. The size indicated on the label was not her size. Jiang Wan has a small frame and a slim and well-proportioned figure. It was difficult for her to buy suitable underwear while she was abroad, so Lu Wenzhou asked a local tailor to tailor it for her. Even designers say her size is 32C, which accounts for less than 5% of the population. Jiang Wan paused holding the underwear. It was at this moment that she realized that these clothes were not prepared for her. Not only are she and Lin Ji of similar age, they are also of similar height and build. She only stands out more than her in some details. This is Lin Ji's size. Since she came to see him so early in the morning, something must have happened between them here a long time ago. Think of this. Jiang Wan felt nauseous. She dropped the underwear in her hand and closed the closet door. Wait for Lu Wenzhou to return to the suite. In his hand was the bag that Jiang Wan had left in the restaurant last night. Lu Wenzhou walked straight to the bedroom, pressed the doorknob and pushed it open. Chapter 15 Disdain. Lu Wenzhou's eye swept across the bed. Jiang Wan was no longer there. The entire suite was silent, and there was no movement in the bathroom. He frowned and wanted to check the closet. But before he could take a step, Lu Wenzhou glanced at the trash can beside him and found that the dirty clothes he had thrown in were gone. Jiang Wan left. She would rather wear her old clothes that were stained with vomit. She also disdained his new clothes. Lu Wenzhou's hands, which were holding the bag, tightened uncontrollably. Their whole person looked terribly gloomy. Wait for Jiang Wan to arrive at the company. It was almost noon. Before she entered the office, the secretary came out from the side with her bag in her hand. Mr. Jiang, this was delivered by the Shandong delivery guy. She handed her the bag. Would you like to check it? Hearing this, Jiang Wan hurriedly opened it to check. The acceptance certificate signed by Wang Dexing is still there, written in black and white, and there is no more dispute. Jiang Wan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't do anything after she disappeared last night. He even knew to ask someone to deliver the bag to the company. It seems he doesn't dare to cause any more trouble. Jiang Wan secretly rejoiced and handed the acceptance document to the secretary. She continued to deal with other work. 2 days later, Jiang Wan is busy running around the decoration market, looking for reliable outsourcing partners for Jiang's whole house customization project. Around noon, she had just come out of the decoration market when she ran into Ji Jili and the Lin family's driver. The mother and daughter looked at each other. Jiang Wan glanced at her indifferently, greeted her with his eyes and was about to leave. Seeing this, Ji Jili hurriedly instructed the driver and hurriedly caught up with her in her high heels. Why are you running? I'm your mother, how can I eat you? Jiang Wan ignored it and just kept walking forward. Ji Jili became anxious. She grabbed Jiang Wan's hand and forced her to stop. What? Did you do something shameful behind my back? Are you afraid I'll find out? Ji Jili raised her voice unconsciously. Plus the mother and daughter are too outstanding in appearance. This immediately caused gossip among passers-by, and they all cast curious glances at them. Jiang Wan frowned and lowered his voice. Can't I just not want to be alone with you? Cannot. Ji Jili denied it bluntly and dragged Jiang Wan back. I have something to tell you. Let's have lunch together at noon. She insisted on her own way and emphasized, it's my treat, not yours. Ji Jili took Jiang Wan to a high-end Western restaurant nearby. Just the two of them. But she asked for a luxurious box with a great view. When she took off her coat and handed it to the waiter, she did not forget to emphasize that the light fur was made of Angora rabbit fur, which was easily stained with dust and hair, and must be properly stored separately. Jiang Wan sat opposite her. Looking at her sparkling crystal nails, she flipped through the menu and finally ordered 8 dishes, a bottle of wine, and 2 desserts. After the waiter left, Ji Jili immediately reached out to Jiang Wan and showed off the new ring on her ring finger. It looks nice, doesn't it? Your uncle gave it to me. Jiang Wan didn't even bother to take a look. If you don't have anything important to say, I'll leave first. After she finished speaking, she put her hands on the table and prepared to stand up. Hey. Ji Jili grabbed her hand and said, something's wrong. Who said I'm fine? She no longer mentioned anything about the Lin family. Concerned about Ji Huaishu. Since the wedding, he seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Apart from knowing that he flew to Switzerland, there was no news of him. Your husband has run away, and you still have the heart to work. Ji Jili glanced at her with disdain and said dissatisfiedly, with your condition, how can you capture a man's heart? Jiang Wan disagreed. This wasn't the first time she'd experienced this. As the saying goes, the first time is strange, the second time is familiar. Ji Huaishu's disappearance no longer mattered to her. As long as it doesn't affect her getting Jiang back. It doesn't matter if he dies outside. Talking to you. Ji Jili was dissatisfied with her silence, her expression slightly solemn. Can't you learn from Lin Ji? Being more tactful in your conduct and actions will do you no harm. How can you have such a pretty face and always give others the cold shoulder? As she spoke, she began to unconsciously walk back to the Lin family's house. Lin Ji graduated early and came back. Lin Hongguang has already arranged a position for her in the Lin group, and an official announcement of her employment will be made soon. Not only is their career going well, but the relationship is also developing. Do you know what she's been doing lately? Ji Jili's tone was exaggerated, and her expression was even more exaggerated. She has been with Lu Wenzhou this whole time. Can you believe it? Lu Wenzhou, Huaishu's little cousin, the prince from Beijing. She emphasized his identity label, which showed how shocked she was. I never thought they could be together. But if I think about it, Lin Ji studied in Beijing before, so they probably knew each other then. No wonder Lu Wenzhou came to Rongqing to attend the wedding. It turns out he just happened to come. Ji Jili sighed, that little girl is so lucky. Although she is not the only daughter of the Lin family, she has always been by your uncle's side. She can be considered his precious daughter who grew up in his care. Even if you're not born with a golden bath in your mouth, you can at least be considered a silver spoon, right? It's okay that her family is well off, and she has a good education and job. If she were to marry into the Lu family, tell me, we're both women, why is she so lucky? Jiang Wan gradually became irritated and picked up the water cup and took a sip. Ji Jili was still immersed in her own complaints, pouring out everything that was pent up in her heart. I saw her looking at a villa brochure a few days ago. Do you think Lu Wenzhou will just come up and give her a villa? Is this how wealthy people in Beijing date? If that's the case, wouldn't you be at a huge disadvantage by marrying Huaishu? With your looks and figure, how are you not better than Lin Ji? If I must say, it's just that my family background isn't as good as hers. It's all your father's fault for holding me back. Bang! When Ji Jili said this, Jiang Wan could no longer bear it. She put the cup of water in her hand down on the table with force, and the dull sound scared Ji Jili. Are you done? Jiang Wan's face was gloomy and his tone was extremely impatient. Ji Jili was a little overwhelmed by her reaction. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth, put down the cup and stood up. My father has never held me back, and I don't want to marry some prince from the Beijing circle. Leaving this sentence, Jiang Wan walked straight to the door. Hey! I haven't eaten yet, where are you going? Ji Jili called her. Jiang Wan didn't even turn around. I have no appetite, just enjoy it slowly. You? Ji Jili was angry, but still followed her out of the box. I still have something to give you, can't you just have a good meal with me? Jiang Wan ignored her and walked forward on his own. Ji Jili caught up with her, and just as she was about to hold her hand and say something, a figure not far away caught her attention again. Isn't that Lin Ji and Lu Wenzhou? Chapter 16 sees. Because of Ji Jili's mention, Jiang Wan's attention was diverted uncontrollably. I looked in the direction she pointed. Through the transparent glass wall of the restaurant, Wang Dexing was greeting Lu Wenzhou and Lin Ji, and the three of them walked towards another restaurant together. Wang Dexing's face was full of flattery. Lu Wenzhou remained expressionless as always, while Lin Ji stayed by his side throughout. The three of them were walking together and did not notice Jiang Wan and the others. Who is that man? I feel like I've seen him somewhere. Ji Jili didn't recognize him, and Jiang Wan was too lazy to explain. Without saying a word, she withdrew her gaze and prepared to move forward. Feeling her determination, Ji Jili knew that she couldn't have the meal again. She couldn't do anything with her, so she had to hand over the small box she brought out to Jiang Wan. Here, you take it. Ji Jili stuffed the velvet box into her palm and pressed her fingers to force it to curl up. I bought it with the money I won playing mahjong. It has nothing to do with the Lin family, she emphasized. Knowing that Jiang Wan was unwilling to accept a single cent from the Lin family, so cut off all ties. Jiang Wan lowered his eyes. The velvet box had the brand printed on it, and with the exquisite packaging, she had already guessed what was inside. Open the box. It is a pair of windmill-shaped earrings. Made of enamel, it is exquisite yet a little playful. Didn't you like this when you were a kid? Ji Jilly played the emotional card and kept trying to make amends for herself. Just consider it my gift to you for taking office. Congratulations on getting the management rights of Jiang Corporation. After saying that, she didn't give Jiang Wan a chance to refuse. He gave up on inviting her to dinner and turned around and walked towards the private room. Back to the company's online taxi. Jiang Wan sat in the back row, staring blankly at the windmill earrings in the box. As my mother said, she has many memories of windmills from her childhood. The course was the handicraft homework in kindergarten. Her father made a windmill for her as requested, using a piece of plastic paper with 4 corners cut off and a chopstick. She was very curious about this little gadget that could spin when she ran in her hand. Her father told her, the windmill can not only rotate, but also generate electricity. Seeing that Jiang Wan was interested in it, the whole family later went on vacation to the beach. She rode on her father's shoulders. This was the first time I saw a real wind turbine. Facing the sea breeze, she asked her father, Dad, why does the windmill keep turning? Because there's wind. Where is the wind? Why can't I see it? When the windmills start turning, you know the wind is coming. What if the wind leaves? The wind is always there. Even if it drifts far away, it will blow back again. At that time, she could not understand such mysterious words. But now, Jiang Wan's hand holding the jewelry box tightened involuntarily. Dad, the wind is picking up. She murmured to her earrings, our windmill has started turning again. She touched the earring with her fingertips. As if making up his mind, he took them out and put them on. The vehicle also arrived at the downstairs of Jiang's building at this time. When Jiang Wan returned to the office, she didn't expect Yang to be there. Since their wedding, this is the first time the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law meet. Yang was carrying a Hermes bag and wearing a smart OL suit, exuding the aura of a female career elite. When Jiang Wan pushed the door open, she was looking around her office with a scrutinizing gaze. Mom. Jiang Wan changed his words, closed the door, went in, and made tea for her personally. Why are you here? The two had previously agreed that Yang would hold shares but would not interfere in management, and Jiang's would be fully handed over to Jiang Wan. The only possibility is that there is news about Gu Huaishu. Jiang Wan was just speculating when Yang suddenly asked, what language did you study when you were studying translation? Jiang Wan paused in taking the tea leaves. She turned her head and saw Yang standing in front of the honor wall in the office, looking around arrogantly. There are the professional certificates obtained by Jiang Design, as well as some award-winning souvenirs related to her personally. I majored in English and French, and also took the relevant certificates in German, Italian and Spanish. She looked away and continued making tea. Far beyond her college years, she has been learning languages from all over the world since she was a teenager. Over the years, I have learned languages of various countries. Do you have any problem speaking German? No problem. Jiang Wan brought the tea she had brewed to Yang. Can you play golf? Yang asked again. Jiang Wan shook the teacup in his hand, which he had not given away. Something was stirring deep in his eyes. She was forced back. A little. After hearing Jiang Wan's answer, the cold flame emanating from Yang subsided. She took the tea she was offered. After taking a sip, he informed Jiang Wan, come out with me this weekend. According to Yang's information, Jiang Wansai realized that Rongqing was about to usher in new development. A foreign businessman took a fancy to a piece of land in the suburbs and decided to develop and build an international resort. The investment budget is nearly 10 billion yuan. The news has not been officially released yet, but major builders who have heard the news are already eager to try it out. No one wants to miss such a big piece of fat. Yang asked around. I learned that the foreign businessman would be coming to Rongqing soon, and I have already secured an opportunity to meet him. The other party had the same name as the owner of the villa she recently delivered. It is very likely the same person. There is this relationship, and Jiang Wan is also fluent in German. Only then did Yang Yang invite Jiang Wan to join him. First of all, it's free. Secondly, it's reliable. Jiang Wan agreed without thinking too much. After all, the industries are interconnected, and she would love the opportunity to expand the business with Gu's construction. But wait until Saturday. She and Yang Yang excitedly headed to the golf course. Before they met the foreign businessman, they saw a few familiar figures from afar. Wenzhou, Lin Ji, and Wang Dexing. I was walking and talking with a group of people led by two foreigners. Everyone changed into the professional attire prepared for the stadium. The men wore light blue stand-up collar polo shirts and beige trousers, while the women wore light pink tops of the same style and beige skirts. But even in a crowd, you can still spot that eye-catching presence at a glance. Wenzhou's innate kingly aura, coupled with his 1.9-meter height, makes him look just as impressive even when standing next to a foreigner. Aggressive black eyes and a prominent and distinct profile. Compared with foreigners with deep facial features, there is a unique racial difference. Why are they here too? As soon as Yang Yang saw them, he immediately grumbled unhappily, sensing the threat and competition. As two major construction companies in Rongchen, the Lin and Jiu families have always been competing with each other and their status is equal. I thought I could seize the initiative this time. Unexpectedly, it ended in a tie again. Yang Yang was annoyed, but had to force a smile and led Jiang Wan over. As the distance between them gets closer, Jiang Wan reacted. She met the three of them in the restaurant that day, probably for today's meeting. Let Wang Dexing help to meet the owner of the villa. Aunt Yang, Jiang Wan, you are here too. As soon as the two approached, Lin Ji took the initiative to greet them. Chapter 17 Sense of Presence. The foreign businessman is named Daniel and is from Germany. In his 40s, in addition to being a keen investor, he is also an avid golfer. When he learned that Wenzhou was a member of the Royal Liverpool Golf Club, a top international association, he immediately became very interested in him. After playing the first set of balls, the two became close. Walk halfway down the fairway. Daniel glanced over and noticed that Wenzhou had lifted up his sleeve with his left hand, revealing obvious scars on his forearm. How did Mr. Liu get injured? He asked in German. Wang Dexing, who was following on the side, watched. Although Lin Ji didn't understand, she followed their reactions. Because of the attention of several people, Wenzhou naturally lowered his sleeves and smiled faintly. Nothing, I was feeding the cat a few days ago and accidentally got bitten. Mr. Liu also has a cat. What breed? My two children also have cats. You little stray, you still won't come home with me. Mr. Liu is really kind, but you should also pay attention to safety and get vaccinated. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Daniel. I've had my shot. The two communicated in German throughout the conversation. Wang Dexing could only understand half of what was said, but Lin Ji had no way of integrating into the conversation. Her knowledge of German is limited to a few simple words. But from the tone and actions between them, one could probably guess that they were talking about the wound on his arm. Lin Ji's expression was solemn, and she bit her lips unwillingly. At this time, Wang Dexing noticed two figures approaching from afar. Without waiting for his greeting, Lin Ji was the first to speak. Aunt Yang, Jiang Wan, you are here too. She adjusted her state and called out in a relaxed tone. The group turned around and watched Yang Yang and Jiang Wan approaching. When the two of them got closer, Yang Yang's face was already covered with a polite smile. The Lin family's news spread quickly. As she spoke, she was afraid of missing something and asked them, "What are you talking about?" Yang Yang's gaze swept over them. Lin Ji didn't say anything, so Wang Dexing had to answer. Little Master Liu and Mr. Daniel are talking about raising cats. Cat? Jiang Wan frowned slightly. Wenzhou is allergic to cat hair and it is impossible for him to keep a cat. If we were to talk about this topic, I'm afraid it would lead to Lin Ji. Lin Ji has raised cats since childhood. Later, because her father remarried and Julie was afraid of cats, she sent her cat to live with a friend. Jiang Wan was thinking this when Yang Yang beside him glanced at him. After receiving the reminder, she smiled slightly and took the initiative to say hello. Hello, Mr. Daniel. Jiang Wan extended his hand to Daniel and began to introduce himself. Listen to her speak fluent German. Wang Dexing couldn't help but sigh. Madam Jiu, why didn't you bring an interpreter? It turns out your daughter-in-law is your mouthpiece. After the dinner that day, he had learned to be honest and would never dare to offend anyone again. That's right, outsiders are not as reliable as our own people. Yang said, then smiled at Wenzhou. Cousin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect you to be here too. Due to Wenzhou's status and position, she had to lower her posture, but there were other people present, so she couldn't appear too flattering. Compared with Yang's caution, Wenzhou has no scruples. He just closed his eyes lightly without saying a word in response. The atmosphere was slightly awkward. Wang Dexing broke the silence and tried to ease the situation. Mrs. Jiu is right. Miss Lin didn't even hire an interpreter, she just asked Master Lu for help. Yang was surprised. She looked at the three people in surprise, and then she realized they were in the same group. Wenzhou is obviously a distant relative of the Jiu family, but now he is siding with their competitor. If this gets out, how will the Jiu family survive? Yang was displeased, but dared not speak out. Wenzhou also didn't say anything, but his black eye swept coldly to the side. Wang Dexing felt an inexplicable chill down his spine. He couldn't tell why, but he felt as if he had been licked by some ferocious beast, and his heart began to beat wildly with anxiety. Jiang Wan and Daniel finished their introductions. She wanted to say something about GUS architecture, but a tall figure came to her side. The ball is right there. Wenzhou's voice was calm, without any emotion. He reminded Daniel, pointing to the white dot not far away. Daniel's attention was immediately diverted by him. The two continued to play and finished another set calmly. During this period, Daniel was immersed in the exchange of skills and kept communicating with Wenzhou, from equipment to techniques, favorite players and so on. Each attack hit Wenzhou's strengths. The two of them had a pleasant conversation around golf. Jiang Wan couldn't get a word in, and had no chance to talk about business matters. Yang saw it all. Seeing that she couldn't participate in the whole process, she pulled Jiang Wan aside with a somewhat dissatisfied tone. Don't you speak German? Why don't you speak? This is a rare opportunity. He's going back to Germany in 2 days. You have to make your presence felt in front of him. I don't need to emphasize how important this project is, do I? Are you deliberately trying to give the business to the Lin family and let outsiders laugh at our GU family? Yang's words were very serious. Jiang Wan wanted to explain, but knew it was useless. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law now have a typical superior-subordinate relationship. The boss only cares about the final result and doesn't care about the process of his subordinates. I know, Mom. Jiang Wan controlled his temper and responded in a gentle tone. After they finished their set of golf, the group returned to the tee. Daniel, who had been talking to Wenzhou, suddenly said to Jiang Wan, Miss Jiang, can you play golf? How about you serve this round? The others didn't understand what he was saying, but he was obviously extending an olive branch to Jiang Wan. Under Yang's pressure, Jiang Wan smiled and nodded, then walked towards the two of them. Two tall men stood by the tee box, relaxed and at ease, their aura calm. Waiting for her to come over. She picked up a wooden club from the golf bag provided by the caddy and walked to the table. Jiang Wan held the pole with both hands, lightly pressed the grass platform with his feet, and adjusted his posture. There was a breeze, blowing slowly from behind, brushing past her ears. She seemed to hear Wenzhou's voice. Stand with your feet shoulder-width apart, parallel and slightly outward. Bend your knees a little more. Keep your waist forward and your spine straight. The breeze brushed against her body, reminding her of the past touch. The man patiently taught her, adjusting her posture step by step, standing behind her, with his hands over her back, half hugging her, and holding the same golf club. Left hand on top, right hand on bottom, thumb and index finger forming a V. Keep the club face, shoulders, and hips parallel to the target line, and look down at the ball. Start your backswing. She gripped the club and started the movement, her arms rising with it. Raise the club to shoulder height, keeping your left arm upright, and rotate your upper body. Follow his movements. Make sure you have a quick downswing, pushing the club down directly into the ball, and moving your right knee forward. Continue swinging after impact, keeping your balance. Like this. The club in his hand was pulled. After holding it up, accumulate energy to descend. Aim at the target and swing quickly and accurately. Bang. Accompanied by a crisp sound. The small white dot formed a parabola in the air. It flew high from the tee, passed over the distant lawn, and finally landed precisely where it belonged. Daniel was shocked when he learned the result. Oh my God! A hole in one! His expression was exaggerated, and he clapped his hands in surprise. Oh my God! Miss Jiang, you are amazing! Daniel walked towards Jiang Wan, as if he had found some treasure, and hugged her excitedly without caring about the difference between men and women. What luck I have! I met 2 masters in one day. I'm so happy. The atmosphere became heated because of his exciting actions. Jiang Wan was also surprised. By the time she reacted, she was already hugged by Daniel excitedly. As well as there was another man standing opposite her. Wenzhou remained calm. But that face that had no expression throughout the whole process, at this moment, raised the corners of the lips, inadvertently revealing a satisfied smile. Chapter 18 Despicable. Wenzhou's smile sobers people up. Jiang Wan was suddenly brought back to reality. The few people who were originally watching the show came over to join in the fun because of Daniel's intense reaction. Learn about Jiang Wan's grades. A smile returned to Yang Yang's face, and he was very satisfied with her performance. Who taught Miss Jiang? After calming down, Daniel suddenly let go of her, touched his chin and began to review the situation. I just saw your serve, it's a bit like Mr. Lu's. Could you two be from the same school? Daniel's words froze Jiang Wan's smile on his face. She glanced at Wenzhou awkwardly. I saw that the tail of his eyebrows was slightly raised, and there was a smug light in his eyes. Also waiting for her answer. Jiang Wan was silent. No, she replied to Daniel, I haven't hired a professional teacher, and I'm not familiar with Mr. Lu. I've almost forgotten everything I learned before. When her voice fell, the world suddenly became quiet. The weather was originally clear, but suddenly a cold wind began to blow. The smile in Wenzhou's eyes disappeared, leaving only a biting coldness. Then you're amazing. Daniel didn't think much about it and took the opportunity to continue sparring with Jiang Wan. For this reversal of the situation. Yang Yang is happy to hear it. However, Jiang Wan's subsequent performance seemed less than satisfactory. The initial highlight did not last. On the one hand, she didn't want to be discovered because her fighting style was too similar to Wenzhou's. On the other hand, she hadn't touched golf for 2 years, and her skills were indeed not as good as before. A few sets of balls came down. Daniel was very satisfied and refreshed. Because he had other plans. The golf game that lasted for more than 2 hours had to come to an end. Jiang Wan, who played with him throughout the whole process, was sweating all over. After getting her room card from the front desk, she went to the VIP room to wash up and change clothes. Opened the door. Jiang Wan put his personal belongings on the sofa. Just as I was about to take off my clothes, Yang Yang called on my cell phone. The clothes were soaked with sweat and were difficult to take off. Jiang Wan had no choice but to turn on the speakerphone and put the phone aside. Jiang Wan, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Go back and compile a document of what you discussed with Daniel today and send it to me. Yang Yang assigned tasks to Jiang Wan in an imperative tone over the phone. Jiang Wan was about to respond. Suddenly, there was a sound of a door opening. She turned around in panic and saw a tall figure walking out of the bathroom. Wenzhou was soaked and didn't wipe himself dry. His wet black hair flowed down in front of his forehead, and water droplets slowly slid down his eyebrows. Flowing across his distinct nose bridge, chin, Adam's apple, and collarbone. It passed through his muscular chest and abdomen, and was finally absorbed by the bath towel wrapped around his waist. Jiang Wan was halfway through taking off his clothes. She froze in place at his sudden appearance. Her eyes widened in shock, and her mind went blank for a moment. Isn't it a single room? Why is he here? Did she go into the wrong room? Jiang Wan forgot to move for a moment, but the man's reaction was very calm. His dark eyes swept over her and he walked towards her in slippers. Jiang Wan instinctively stepped back and almost screamed. And Lu Wenzhou? Yang's voice continued to come through the mobile phone speaker. I also want all the information about his conversations with Daniel. Please organize it for me. Jiang Wan's heart was trembling. Yang on the other end of the phone had no idea. Seeing that she hadn't responded, she called her dissatisfiedly, Jiang Wan. Jiang Wan fell onto the sofa and had to remain calm. I know, Mom. She tried to keep her tone calm. Yang hung up the phone until she agreed. Crisis is contacted. Jiang Wan didn't even bother to put on his clothes. He picked up his cell phone and personal belongings and prepared to leave this dangerous place. But don't wait for her to succeed. Lu Wenzhou had already taken the initiative and threw her change bag to the ground. One hand held Jiang Wan's hand and pulled her back to him. Is your memory better now? His voice was muffled and sounded dangerously behind her. Long arms wrapped around her body, keeping her back pressed against his chest. Lu Wenzhou leaned over and whispered in her ear, what did Daniel and I talk about? Can you repeat it for me? His playful chuckle was frightening. Need not. Jiang Wan said this, stretching her arms out to escape his embrace. The man's arms were like strong shackles, locking her tightly in front of him and not giving her any chance to escape. Jiang Wan was annoyed and then came to his senses. Lu Wenzhou, did you do this on purpose? She protested, her tone disgusted. There was no such thing as her going into the wrong room. He deliberately arranged it and asked the front desk to give her the room card of his room. Despicable thing. Jiang Wan struggled hard and pretended to leave. But as soon as her hand touched the door handle, the man picked her up by the waist. Lu Wenzhou threw her onto the bed. Jiang Wan felt dizzy for a moment, and when her vision returned to normal, the man was already on top of her, looking down at her again. The light above his head cast a layer of light around him. Jiang Wan was in his shadow. Mean. Lu Wenzhou held her wrist, his voice cold between his teeth. It's better than forgetfulness, right? The strength of his palm began to increase, and the air pressure dropped. Have you almost forgotten it? Would you like me to help you recall, what did we do after playing ball? Lu Wenzhou sneered. Jiang Wan's heart was in his throat. Those passionate scenes surged out from the depths of her memory. The rapids hit the rocks, creating thousands of waves. Nerve. Jiang Wan didn't want to recall the past and struggled fiercely under him, let me go. Lu Wenzhou had obviously made up his mind. Without waiting for her to protest, he went straight to the point and bent down to kiss her. She was forced to swallow back her words of dissatisfaction and cursing, and she had no chance to say them out loud. The clothes that were already half taken off were taken off even more easily by him. In anger, Jiang Wan opened his mouth and bit him in frustration. But the man seemed to feel no pain. There was a clear taste of blood in her mouth, but he never let go, instead he continued to advance. Land. Jiang Wan had just uttered a word when he kissed her back. He answered her with concrete actions, I am here. Jiang Wan was so angry that he was shaking, but he was no match for him. She was far inferior to him in both size and strength. The temperature in the room suddenly rose. Just when Jiang Wan thought he was doomed again, Lin Ji's voice suddenly came from outside the door. Mr. Lu, it's me. She knocked on the door. Lin Ji's voice was like an arrow, hitting Jiang Wan right between her eyebrows and making her forget to move. But the man on her body was in this gap. He took possession of her forcefully. Jiang Wan almost whimpered and didn't even bother to push him away. The world became extremely quiet. No one made a sound, which made Lin Ji's murmurs very clear. Huh? Why isn't the door locked? As she spoke, she put her hand on the door handle and pushed it open from the outside. Where is chapter 19? Lin Ji pushed the door open and peeked inside tentatively. The lights were on inside. But there was no one in sight. The bed sheets were in a mess, as if they had just been through something. There was an indescribable ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Lin Ji frowned slightly. Wenzhou. She called him, trying to get Lu Wenzhou's attention. However, no one responded. Lin Ji didn't give up. She pushed the door open and walked in, her eyes scanning everything in the room. Finally, she fixed her eyes on the closed bathroom door. Wenzhou, are you taking a shower? Lin Ji asked and walked inside. Still no response. She stood at the bathroom door, as if to press the doorknob. But the door was locked from the inside. Lin Ji couldn't get in. The abnormal signs confused her. He won't faint in there, will he? Lin Ji muttered. She was thinking about contacting the stadium staff. Before she could react, the sound of a shower suddenly came from inside. The water is dripping. Lin Ji stopped picking up her phone and knocked on the door again. Wenzhou, can you hear me? Are you okay? She pricked up her ears to listen. After more than 10 seconds of silence, Lu Wenzhou's muffled voice was heard from inside. Fine. Lin Ji breathed a sigh of relief. She stayed where she was and said to him, Are you free tonight? My dad wants to invite you to dinner. The only response she got was endless silence, except for the sound of flowing water. Wenzhou. Lin Ji called him again. Then he waited for Lu Wenzhou to say an almost inaudible hum. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Ji immediately smiled happily. Really? She confirmed with him again, but Lu Wenzhou seemed to have disappeared again. Lin Ji listened attentively. In addition to the sound of running water, there seemed to be some rustling noises in the bathroom. Wenzhou, are you really okay? She asked with concern, and then suggested, I'll be waiting for you outside. Call me if you need anything. When her voice fell, Lu Wenzhou let out another muffled groan. After a while, she heard him squeeze out a sentence in a low voice. Go back to your room first, I'll come find you later. After hearing Lu Wenzhou's words, Lin Ji widened her eyes in surprise. Good. She agreed readily, her heart beating faster. Following Lu Wenzhou's instructions, Lin Ji turned and left. But just as she was on her way to the door, she caught a glimpse of something that caught her attention and could not be ignored. In the bathroom, Jiang Wan was soaked all over. She gritted her teeth in frustration and trembled with anger. Damn Lu Wenzhou, he obviously did it on purpose. Knowing that she was afraid and nervous and would not dare to resist violently, he deliberately kept Lin Ji in suspense to delay time. I heard the sound of the door outside closing. Make sure Lin Ji has left. Jiang Wan finally uttered the voice that had been stuck in his throat for a long time. Her voice trembled as she shouted angrily, Asshole, are you done yet? The forbearance she had just shown was gone, and she became sharp and prickly again, making people love and hate her. Lu Wenzhou was behind her and also no longer restrained himself. Not yet. He answered with his actions, a triumphant smile on the corner of his lips. Jiang Wan saw it and felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Dog man. Thinking of his conversation with Lin Ji just now, Jiang Wan hated Lu Wenzhou and mocked him. Sooner or later, I'll die in a woman's bed. Her tone was sharp, irritating Lu Wenzhou's nerves both internally and externally. His jaw tightened and his eyes darkened. Looking down at her delicate red lips, Lu Wenzhou freed one hand and lifted her chin. Since this mouth can't say anything nice, why not do something else? The words fell. He lowered his head and kissed her, punishing her in a different way. Force her to submit and drag her into her dominance. Lasts a long time. The sound of running water in the bathroom finally stopped. Jiang Wan, who regained his freedom, changed into his own clothes, packed up his things and left in a hurry. What I didn't expect was, Jiang Wan just came down the stairs to the first floor. I saw Lin Ji standing at the end of the stairs. She leaned against the wall, facing the lobby. Hear something? Lin Ji raised his eyes and looked at her, and their eyes met in the air. Jiang Wan stopped involuntarily halfway through his walk. An indescribable feeling of suffocation came over me. Her heart skipped a beat. His hands unconsciously grabbed the handrail of the stairs next to him. When she met Lin Ji's gaze, the woman's intuition told her that she was waiting for her. As for why, Jiang Wan didn't dare to think about it too much. Compared with her nervousness, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lost their original sharpness and returned to their usual casualness. Jiang Wan, you haven't left yet. Lin Ji smiled at her and said, I just saw Aunt Yang had left, and I thought you were with her. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth and breathed a sigh of relief. She remained calm and continued walking down. She left early because of something, and I have to rush to the company. After Jiang Wan finished speaking to her, he lifted the bag in his hand and prepared to walk towards the lobby. And she was about to take a step. Lin Ji suddenly asked, "Where were you just now?" Her voice was different from before, deeper and with a hint of questioning. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. "But I can only bite the bullet. I'm showering and changing." She turned around and gave Lin Ji a fake smile. "Where else can I go?" Lin Ji in his sight lowered his eyebrows. Her shoulder-length hair covered half of her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Although Jiang Wan felt guilty, the fault was not hers. There is someone else to blame. Jiang Wan's vision became clear again, and his eyes became firm. Until Lin Ji suddenly stretched out his hand from his pocket. In front of her, she opened her palm with her hand facing up and asked her, "Is this yours?" Jiang Wan lowered his eyes and looked. Seeing what was in her palm, Jiang Wan's pupils suddenly contracted. She instinctively raised her hand and touched her earlobe with her fingertips, but her left ear was empty. The missing pinwheel earring. It is currently in Lin Ji's palm. Where did she get it? Jiang Wan suddenly felt a little uneasy. Without waiting for her response, Lin Ji looked up at her with cold eyes and a chilling tone. "I just found it in Wenzhou's room." After Lin Ji said this, he gave her a creepy smile. "Do you have anything to say?" Chapter 20 Waiting for You. Jiang Wan stood there in a daze. Even though she usually has a sharp mouth, at this moment, she was speechless and couldn't utter a word. The affair was discovered. What can she say? Let her go and settle the score with Wenzhou. Given the difference in their status, she could only be considered a slut who seduced him. Jiang Wan gritted his teeth unconsciously. His hatred towards Wenzhou intensified. It was clearly him who did something wrong, but she was the one who bore the pressure. Jiang Wan fell silent and the atmosphere became subtle. She didn't speak for a long time. Lin Ji in her sight suddenly put on a relaxed smile. "It seems that you are still unwilling to accept my identity." Lin Ji changed the subject and didn't sound like she was blaming or questioning at all. Instead, she seemed a little annoyed. Jiang Wan couldn't help but frown, not knowing what she was talking about. Until Lin Ji reached out and lifted up one side of her hair and tucked it behind her ear. "Follow her movements." Jiang Wan saw clearly that she was wearing the same windmill earrings on her earlobes. Jiang Wan was stunned. Lin Ji smiled and said, "If someone saw us, they would definitely think we were sisters with deep affection, right? Although we are not related by blood, our relationship is so close that we can wear the same style." Jiang Wan was speechless. His originally furrowed brows did not relax at all. Lin Ji continued, "Were these earrings a gift from Huaishu? Do all men have the same taste? Or do distant cousins also have similar tastes?" Wenzhou probably thought I dropped it, so he brought it back to the room. Following her explanation, Jiang Wan came to his senses. The earrings were given by Wenzhou. Thinking back to when she saw WeChat in the hospital before that, it seems that the gift referred to at that time was this pair of earrings. The tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. Jiang Wan smiled slightly and took the earrings back from Lin Ji. She put it away and said goodbye to Lin Ji. "Wait for Jiang Wan to leave." Lin Ji stood there, watching her leave. As she gradually walked away, the smile that was originally on Lin Ji's face disappeared. Instead, there were sharp eyes and unwilling lip biting. Not long after Jiang Wan left, Lin Ji waited for Wenzhou in the lobby. "Mr. Liu." As soon as she saw him coming down the stairs, Lin Ji immediately greeted him with a smile. Her appearance made Wenzhou's originally comfortable expression turn several degrees colder in an instant. "I was afraid you didn't remember where my room was, so I'll wait for you here." Lin Ji took the initiative to explain. Wenzhou was very frugal with words, and while he was processing the procedures at the front desk, he responded to her with an indifferent hum. Even so, Lin Ji didn't care. "My dad has already booked a restaurant. Tonight we will." She didn't finish her words. Wenzhou took the card from the receptionist and turned around, saying coldly, "I have something else to do. It's not convenient for me." Lin Ji was stunned. Seeing Wenzhou leave after he finished speaking, she hurriedly followed him. "No, didn't you just agree? You said." "What did I say?" Lu Wenzhou stopped and interrupted her, his black eyes swept over coldly. I said we'll have dinner together tonight. The tone of his voice when he asked back was terribly low. The aura surrounding him showed his impatience, making people afraid to respond. Lin Ji was shocked by him. I didn't dare to respond rashly. As she nodded in restraint, it was hard to ignore the earrings on her ears. His black pupils narrowed dangerously. He broke the silence. Ms. Lin is able to study for a master's degree, so she should know the illusion of Dong Shishio Pin. Lin Ji was stunned. She looked up in disbelief. She met Lu Wenzhou's straightforward gaze, looking at her ears unhappily. Lin Ji confirmed what he meant, and a surge of anger suddenly surged in her lungs, and even her cheeks became hot. She suppressed her emotions with great effort and forced a smile in response to his ridicule. Mr. Lu, you misunderstood. Lin Ji's smile was uglier than crying, and every word was almost squeezed out from between her teeth. I originally thought I had the same aesthetic taste as Jiang Wan, but after talking to her I realized I had the same taste as Jiu Huaishu. Lu Wenzhou's eyes suddenly turned cold. His face was gloomy and he didn't say another word. With an expressionless face, he strode towards the parking lot. And Lin Ji stayed where he was. Although she fought back, she still felt extremely embarrassed by what Lu Wenzhou said. At the same time Lu Wenzhou got in the car. She ripped off her earrings in frustration and threw them directly into the trash can. After coming out of the golf course, Jiang Wan had no choice but to take a taxi alone. However, the stadium was located in a remote area, and she opened the app and waited for a long time, but no driver accepted the order. In desperation, she had to choose to walk for a while. It just so happened that she hadn't had time to blow dry her hair, so she could dry it in the sun for a while. Jiang Wan walked down the street alone. There is almost no traffic. She was alone. Because of this, in a silent environment, the slightest movement will attract special attention. I heard a car coming from behind. Jiang Wan instinctively turned around, thinking that maybe he could get a ride. However, accompanied by her sidelong glance. That conspicuous silver Rolls-Royce, with its striking Beijing license plate number. Jiang Wan was unable to turn around and had already retracted his body in advance. She acted as if nothing had happened and continued walking forward. The Rolls-Royce also came closer and drove away from behind Jiang Wan, lifting her long hair behind her and driving forward. Watching the car disappear around the corner, Jiang Wan looked away in disgust. When I picked up the phone again, there was still no one to accept the order on the taxi interface. Jiang Wan felt irritated. She was already tired after playing golf for 2 hours, and that bastard Lu Wenzhou had drained her energy. She had only walked less than a kilometer, but her legs were already shaking. And the culprit must have already taken Lin Ji back home to prepare for dinner, right? An unconscious surge of anger built up in Jiang Wan's heart. She walked forward, cursing Lu Wenzhou. It seems that only in this way can she have the motivation to persevere. Wait until she reaches the fork in the road. The familiar Rolls-Royce appeared in her sight again. It was parked by the roadside. A tall figure was leaning against the car door, holding a cigarette in his hand and smoking slowly. Seeing Jiang Wan noticed him, his gaze shifted. But before the two of them could look at each other, Jiang Wan had already looked away. She did not go in the direction where Lu Wenzhou was, but chose another direction at the fork in the road. Jiang Wan continued forward. After a while, she heard the sound of wheels rolling on the ground again. The car is not going fast. That special silver color slowly entered her peripheral vision. The rear end of the Rolls-Royce appeared first, with the rear windows rolled down. Lu Wenzhou's stern face then appeared. The vehicle reversed in sync with Jiang Wan's walking speed. Jiang Wan ignored him. Until Lu Wenzhou's low voice sounded. Get in the car. While not allowing her to argue, he reminded her, this is a dead end. Chapter 21 Aroma. The VIP box is luxuriously decorated. On their way here, Jiang Wan had already anticipated the scene she would encounter. She even hoped to catch Jiu Huaishu having an affair with other women. In that way, she could occupy the moral high ground, make Jiu Huaishu feel guilty about her, and while making up for her, she could also use retreat to advance and control him. The reality is, the moment she rushed into the box, the first figure that came into her sight was Lu Wenzhou. He was leaning against the circular sofa, wearing a black sweater. One arm rested on the back of the sofa, a glass of whiskey held between his slender fingers. Sit with your long legs crossed. At this moment, Lu Wenzhou was like a black panther hiding in the jungle. Lazy and elegant, mysterious and dangerous. On the coffee table in front of him, several wine bottles were placed randomly, some empty, and some half-drunk. As soon as I saw him, Jiang Wan stopped where he was and even forgot to breathe. Until behind Lu Wenzhou, a semi-open circular archway was hung with a laser bead curtain. Although the specific images could not be seen clearly, the sounds of men and women laughing could be heard. My goodness, how can you do this? A familiar voice and name came from inside, making Jiang Wan's heart stop suddenly. She raised her eyes and looked deep inside. There were blurry figures tangled together on the bed, for more than 2 people. There was no need to confirm, Jiang Wan knew it was Jiu Huaishu. Her face darkened. The desire to catch the adulterer is no longer urgent. The laughter of men and women could be heard from the inner room, filling the air with a decadent atmosphere. The manager at the door was about to explain the situation. Lu Wenzhou raised his chin. One of our own. As his calm voice fell, the manager immediately nodded and walked out. He closed the door and left Jiang Wan in the box. The reclosure of the space made the sounds of music and playfulness clearer. Indulge in sensual pleasures and live a life of luxury. Jiang Wan stood there with a heavy expression, in a dilemma. Lu Wenzhou casually put down the wine glass in his hand. The sound of the glass colliding made Jiang Wan's heart tremble. Since you've come all the way here, why don't you go in and take a look? His voice was low and bewitching, and he had an aura of commanding presence, as if everything was under his control. The music in the inner room was a mixture of coquettishness and a man's panting. It's not hard to imagine what's going on. Also, Jiu Huaishu hasn't noticed her yet. The original impulse was now unraveled because of Lu Wenzhou's presence. And the man in front of her. As if seeing through her retreat and hesitation. Lu Wenzhou stared at her with a playful, even somewhat provocative look in his eyes. It was like he was betting that she wouldn't dare to face it and expose her previous disguise. Jiang Wan felt an inexplicable lump of air in his chest. Thinking of the purpose of her visit, she clenched her palms and her bright eyes became firm. Jiang Wan ignored Lu Wenzhou's existence and prepared to continue to expose Jiu Huaishu's chaotic private life. She walked into the inner room. But before she could reach out to lift the bead curtain, the man leaning on the sofa suddenly stretched out his arms and hugged her around the waist. With a thud, Jiang Wan sat on Lu Wenzhou's lap. The palm against her waist was large and hot, and even through her clothes Jiang Wan felt like she was being burned by fire. She was about to jump up, but the man seemed to have predicted it. His arms tightened tightly around her, preventing her from breaking free from him. Lu Wenzhou, let me go. Jiang Wan tilted his head and spoke angrily in a low voice. Almost at the same time, there was a sudden knock on the door of the box. Mr. Lu, the wine you requested. Enter. The next second after Lu Wenzhou responded calmly, the closed door was pushed open from the outside. Jiang Wan, sitting on his lap, so that he had no intention of letting go. She instinctively lowered her head to avoid him, and her long curly hair covered her face. She came in by revealing her identity. As Mrs. Jiu, how could she behave intimately with other men? Jiang Wan's body was so stiff that he dared not move. Seeing this, Lu Wenzhou took advantage of the situation and grabbed one of her legs. She held her hand and let her face him face to face. Jiang Wan sat on his lap in a very shameful posture. At this point, Lu Wenzhou still didn't hold back. He hugged her tightly and whispered in her ear. Sitting like this, he can't see at all. The man's hot breath came through the gaps in his hair and landed on the tip of Jiang Wan's ear. Because of his actions, Jiang Wan's hands inevitably touched him. Her delicate fingertips stroked along the silky and dense sweater, and she could clearly feel his strong body underneath the clothes. It was as if an electric current ran through me. Jiang Wan couldn't avoid it, and had nowhere to hide. The scent of him was so familiar to me. The Fauger scent is mixed with the clean and refreshing grapefruit, and has a calm and stylish woody note. It is not a perfume that you spray on your body, but an aftershave specifically for men. It was the same one she had chosen before. After smelling the fragrance, Jiang Wan forgot to move, and his brain seemed to be overwhelmed by the tide of memories. The aura around her changed invisibly. Lu Wenzhou's embrace of her became tighter, their bodies pressed so closely together that there was almost no space between them. It is not uncommon in today's world for men and women to be intimate with each other without paying attention to others. But due to his noble status and her overly slender and charming back, the waiter who came in with the tray couldn't help but take a few more glances and slowed down his pace. Until Lu Wenzhou stretched out his long arms, put his hand on the back of Jiang Wan's neck, and held her in his arms. The black pupils facing the waiter turned sharp. The chill that spread from all around was chilling. The waiter immediately lowered his head to avoid his gaze and, as Lu Wenzhou indicated, sent the wine to the inner room. As he lifted the bead curtain, Jiang Wan, who was sitting with her back to him, looked up and saw a scene that was unbearable to look at. The light casts a shadow on the wall. Some were lying down, some were lying on their stomachs, some were kneeling. Jiang Wan couldn't see anyone's appearance clearly, but he could clearly hear Jiu Huaishu's heavy breathing and the sound of lips and teeth entangled. "Did you see clearly?" Lu Wenzhou's voice rang in his ears again. The teasing and mocking tone was like an arrow, piercing Jiang Wan's heart. "He's always been so extravagant," Lu Wenzhou told him in a deep voice. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wan answered very calmly. "So what?" The hand that was hugging her was visibly startled. Jiang Wan retracted his gaze and told him, "I'm here to take him home." "Jiang Wan." Lu Wenzhou growled in displeasure. He grabbed her by the scruff of the neck and threw her directly onto the sofa. His massive body rested on top of hers, their noses only a few centimeters apart. Lu Wenzhou looked down at her. Anger was swirling in the depths of his black pupils. "You can forgive him for being such a scoundrel? But when it comes to me, am I so unforgivable?" He opened his thin lips slightly. Each word was pierced with a bone-chilling bite, as if it wanted to tear her into pieces. Jiang Wan looked at her reflection in his eyes. Those eyes that were once full of tenderness and affection have now become cold as ice. She killed her with her own hands. Jiang Wan stared at him, emphasizing every word. "You're different." As her words fell, the world began to shake. Chapter 22 Difficult. Why is it different? Lu Wenzhou spoke in a hoarse voice, trying to suppress the emotions surging in his heart. His dark pupils stared at her deeply. "He is as noble as a god. But like the devout believers in front of it, it is waiting for an answer." Jiang Wan lay under him. Looking into his eyes, every word she said pierced his heart. "He is bad on the surface, and you are evil in your heart." The pair of eyes in my sight were trembling wildly as if stimulated by something. For a while, the chaos in the box seemed isolated from them. Lu Wenzhou opened his lips slightly, wanting to say something, but Jiang Wan's eyes were so firm that he had already sentenced him to death. Jiang Wan heard the sound of sofa leather rubbing against each other. Yu Guangzhong clenched her hands into fists, and the air pressure around her became increasingly low. But she remained calm and determined. It wasn't the first day she knew that Jiu Huaishu was unfaithful. "I have also checked his physical examination report a long time ago. He is in good health and has received all the necessary vaccinations for both sexes. Even if she has an affair, she won't be infected with any disease. That's enough. For a man who doesn't love you, she is a tool that can be used. Why so many requirements?" Jiang Wan's eyes betrayed her inner thoughts and also proved that what she had just said was true. The jaw tightened in sight. Lu Wenzhou gritted his teeth, and the sound squeezed out from between his teeth. "I'm not as good as him." There was a bone-chilling chill in his contemptuous tone. It was as if he was suffering the most humiliating humiliation he had ever suffered in his life. So he went to Switzerland. Lu Wenzhou had just opened his mouth when Jiang Wan interrupted him. "It doesn't matter. It's just about finding a woman," she answered calmly and frankly, without any emotional fluctuation. His eyebrows were furrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Jiang Wan was sure she was right, and she continued with a slight curl of her lips, "Looking for one is the same as looking for a man, and looking for a group is the same as looking for a man. What's the point of talking about being loyal to a man? It's better to be clear about your scumbag than to pretend you don't understand." She smiled at him with a mocking look in her eyes. The sound is very light, but the lethality is extremely strong. His pupils were bloodshot, and there was a raging storm in his eyes. It was dark and terrifying, and a storm was about to come. For his emotional turmoil, Jiang Wan remained indifferent without any ripples. "Can you let me go now?" she whispered, emphasizing his identity with her lips, "little cousin." That moment, Lu Wenzhou's heartstrings were completely broken. "Don't even think about it." He pinched her chin, leaned over and kissed her directly on the lips. The taste of whiskey was rampant in the mouth because of his invasion. Jiang Wan wanted to push him away, but he held her tightly. Lu Wenzhou kissed her fiercely, as if he was punishing her for her double standards, and as if he was forcing her to tell the truth. Familiar kissing technique, passionate and violent. Jiang Wan was furious, but unable to fight back. At the same time, a charming woman's voice could be heard from the inner room. "Mr. Jiu, can I feed you some wine?" Mouth to mouth. "You're the only one who can." Jiu Huaishu's voice disappeared as he swallowed. Behind a beaded curtain, men and women are embracing each other. Her newlywed husband was having a passionate affair with another woman, and she was being pressed down and kissed madly by his little cousin. Jiang Wan was about to explode in anger when the waiter who was delivering their wine came out from the inner room. She wanted to push Lu Wenzhou's hands away. She suddenly grabbed his sweater and pulled it back, using Lu Wenzhou's body to block her face. Jiang Wan was only thinking about avoiding the waiter. The man on her breathed slightly when he got her response. The hand holding her chin suddenly loosened and fell naturally beside her ear. He placed his fingertips lightly on Jiang Wan's earlobe and kneaded it playfully. He knew her too well. Know her likes and weaknesses well. Clearly feeling her body weaken, Lu Wenzhou's lips curled up slightly. The kiss that was originally as fierce as a storm turned into a gentle spring rain. Until he reached out and pulled out the hem of Jiang Wan's shirt tied around his waist. The sharp contrast between the cold air and the man's hot palm startled Jiang Wan. She came to her senses on the brink of collapse. The fermentation of the alcohol and her brief loss of consciousness released the beast that had been trapped in his heart for a long time. Lu Wenzhou wanted her here. "I wanted so badly." Realizing what he was thinking, Jiang Wan's eyes widened. The next second after the waiter left, she took advantage of his unpreparedness and took a big bite. Lu Wenzhou was in pain and froze for a moment. Jiang Wan used his hands and feet to push him away and slapped him in the face. Lu Wenzhou reacted quickly. He turned his head to avoid her slap. But the sharp setting of the diamond ring on her ring finger still left a faint blush on his cheek. The black pupils became colder and colder as his mind became clearer. Jiang Wan had already distanced himself from him after withdrawing. Her chest heaved with anger, and she wiped her lips with the back of her hand, as if she could wipe away the traces of his kiss if she pushed hard enough. After glaring at Lu Wenzhou angrily, Jiang Wan left a look of disgust, no longer caring about Jiu Huaishu, and rushed straight to the door. She left Jin Chao and returned to her and Jiu Huaishu's wedding room. Obviously a lot of time has passed. But the numbness on her lips still remained, constantly reminding her of what had just happened. Jiang Wan was very upset. After taking a long shower in the bathroom, she changed into her pajamas and lay down on the bed. Fell asleep in a daze. She didn't know how much time had passed before the sound of the door lock closing woke her up from her light sleep. Jiang Wan just opened his eyes. In the dim light, a dark shadow with a strong smell of alcohol rushed towards her. "Be good." Jiu Huaishu lay directly on top of her through the quilt. In addition to the smell of alcohol, there is also a mixture of different scents of powder and perfume. The familiar breath made Jiang Wan wake up instantly. "Did you go to Jinzhou to see me tonight?" Jiu Huaishu closed his eyes and rubbed back and forth in her arms like a big cat. Jiang Wan was speechless. The memories she had just erased came flooding back to her. She was hesitating about how to explain, and then she heard Jiu Huaishu say, "I heard it from the manager, and then I asked my cousin. He said he saw you in the corridor, and you left as soon as you heard we were busy with work." Jiang Wan listened to his retelling and swallowed the words in her throat. "My goodness, how can you be so nice? How can I have such an understanding wife?" Seeing that she remained silent, Jiu Huaishu suddenly sat up and raised 3 fingers at her in a drunken manner. "I swear, baby, I'm really busy on business," he said seriously. "My cousin has been dragging me to discuss business these days, so I didn't go home to accompany my dear. Please don't be angry with me, okay? Jiu Weishu spoke without any guilt, and acted as if it were the real thing. Okay. Jiang Wan agreed half-heartedly, also wanting to put tonight's events behind him as soon as possible. So good. Jiu Weishu suddenly changed the subject, put his hands on Jiang Wan's sides, opened his eyes and looked down at her suspiciously. Eyes clouded by drunkenness tried to look around soberly. Jiang Wan suddenly became nervous because of his abnormal behavior. But the next second, Jiu Weishu suddenly realized and smiled evilly. I know, you must be missing me, he said, lowering his head to kiss her neck. A scorching voice uttered, tonight, let me make it up to you. Chapter 23 Meaning. Jiu Weishu's sudden attack caught Jiang Wan off guard. Husband. She instinctively wanted to stop, but this trembling shout undoubtedly added fuel to the fire. My husband is here. Jiu Weishu kissed her slowly, sorry for keeping you waiting for so long, your husband will satisfy you right away. After saying that, he lifted the thin blanket covering Jiang Wan. The dim light outlined her exquisite curves, and her fair and delicate skin was revealed between her long curly hair and pajamas. Jiu Weishu stared blankly. After a brief pause, he excitedly and impatiently pressed Jiang Wan, rubbing her randomly. This day has finally come. Jiang Wan suppressed the discomfort in her heart and said shyly, turn off the lights. She bit her lip and reached out to turn on the lamp. And while the bedroom was completely plunged into darkness, he took the opportunity to open the drawer of the bedside table while retracting his hand. It would be better if it happened while Jiu Weishu was drunk. As long as there were bloodstains on the sheets and she acted convincingly enough, she could get away with it. Jiu Weishu was overwhelmed by excitement. Jiang Wan also unscrewed the bottle cap, put his finger into the bottle mouth, took out a capsule and waited for the opportunity. However, Jiu Weishu kissed her all over her body, but finally stopped and there was no further action. Husband. Seeing him sitting on the bed motionless, Jiang Wan asked tentatively, what's wrong? Her heart was in her throat, thinking she had been caught cheating. As a result, Jiu Weishu held her hand and moved her closer to him. My goodness, what should I do? I seem to have drunk too much and can't muster up any energy. Jiang Wan's palms were burning hot. But it was only scalding hot. It has completely lost its previous glory. It's not that he drank too much, it's that he did too much. Jiang Wan didn't know whether to be happy or sad. The capsule in her other hand was softened by her nervous sweat and was sticky and could burst at any time. She didn't dare to move anymore and just wanted to move forward quickly. It's either life or death, just one quick decision. Just when she was hesitating whether to continue helping him, Jiu Weishu suddenly fell asleep beside her like a deflated ball. Be good, let's do it another time. He held her in his arms, closed his eyes, and greedily sniffed her fragrance. I'm just too tired, or maybe, the alcohol I've been drinking these past 2 days is not good. Jiu Weishu's consciousness gradually became blurred, but he did not forget to emphasize saving face. I'm serious. It's not just me, my little cousin can't do it either. His sudden words lifted the cloth that had covered Jiang Wan's memory deep inside. Memories flooded back. The scenes of Wenzhou whispering in her ear, wanting her harshly but also coaxing her gently, kept lingering in Jiang Wan's mind. Don't believe me, he looks tall and strong, but is actually a second-rate guy. Jiu Weishu's voice became increasingly vague. I saw him and a woman with my own eyes today, for less than 3 minutes in total. Jiang Wan couldn't help but open his eyes wide. The darkness concealed the shock and panic in her eyes. Fortunately, after Jiu Weishu said these words, he completely lost consciousness and fell asleep. This night, Jiang Wan and Jiu Weishu slept in the same bed for the first time in the true sense. She almost stayed awake all night and couldn't fall asleep in his arms. The next day, she was getting ready to get up. Just as she was about to lift the quilt, Jiu Weishu beside her reached out and hugged her. Today is Saturday. He closed his eyes and said lazily, I'll spend the weekend with Guige. Jiang Wan froze. She speculated about his accompanying method and worried about what he would do to her. After all, it is difficult to cheat during the day, and it also tests her acting skills more. Fortunately, Jiu Weishu was still in good shape. After complaining about the strong after effects of the alcohol, he offered to accompany Jiang Wan shopping and take her shopping. Jiang Wan was naturally happy. She was worried that she would not have the chance to break the rumors. When two people travel together, they can naturally create the illusion of love. Jiang Wan chose the shopping mall with the highest traffic in Rongcheng and went shopping at the busiest time. Because of her outstanding appearance, she attracted the attention of many passers-by. Jiu Huaishu, who was standing beside him, was secretly happy while he hugged Jiang Wan's waist tightly to declare his sovereignty. Jiang Wan would also approach him intimately from time to time, with her chin resting on Jiu Huaishu's shoulder, and whispering to him. Just 1 hour. Jiu Huaishu spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, which alarmed the floor manager to come and join him. Jiang Wan did not feel burdened, but rather very happy. The louder the wind is, the more it can reach those people's ears. Hubby, will you dislike me for being a spendthrift? After completing a few more orders, Jiang Wan looked at Jiu Huaishu with a pair of innocent eyes and a teasing tone. He was the most susceptible to this and his heart softened instantly. Why are you ruining the family? My husband earns money for you to spend. Besides. Jiu Huaishu raised his eyebrows, looking smug. Gu's company is about to take over the Rongqing Land King project. It's not too much to make a few $100 million from it, right? Why are you still concerned about this little money? His words made Jiang Wan's heart hang in the balance. Rongqing Land King, she asked tentatively, GU Corporation is also participating in the bidding. He's my little cousin. Jiu Huaishu told her that Lu Wenzhou had established connections with Rongqing executives and that the land belonged to him. As distant relatives, and the Jiu family is already engaged in the construction industry. The cooperation between the two companies is a done deal. He had been hanging out in the nightclub with Lu Wenzhou these past 2 days just because of this matter. After hearing his explanation, Jiang Wan's face did not show joy, but instead frowned in confusion. Lu Wenzhou is planning to win the title of the Land King, and he also wants to share a piece of the pie with GU Group. Why does it feel so unreal? Jiang Wan couldn't describe the feeling. At the same time, her eyes glanced casually. Through the transparent glass of the men's clothing store, I saw a familiar figure. Lin Ji stood in front of the tie counter and took a tie display box from the salesgirl. She carefully selected and compared several different styles. Seeing this scene through the window, Jiang Wan almost instinctively glanced in other directions of the store, his pupils trembling unconsciously. As if looking for another figure. Darling, what's wrong? Jiu Huaishu noticed that something was wrong with her. Seeing her staring at the men's clothing store, he pinched her waist lightly in annoyance. I know you're the best to me. He hugged her and changed direction. Go in and take a look. The two walked into the men's clothing store where Lin Ji was. The salesgirl immediately came forward to greet them and led them in opposite directions. Jiu Huaishu didn't notice Lin Ji, and his cell phone rang first. He gestured to Jiang Wan to stay and choose for him, while he answered the phone and walked out. The salesgirl actively recommended it. Jiang Wan couldn't help but look in another direction. Lin Ji finally chose a navy blue silk tie and handed an envelope to the salesgirl when paying. Pack it in a gift box and have it delivered to Presidential Suite 3320 at Genting Hotel for me. Her voice was not loud, but Jiang Wan heard it clearly. Wait until she pays the bill and leaves. When they turned around, Lin Ji and Jiang Wan looked at each other. The two sides were separated by several meters, with nothing in between, as if there was a chasm between them. No one took the initiative to say hello. Until Jiu Huaishu returned after answering the phone. Lin Ji. Are you back home? Chapter 24 Don't Want It. Jiu Huaishu was surprised. He was about to take the initiative to go over and talk to her when Lin Ji glanced at him indifferently. She squeezed out a sentence expressionlessly, happy wedding. After saying that, Lin Ji withdrew his gaze and walked straight to the door of the store. Hey. Jiu Huaishu watched her turn around and complained to Jiang Wan after she left. No, is she okay? He was dissatisfied with her reaction and said in a bad tone, I was talking to her nicely, what's with her attitude? No wonder no one likes you, old maid. After expressing his disdain, Jiu Huaishu came to Jiang Wan, hugged her waist intimately and gave her a squeeze. My sweetheart is still the best, so beautiful and well behaved, she is worthy of being my sweetheart. He showed his affection as if no one was around, and his words were very clever. The salesgirl smiled and agreed, not forgetting to introduce the new styles of the season to the two of them. Their window displayed many men's clothing and accessories, but the only thing on Jiang Wan's mind was the navy blue silk tie. Good boy. It was not until Jiu Huaishu called her that Jiang Wan realized that she had lost consciousness. Are you tired of shopping? Let's go get something to eat. Jiang Wan nodded. She is like a well-behaved kitten, pretty, gentle and lovable. Jiu Huaishu felt itchy and took her hand and walked out of the men's clothing store. Does the Lu family have any property in Rongchen? Jiang Wan blurted out something for no reason. Jiu Huaishu tilted his head. Why are you suddenly concerned about this? Nothing, just asking casually. Didn't they say they were planning to take over the land king in Rongchen? Yes. Jiu Huaishu said this, raising his chin proudly. It's considered the land king in Rongchen, but it's nothing compared to Beijing. My cousin doesn't even plan to stay in Rongchen for long. Even if he gets the land, he'll let us handle it. He doesn't look like he's joking. Jiang Wan's eyes showed surprise, and then he frowned. Did my cousin say that? She asked suspiciously. Jiu Huaishu shrugged. That's about it. If he plans to stay in Rongchen for a long time, he can't stay at the Genting Hotel all the time. With the Lu family's financial resources, buying a ready-made villa to live in is not as easy as breathing. He continued speaking, but Jiang Wan couldn't hear what he said next. Only the 4 words, Genting Hotel, remain. Before the two of them reached the door of the dessert shop, Yang called again and asked them to go back to Gu's house. On their way there, Jiang Wan guessed that the news of Jiu Huaishu taking her shopping would spread to the circle and also to Yang's ears. As expected, the two had just walked in. Immediately, I heard Yang's sarcastic voice coming from the living room. Oh, you're really willing to come here? She sat at the tea table with some leftover tea and snacks at hand. It can be seen that a guest has just come. Mom. Jiang Wan nodded obediently, and his humble attitude was very appropriate. I can't bear the thought of you calling me mother. Yang glanced at her, his eyes full of disdain for her. Since you have become the daughter-in-law of our Jiu family, you must make some contribution to the Jiu family. Not only are your family members unable to help, but you're also always thinking about your husband's family's things. It's not enough to just ask for orders. You have to ruin this family before you're satisfied. What Mrs. Wang next door said is true. These beautiful women are just good-looking but useless. They are all thieves in their in-laws' families. She said, glaring at the butler behind the two of them. The other party was carrying a lot of bags and was about to go in. What are you bringing it in for? Doesn't he have a home outside? All. Before Yang finished her words, Jiu Huaishu let go of Jiang Wan and walked towards her. Mom, why are you so angry? These things are all for you. If not for you, where else should they go? Jiu Huaishu picked up the pastry and took a bite. Jiang Wan didn't buy anything for herself while shopping today. She only picked out gifts for you and my dad. She even picked out some for me. What else do you have to pick? Don't listen to Aunt Wang next door's nonsense. She's just jealous that I found a big darling. His few words caught Yang off guard. I originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but it turned out that things didn't go according to plan. Yang's expression was not very good. Jiang Wan was not idle either, and continued to bow to her. If Mom doesn't like it, you can ask someone to return it later. I'll keep the receipt. Why return it? If not, give it to your mother. She will definitely like it. As soon as Jiu Huaishu finished speaking, Yang immediately expressed her opinion. You are ignorant. How can you give away things that I don't want? As she spoke, she motioned for the housekeeper to bring the bag over. Yang checked them one by one. Relying on Jiu Huaishu paying the bill, Jiang Wan did not hesitate at all and chose popular limited editions of various big brands. Unique vision and excellent taste. Apart from being expensive, Yang couldn't find any fault with it. Seeing the awkward emotion in her eyes, Jiu Huaishu curled his lips and went forward to coax her. Mom, don't worry about the money. Once the bidding is over at the end of the month, the construction project of that king piece of land will be in Gu's pocket. Don't even think about a few 100,000, even if it's millions or tens of millions, don't take it seriously. Jiu Weishu spoke with such audacity. He was chewing a piece of cake, so confident that he didn't even lift his eyelids. Yang Yang glanced at him unhappily. How dare you say that? Since you know your cousin is thinking that, why don't you quickly have Goose prepare the bidding documents? We can choose not to bid, but we have to help take care of other competitors. Only by removing obstacles can the future be bright. After Yang Yang finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Wan meaningfully. Jiang Wan, since you have become the daughter-in-law of the Jiu family, you must be a good wife to Weishu. I have no objection if you want to take some orders from Goose to help Jiang's, but if you only take in and don't give out, don't blame me for not having a next time. Her smile was a threat and a reminder. There's a bidding meeting at the end of the month, you and Weishu should go together. Once you're in the Jiu family, you have to see the world. Don't be like your mother, who only knows how to spend money. Yang Yang openly expressed her disdain without any hesitation, without considering Jiang Wan's face at all. Mom, you. Seeing that Jiang Wan kept her head down and remained silent, Jiu Weishu couldn't help but stand up and speak for her. But he had just opened his mouth. Jiang Wan reached out and grabbed his hand, gently pulling it twice. What my mother taught me is something I will definitely remember. Jiang Wan looked up and expressed her feelings to Yang Yang, her eyes red as she tried hard to hold back her tears. After this series of tea-infused punches, Jiu Weishu immediately started to defend himself angrily. Mom, you won't be satisfied until you make my sweetheart cry. As he said that, he pulled Jiang Wan up and walked out. I came here with good intentions to give you a gift, but you still treat me like a fool. Let's go, you don't have to eat this dinner. Jiang Wan pretended to struggle and wanted to persuade Jiu Weishu. But he had made up his mind and didn't look back. Jiang Wan had no choice but to let him pull him towards the door while turning around and nodding apologetically to Yang Yang. Until I sat in Jiu Weishu's passenger seat. The clear innocence in her eyes disappeared, leaving only a sense of relief and relief. Chapter 25 Match. The Mercedes-Benz just drove into the gate of the community. Jiu Weishu, who was in the driver's seat, suddenly slapped the steering wheel. My dear, I suddenly remembered that I have an appointment tonight, I'm afraid I can't. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Wan took over and said, It's okay, you go ahead and do your thing. I'll be waiting for you at home, no matter what time it is. Jiang Wan's voice was soft and extremely considerate. In fact, it is what you want. When Jiu Weishu took her away from the Jiu family, she guessed that he had ulterior motives. Most likely he has an appointment in the evening. He just didn't want to be disciplined by Yang Yang, so he took her away first under the pretext of pampering his wife. Take advantage of each other and kill two birds with one stone. Good boy, you're so nice. Jiu Weishu buried his head in her neck, bit it lightly, and then let her get out of the car. In the next few days, Jiang Wan regained his freedom and found peace. Jiu Weishu indulged in revelry every night and lived a life of luxury. It was not until the bidding meeting was about to be held that he was forced to withdraw from his chaotic life. According to Yang Yang's meaning, Jiang Wan accompanied Jiu Weishu on the trip. The bidding meeting was held in a business hotel in Rongcheng. Because the title of Land King is well known, this public bidding has attracted much attention. Reporters were on the scene early in the morning, following up on the frontline reports in real time. When Jiang Wan and his team arrived at the bidding site, there were already many bidders present. As soon as they saw Jiu Weishu, they came over to say hello. The two sides exchanged polite greetings and made knowing eye contact. Look at this posture. During this period, Jiu Weishu had already won them all over, and the subsequent cooperation and profit distribution were also negotiated. Instead of being enemies, it is better to do each other a favor. Give the land to the princes of the Beijing circle, and they will each get a piece of the pie, achieving a win-win situation. Jiu Weishu has always been adept at socializing and entertaining. He got along well with almost everyone present. Until a cold figure appeared. Lin Ji, wearing a high-end women's suit, had short shoulder-length hair that was tucked behind her ear on one side, revealing delicate earrings. She arrived with several members of the Lin group, carrying a briefcase. As soon as I saw her, the crowd's laughter suddenly died down. Lin Ji. Why is she here? Jiu Huaishu was puzzled and turned to look at the others around him. Lin Corporation is also participating in the bidding? Why haven't I heard about it? When did she join Lin Corporation? The others shook their heads, obviously unaware of the situation. The Lin family's status in Rongqing cannot be underestimated, thanks to Lin Hongguang's first wife. Her father was once the top leader of Rongqing. After Lin Hongguang married her, he had a very good relationship with the top leaders of Rongqing, and the Lin group he founded also made rapid progress. It was thought that Lin Hongguang's career would be affected if he divorced and remarried, but he relied on the connections he had accumulated to turn the Lin group from a humble beginning into a sensation. It wasn't until the past decade that the real estate industry's dividends peaked. The development of the Lin group gradually stagnated. There are rumors that Lin Hongguang intends to use the principal to maintain interest and will no longer spend a lot of money to develop new projects, but will conservatively and safely get through the plateau period. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji would show up with people. Jiang Wan didn't seem as surprised as the others. On the contrary. The moment I saw her, the uneasy guesses in her heart gradually settled down. Clear away the fog and see the truth. The bidding session is expected to last for hours, from morning to afternoon. Jiu Huaishu's originally determined expression became more and more embarrassing as time passed. Just because Lu Wenzhou didn't show up. I thought he would be late, but he disappeared near the end of the day. Everyone who was bribed by Jiu Huaishu was thrown into disarray. Because everyone had already reached an agreement in advance, many bidders did not carefully prepare the bidding documents, and just waited to follow the prince of the Beijing circle to enjoy the good life. Result: Jiu Huaishu contacted Yang under pressure. Finally, I was told. Lu Wenzhou lost contact and his whereabouts are unknown. Maybe he has left Rongqing. The news caught everyone off guard. By the time everyone realized what was happening and wanted to join the competition, it was already too late. After the bidding ends, except for Lin Ji and her companions, everyone else was covered in dust and full of resentment. What's going on with Lu Wenzhou? Didn't he say he'd do whatever it takes to get what he wants? Why would he change his mind so suddenly? When he returned to the Jiu family, Jiu Huaishu was furious. Now that's great, how am I going to face those bidders later? They are going to beat me to death. He picked up the cup beside him in frustration and threw it to the ground. Seeing this, Jiang Wan cleaned up the mess silently. Yang was equally puzzled, but still held onto a glimmer of hope. The bidding results haven't come out yet, so don't panic. He's been negotiating with Rongqing's top management for some time now, so he might have already been chosen. Even if he doesn't go through the motions at the bidding meeting, he can still win the land. Her guess eased the anxious atmosphere. After Jiang Wanqing finished sweeping the floor, he handed Jiu Huaishu a glass of warm water. She was silent the whole time. The uncertain guesses in my heart are now becoming more and more certain. It is true that Lu Wenzhou wants that piece of land. However, what he meant by wanting it was to deliver it to Lin Ji in a reasonable way. Jiu Huaishu and others are just his tools. His real purpose was to clear the obstacles for Lin Ji. Jiang Wan thought to himself. Yang's cell phone rang shortly afterwards. What did you say? After hearing what the other party said, Yang's face turned pale instantly. Her raised voice, sharp tone and panicked expression were enough to indicate that something was seriously wrong. As soon as Yang ended the call, Jiu Huaishu came over impatiently. Mom, what do you mean? Yang's body softened and she slumped down on the sofa, her hand holding the phone shaking. What the hell is going on? Jiu Huaishu raised his voice in annoyance, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. That piece of land will most likely fall into the hands of the Lin family. Hold! Jiu Huaishu cursed and kicked the sofa. He continued to curse, and Yang was thinking about something with a serious expression. Final. She fixed her gaze on Jiang Wan, who was sitting next to her. From the beginning, she remained silent and uncharacteristically calm. Jiang Wan, do you know something? Yang frowned and looked at him sternly. Suddenly being questioned. Jiang Wan was thinking about how to respond when Jiu Huaishu stepped forward first. Mom, it's already this late, and you're still picking on our good girl. If she knew anything, would we still be so embarrassed at the bidding meeting? What good will it do her if the Lin family gets the land? Jiu Huaishu's few words dispelled Yang Yang's suspicion and also enlightened her. Her eyes were still on Jiang Wan, and she immediately stood up and pulled Jiu Huaishu with her. Let's go to the Lin family together. Yang Yang made a prompt decision, leaving no room for hesitation for the two. Jiu Huaishu was driving. The three of them soon arrived at the Lin family villa. Under Yang Yang's pressure, Jiang Wan had no choice but to press the doorbell. There is no movement for a long time. She had no choice but to press it again and again. The late autumn wind gradually became biting. The three of them waited outside the door for a long time before Ji Julie finally came over. Hey, what brings you here? Chapter 26 Messy. Ji Julie was wearing fur and dressed elegantly. She stood in the courtyard and talked to them through the hollow iron gate. Her position was one step higher than Jiang Wan and others, and she could easily look down at the other three people present. Ji Julie raised her chin arrogantly and crossed her arms across her chest. It's just a matter of sticking the word proud on his forehead. Jiang Wan saw through her thoughts at a glance, and the mother and son beside him also understood. Mother-in-law. Yang Yang forced a stiff smile, and each word was pronounced with a hint of tincture. Ji Julie still had no intention of opening the door. Her beautiful peach blossom eyes blinked twice, and she asked knowingly, "What's up, mother-in-law? Aren't you usually busy with work? How come you have time to come visit now? Oh no, you guys aren't here as guests either." She looked at their empty hands and blinked innocently. "What's the matter?" Yang Yang reacted immediately. "Look at my memory. I actually forgot the most important thing." She cast a look at Jiu Huaishu and said, "Huaishu, bring the gift from the trunk." Jiu Huaishu was stunned for 2 seconds. Several people came in a hurry and had nothing prepared. But he did it anyway. Several shopping bags were found in the trunk of the mother's car. They were all given by him and Jiang Wan before. It wasn't until Jiu Huaishu returned with a branded shopping bag that Ji Julie's expression instantly improved. She smiled and opened the door to greet him. "Mother-in-law, you are too polite. How can you be so embarrassed to spend so much money? It should be." Yang Yang kept on smiling falsely and interacted hypocritically with Ji Julie. Jiang Wan, who was walking behind them, looked at the bag in Jiu Huaishu's hand and guessed that these things were probably what Yang Yang was going to take to the mall to return. But before I could have time to use it, it was put to other use. Her mother was completely unaware of all this. While sending someone to receive it, he did not forget to peek into the bag. They are all her favorite clothes and accessories, and the brands and styles are all impressive. Ji Julie's good mood was written all over her face. Since Lin Hongguang and Lin Ji are not around, she is the person with the highest status in the family. Ji Julie invited everyone to take a seat. At the same time, he ordered the maid to bring tea and snacks. She displayed the hostess's demeanor to the fullest. The last time Jiang came over in the evening, they looked completely different. Throughout the whole process, she was just a stepping stone and had no other use. Yang Yang was not idle either. She asked directly about Lin Ji's whereabouts. Upon learning that she had not returned home, Yang Yang was a little discouraged, but he could only wait patiently. Until it gets dark. It's almost dinner time. Ji Julie arranged for the kitchen to prepare the reception and specifically ordered a few hearty dishes. She did not forget to show off to Yang Yang, mentioning where the ingredients were airlifted from. Every detail reflected Lin Hongguang's favor for her. However, after dinner, the Lin father and daughter had not returned yet. Yang Yang's phone has been buzzing with messages since the evening. She eventually ran out of patience. Yang Yang suggested leaving first, and Ji Julie saw him off directly. She and Jiang Wan walked at the end. Looking at Yang Yang's back as he returned in disappointment, Ji Julie felt secretly happy in her heart, and couldn't hide her gloating smile. That woman is enough. The three of them got in the car, and Yang Yang immediately started complaining unhappily. "Why are you so proud? If someone doesn't know, they would think Lin Ji is her daughter. Who is she trying to show off to? If going directly to the Lin family wouldn't alert the enemy, who would bother coming to the Lin family to see her? You really take yourself so seriously. Is Lin Hongguang being nice to her? He bought all those ingredients from abroad because his daughter just returned home and can't get used to the food there." Yang Yang vented all the anger he had just felt, without caring at all that Jiang Wan was also in the car. "Mom. Jiu Huaishu called her and reminded her with his eyes. Yang Yang did not restrain herself and continued to speak ill of Ji Juli. Okay, now that I have some free time, I should contact my cousin and ask him what's going on. Then I can ask someone to find Lin Ji. Yang Yang was awakened. Although I was still very angry, I knew what was more important. However, Lu Wenzhou and Lin Ji seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Suddenly lost contact and no trace was found. 3 days later. The official announcement of the Land King bidding results. The Lin Group successfully obtained the ownership of the land. Almost at the same time, the official website of Lin Group updated the progress and released an appointment announcement. Lin Ji officially joined the Lin Group as deputy manager of the project department. 2 pieces of bombshell news came out one after another, immediately causing an uproar in Rongqing. Lin's stock price hit the daily limit in minutes. All major news sections competed to report on the Lin family's daughter. From her growth experience to her study abroad resume, and speculating on her future development plans, it is unanimously agreed that she will either make a name for herself or make a big splash. It was also the moment when the news turned from rumor into truth. Yang Yang couldn't bear the blow and fainted into the hospital. Jiang Wan went to visit. In the ward, Yang Yang lay on the bed with a pale face and an drip on the back of his hand. He looked so haggard that he looked several years older. Feel her coming. She had her eyes closed, but she slightly opened her eyelids and turned her head to the other side. Jiang Wan knew that she couldn't save face. The more arrogant you were before, the more embarrassed you are now. The Jiu and Lin families originally had similar status and were both engaged in the construction industry, so they were evenly matched competitors. But now, the Lin family has risen to prominence overnight. Not only will the Jiu family face ridicule, they will even be suppressed. Just thinking about it made Jiang Wan feel uncomfortable. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Her original plan was to rely on the Jiu family to turn the tide. Gu's current situation also makes it difficult for her. Mom, Huaishu has been busy with social events these past 2 days and hasn't had time to come see you. Jiang Wan casually made up an excuse for Jiu Huaishu. Yang Yang knew her son's character very well, and now she had no intention of pursuing the matter. She glanced at her sideways. After hesitating, Yang Yang found it difficult to speak, but still spoke up. I heard that the Lin family is going to hold a welcome dinner for Lin Ji. Getting a few invitations shouldn't be a problem for you, right? Yang Yang's tone was awkward, and he still put on airs. There were only 2 of them in the ward. She seemed to be giving in but not completely, which made the atmosphere a little awkward. Even though he was so angry that he fainted, he still didn't forget to ask about these things. While Jiang Wan admired her, he also understood what Yang Yang meant. This is to prepare to find an opportunity to discuss whether there is room for cooperation. After what happened at the Lin family that day, she couldn't bring herself to go back to confront them again, so she just wanted to use her to ask Ji Juli directly for an invitation. At that time, they can still call it an invitation from the mother-in-law, not that they are shameless. Jiang Wan weighed the pros and cons. Before she could respond, Ji Juli's slightly sharp voice sounded at the door. It's just a few party invitations, what's so difficult about that? She appeared in gorgeous clothes, holding flowers. It all depends on my mother-in-law's attitude. Chapter 27 Deliberate. Neither of them expected Ji Juli's sudden appearance. Mom, why are you here? Jiang Wan was surprised. She didn't tell her that Yang Yang fainted and was hospitalized. But she actually rushed to the hospital so quickly, which shows that she pays close attention to the Jiu family's every move. My mother-in-law is in the hospital, how can I not come to visit her? As Ji Juli spoke, she walked into the ward in high heels, holding a large bouquet of flowers in her arms. The arrogance revealed in his every gesture was obviously an attempt to intimidate Yang Yang. The 2 of them had been secretly competing for a long time, and neither of them was willing to be defeated by the other. Jiang Wan is stuck in the middle and feels like a nobody. Ji Juli always kept a high profile, waiting for Yang Yang to bow to her. Her thoughts were too obvious. Due to the current situation of the Jiu family, Yang Yang is able to bend and stretch. What attitude does my mother-in-law want? She sat up and smiled at Ji Juli. Since Jiang Wan has entered our Jiu family, she is half my daughter. I had already planned to add her name to the title deed of Huaishu's wedding house. Ji Julie raised the corners of her eyebrows slightly, satisfied with her change in tone, but not yet satisfied. I heard that the mortgage for that house hasn't been paid off yet. Even if Jiang Wan's name is added. You have to wait for your mother-in-law to give you a chance. Yang smiled wryly, we're all family. If Goose can cooperate with Linz for a win-win situation, even if we pay the full amount for Jiang Wan's apartment, it won't be a big deal. She took a step back to advance and painted a rosy picture for Ji Julie. I'll talk to my husband later. As Ji Julie spoke, she paced back and forth in the ward, not forgetting to fiddle with the new ring on her hand. The atmosphere is subtle. Jiang Wan finally couldn't bear it anymore. On the pretext of not disturbing Yang's rest, he took his mother away with him. What's wrong with you? I'm here to support you, why are you still turning your elbow outward? As soon as she left the ward, Ji Julie began to blame Jiang Wan dissatisfiedly. Whether it's support or showing off, you know it clearly. Jiang Wan glanced at her and exposed her. Do you think everyone else is stupid? You have to pretend to be rich. If you had a say, Linz would have collapsed long ago. You? Ji Julie bit her red lips and glared at her in embarrassment. You can't spit out ivory from a dog's mouth, but I can't let your mother-in-law look down on me. She snorted, she gave me something she didn't want. What do you think I am? If I don't teach her a lesson, you'll be bullied too. Hearing this, Jiang Wan looked at his mother in surprise. You know. Nonsense. The clothes she gave me are all a size larger than what I normally wear. They don't look like the styles she would buy. Did you pick them? The truth was revealed and Jiang Wan was about to explain. Ji Julie suddenly raised her hand to her, showing the new ring on her hand. It's okay. I sold all those clothes at a discount and bought something I like. They look good, don't they? Jiang Wan was speechless. From a certain perspective, Ji Julie can be regarded as a representative of those who will never compromise themselves. Having said that, Ji Julie returned to the topic. Don't be ungrateful. It's true that I suppressed your mother-in-law, but it's also true that I wanted to help you improve your status in the family. Look, Lin Ji just returned to China and she's already made such a big scene. If Lu Wenzhou hadn't been helping her behind the scenes, would she have been able to get her father to change his mind so quickly? Her words made Jiang Wan stop in his tracks. Are you saying that Lin Ji was able to win the title of the Land King because of Lu Wenzhou's help? What else can we do? She's just a fresh graduate, how could she be so capable? Ji Julie said nonchalantly, you really can't judge a person by his appearance. Lin Ji is usually as cold as an iceberg to others, but she is not ambiguous at all to men. I found out everything. Since the day she returned to China, she has been staying at the Genting Hotel almost every day. Do you know where Lu Wenzhou lives? As they say, it's easy for a woman to pursue a man. With her being so obsessed, which man can stand it? What do you mean by not planning to make it public for the time being? Perhaps you feel that the Lin family's current status is not worthy of the crown prince of the Beijing circle. Lu Wenzhou is really considerate. He gave Lin Ji such a generous gift right after they started dating. Wouldn't he make her a shrew? She's been licking his boots. Ji Julie spoke incessantly, telling Jiang Wan everything she knew and her opinions. She complained enthusiastically. She also didn't notice that Jiang Wan's expression beside her became increasingly grim because of her story. She had clearly guessed most of it before this. But the moment it was confirmed, her heart was still filled with anxiety. It made her steps weak and her breathing stagnant. I'm serious with you. Don't ignore my advice. Instead of worrying about your father's shares in that half-dead company, you might as well get more real estate from the GU family. Keep an eye on Huaishu to prevent him from falling in love with someone else. It would be best to get pregnant while he's in high spirits. Anyway, he hasn't noticed, has he? Ji Julie mentioned a private matter, hurriedly lowered her voice, and looked around. She pulled Jiang Wan over and found that her fingertips were cold. It's getting colder, but I don't know how to wear more clothes. Ji Julie took off her fur coat and draped it over Jiang Wan. I felt the residual warmth of my mother on my back. The lingering scent of perfume was so strong that it stung her nose. Say. Ji Julie stared at Jiang Wan and confirmed in a low voice, her eyes revealing curiosity and worry. Jiang Wan lowered his eyelids in annoyance, avoiding her gaze. No. It was probably because Jiu Huaishu indulged himself too much outside. During this period of time, he came back to stay for 2 nights, but he couldn't muster up the energy both times. Jiu Huaishu stopped because of fatigue. Later, driven by his self-esteem, he stopped taking the initiative towards her. Jiang Wan should have been thankful, but he couldn't help but worry. How could she still use him once she lost her attraction to him? That's good. Ji Julie misunderstood Jiang Wan's meaning and breathed a sigh of relief. As long as you can capture a man's heart, why worry that he won't be sincere and devoted to you? Look at how smart Lin Ji is, learn from her. She patted Jiang Wan's shoulder and said earnestly, no feelings are as practical as money. I will find a way to help you with the banquet tickets. As for whether you can secure cooperation from the Lin family, that depends on your ability. The Jiu family is, after all, a distant relative of Lu Wenzhou's. They wouldn't be so unwilling to give him any face, right? Ji Julie expressed her thoughts and pulled Jiang Wan away in a rare harmonious manner. As she said, the invitation to the banquet was quickly delivered to the Jiu family. The dinner was held in a hotel invested by Lin's family. It was held under the banner of welcoming Lin Ji to join the company, but in fact it was to celebrate and publicize Lin's acquisition of the Land King. Double happiness comes with great momentum. Not only were the political bigwigs of Rongqing invited, but also business tycoons from other cities who came from afar. Plus countless representatives of small and medium-sized enterprises flocking to it. For a time, it could be said that half of Rongqing was gathered together. The Jiu family attaches great importance to this opportunity. Not only did he make careful preparations, but he also mobilized the whole family to attend. Jiu Jiming held hands with Yang, and Jiu Huaishu held Jiang Wan's arm. Under the pretext of celebration, the 4 people, like all the guests present, were keenly sniffing out opportunities and ready to strike. The protagonist has not yet appeared, but the banquet hall is already filled with the thick smell of gunpowder. The silent business war is about to begin. Have you heard? Lin also invited the prince of the Beijing circle to tonight's dinner. Chapter 28, Wanton. The Jiu family members immediately pricked up their ears when they heard someone else's comments. Jiu Jiming and Yang looked at each other. How is that possible? Since the bidding meeting, Lu Wenzhou seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Not to mention that he and the Lin family were not related or had any contact before. Even if the Jiu family held a banquet, he could only see Jiu Huaishu's aunt at most. The Lu family in Beijing is the top of the pyramid. Can the Lin family invite the Prince of Beijing to take charge? It's just a pipe dream. The couple secretly concluded that it was all Lin's propaganda. They are just taking advantage of the fact that they won the title of the Land King and creating momentum by striking while the iron is hot. The guests at the scene were talking about it and looking forward to it secretly. Only Jiang Wan is in the crowd. Although she didn't dress up deliberately, her natural beauty was hard to ignore. Today she wore a light blue halter-neck dress. Her long curly hair was gently tied up, revealing her well-defined shoulders and neck. Under the light, the outer mesh is shimmering, and the skin looks as delicate as snow. Like a mermaid from the deep sea. It is so beautiful. Jiang Wan was already used to the outside world's gaze following her, but the guests' gossip made her want to stay away. Others don't know that Lu Wenzhou is already related to the Lin family. But she knows. There is a high probability that he will really come. Thinking of this, a nameless anger rose in Jiang Wan's heart. Every time I meet him, nothing good happens. Jiang Wan lowered his eyelids, obviously lacking interest. Honey, I'm going to get something to eat. She approached Jiu Huaishu and whispered softly, then let go of his arm and walked aside. A rich variety of snacks are ready at the buffet table. Jiang Wan held the plate and hesitated to make a choice at the dessert table. She was stalling for time, taking the opportunity to get away from the crowd. But behind her, a sharp female voice came uninvited. Jiang Wan. As soon as Lin Luoyao appeared, Jiang Wan immediately closed his eyes in annoyance. Before attending the dinner, she had anticipated that Lin Luoyao would not let her go, and another fight was inevitable. Why, you're too embarrassed to come to the party, but too embarrassed to agree. Her tone turned complacent, and she walked over to Jiang Wan and asked, or was it that the noise Lin made about acquiring the land was so loud that it deafened you? Lin Luoyao appeared in her sight. She was wearing a flamboyant red dress, and the word arrogant was clearly written on her face. Seeing Jiang Wan ignored him, Lin Luoyao chuckled and playfully spun the red wine glass in her hand. You know you're done, right? She deliberately emphasized you guys, and her expression was full of gloating. She thought that marrying into the Jiu family would change her fate, but she never expected that she would be a jinx. As soon as she got married, she made the Jiu family lose such a big piece of her own. The other one thought that flirting would give him a carefree life, until she realized she was retreating invisibly. Lin Luoyao gritted her teeth, straightened her back and glared at Jiang Wan with wide eyes. How do you bring that up? It's all because of you? Taking advantage of the fact that today was the Lin family's home game, Lin Luoyao was extremely arrogant. If you dare to disrespect me again, I will disfigure you. She gestured to the wine glass in her hand and made a threatening gesture to Jiang Wan, reminding her that it was the glass bottle that scratched her face. Lin Luoyao thought that Jiang Wan would back off because of this. At least at this banquet, she had to keep a low profile. I don't want Jiang to be one step ahead at night. Okay. She agreed, a meaningful smile on her lips as she approached her. Try to move me. That beautiful and bright face, coupled with her unforced tone. Lin Luoyao was so angry that her face turned red. Do you think I don't dare? She was about to raise her hand and teach this ungrateful woman a lesson. As a result, she just moved. Instead of avoiding her, Jiang Wan took the initiative to lean towards her. As she fell to the ground, the tablecloth was torn off and the pastries and plates on the table were scattered all over the floor. A messy scene and a sudden sound of shattering. It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. Jiang Wan sat on the ground, her dress a mess. Lin Luoyao stood there in a daze. Before she could react, Lin Hongguang's scolding came from the door. Yao Yao, what are you doing? Lin Luoyao looked in the direction of the sound and found Lin Hongguang, Ji Juli and Lin Ji appearing together. As soon as they arrived, they witnessed this scene with their own eyes. I, you, she. The incident happened suddenly, her brain short-circuited, and she couldn't explain it for a while. Be good. Jiu Huaishu pushed through the crowd and walked quickly towards Jiang Wan. While helping her up, he angrily asked, Lin Luoyao, what's wrong with you? You're such an adult, but you still don't know what you can and can't do in different situations. As he spoke, he tried to brush off the dirt on Jiang Wan's dress. Hubby, forget it. Jiang Wan took his hand, lowered her eyebrows and said, Miss Lin is angry with me. If this can ease her dissatisfaction, then let her do it. Jiu Huaishu was about to respond when Lin Luoyao reacted. Jiang Wan, you did it on purpose. She pointed at her name, her voice high and excited. You're trying to frame me. I didn't even touch you. What does your fall have to do with me? Ms. Lin is right. Jiang Wan followed her lead, his tone still gentle. I fell down by myself. It has nothing to do with Miss Lin. You. Lin Luoyao could no longer bear it and was about to tear her apart in frustration. You are pretending to be your mother. Jiu Huaishu stepped in between them in time and grabbed her wrist. Can you try touching her again? Not only Jiu Huaishu came to protect him, but Jiu Jiming and Yang Yang also followed. Even the eyes of the crowd were on Jiang Wan's side. Lin Luoyao is notoriously willful and capricious. Just now, he took the initiative to provoke and approach Jiang Wan. Everyone saw it. As well as her current fierce look is in stark contrast to the delicate and soft Jiang Wan. Even Lin Hongguang was exerting pressure with his eyes. Lin Luoyao bit her lip unwillingly. But in such an occasion, she didn't dare to act rashly, so she had to pull her hand back unhappily. She glared at Jiang Wan fiercely, leaving a look that said, just wait for me. Lin Luoyao left angrily. Jiu Huaishu then suppressed his emotions, turned around and nodded to Lin Hongguang and others to say hello. I'm sorry for ruining everyone's fun. Jiang Wan bowed his head and apologized, and picked up his stained dress with his hanging hands. Let me go first. Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, a slender, white hand appeared in her sight. Lin Ji handed her a room card. I have a spare dress in my lounge. If you don't mind, go over and change into one. Chapter 29 Cheating. Lin Ji's actions disrupted Jiang Wan's plan. She had originally intended to use the sudden incident just now to win some courtesy for the GU family. Retire after achieving success. She could also use the excuse that her dress was dirty to leave this place early. But this room card in front of me. This put her in a dilemma. Wan, why are you still standing there? Ji Julie called her and gestured to her frantically. So many people present were watching them. As the protagonist of tonight, Lin Ji's actions obviously gave her a lot of face. If she refutes it, the entire GU family will be implicated. Thanks. Jiang Wan had no choice but to accept it. He took the room card from Lin Ji and went to the lounge according to the room number. The door opens. The interior style is unique, simple yet sophisticated. Same as Lin Ji. Apparently, this was her exclusive lounge. Next to the full-length mirror was a clothes hanger with several neatly ironed dresses hanging on it. Jiang Wan went to choose. She and Lin Ji are not only similar in age and personality, but also in height and figure. Ji Julie once joked that they were sisters who had been separated for many years, destined to be a family. But now she felt that they were like entangled quantum particles, with too many similarities, which was obviously not a good thing. Jiang Wan was just about to untie her halter and take off her dress. A familiar male voice came from behind. Seduce me. Lu Wenzhou's low and bewitching voice fell firmly into Jiang Wan's ears. Without waiting for her reaction, the man's hand had already gone around her waist and hugged her. What followed was his hot breath. The tip of his nose touched the back of her neck, rubbing back and forth. The halter, which was originally half loose, completely came loose due to his action. The ribbon slipped off. Jiang Wan's heart began to unravel. She stood there in a daze, forgetting to move, her mind going blank. Why is Lu Wenzhou here? Did he recognize the wrong person? Does he know who she is? Jiang Wan's limbs were stiff and his heart felt like it had been hit by something. Boom boom, jump violently. Her lack of struggle made the man become more and more unscrupulous. He kissed the back of her neck and moved his lips slowly downwards. The halter-neck dress was untied and slid down her delicate skin. Jiang Wan suddenly came back to his senses. Her body instinctively clamped her elbows together, thus protecting the dress across her chest. But my brain is still a mess. She even forgot to be angry and just turned around and left reflexively. Excuse me. Jiang Wan's tone was stiff, his face pale. I didn't know you were here. But the man did not let her go. So you don't want to see me? Lu Wenzhou put his arm around Jiang Wan's waist, pulled her back to him with his long arms. Jiang Wan was forced into his arms. Instinctively raising her hands to rest against his shoulders, Jiang Wan's eyes caught sight of the man's distinct Adam's apple, and a neat and tidy light grey shirt paired with a matte gunmetal tie. Jiang Wan was stunned. The moment she realized she had a glimmer of hope, she frowned in self-loathing. And the pair of black pupils that were locked on her became darker. The temperature around dropped sharply. Lu Wenzhou pressed his palm against her lower back more forcefully, forcing her to press closer to him. Whether you like it or not, don't even think about leaving me. His statement sounded both a warning and an emphasis. Jiang Wan gradually withdrew his thoughts and looked up into his black pupils. That bright face is like a rose with thorns. Alluring and dangerous. Weren't you the one who left first? Jiang Wan stared into his eyes and attacked him head-on. You're really good at disappearing. You always choose the most critical moment. She suddenly attacked. The tone sounded calm, but Lu Wenzhou could sense a strong sense of aggression. His black pupils narrowed dangerously. Are you blaming me for not visiting you these days? He said this in an unclear tone, with the corners of his lips slightly raised. Want to know me? Before Lu Wenzhou could finish his words, Jiang Wan interrupted him. I hope you will leave this land forever. Please disappear completely, as if you were dead. Jiang Wan expressed her thoughts seriously and firmly. His face turned ashen as she spoke, and his demeanor dropped again and again. Honestly. Lu Wenzhou's voice was calm, and every word seemed to contain ice chips. It fell heavily all around her, trying to freeze her. Jiang Wan responded bluntly, meeting his murderous gaze without compulsion. If it weren't for him, she should have taken back Jiang's company long ago, become Jiu Huaishu's nominal wife, and inherit her father's will to make the company bigger and stronger. instead of being controlled by others like we are now. Nor will I cause myself any unnecessary troubles because of him. The dark eyes in his sight stared at her intently, as if to confirm her feelings. Final. Lu Wenzhou laughed out of anger. He raised the corners of his lips in disdain and lowered his head closer to her. You may have forgotten that I am not an obedient dog, but a difficult to tame wolf. The black pupils are deep and sharp. It was like an abyss that was about to swallow her. Lu Wenzhou calmly repeated what she had said. But his tone was unshakable and firm. Wherever the person I want is, there I will be. As he leaned closer, the tips of their noses were almost touching. His hot breath and woody aroma mixed into Jiang Wan's nostrils. Lu Wenzhou's resolute attitude and his determination to achieve his goal put her in a brief trance. The person he was talking about. Is he referring to her or Lin Ji? Jiang Wan's sharp eyes were always filled with a layer of mist. She couldn't figure it out, couldn't see it clearly. The hands on his shoulders tightened slightly, and her eyes passed over his tie again. Jiang Wan bit her lip and finally asked him. Did you help the Lin family acquire that piece of land behind the scenes? She suddenly changed the subject and started to accuse someone, which made Lu Wenzhou chuckle. The danger in the eyes is dispelled. He raised the end of his eyebrows with interest, and his tone was playful. What? You said no before, but now you regret it. Lu Wenzhou tightened his grip on Jiang Wan's waist again. Have you changed your mind? Are you willing to take my things? The aura around him gradually became peaceful. Until Jiang Wan said, I'm asking for an explanation for the Jiu family. Before this, you promised. Who did I promise? Lu Wenzhou's expression gradually turned colder, and his aura was shrouded in Xianhan again. The dark pupils pressed down heavily. Jiang Wan, I only gave you a chance. His expression did not change, but the light in his eyes was as cold as frost. A chill crept up his spine, and Jiang Wan felt as if his blood was slowly solidifying. Still want to speak up for the Jiu family? Do you really think you're a member of the Jiu family? Lu Wenzhou's voice was extremely cold, so cold that the air became thin. Of course I am. Jiang Wan forced herself to withdraw her thoughts and insisted stubbornly, I'm Jiu Waishu's wife, so why doesn't it count? Lu Wenzhou laughed contemptuously. You don't mind having a wedding alone, and you want to be a widow for the rest of your life. The sarcasm in his tone made Jiang Wan feel uncomfortable. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. She gritted her teeth and forcefully retorted, we are a loving couple and have a harmonious private life. It doesn't exist. Before Jiang Wan could finish his words, his chin was suddenly grabbed by a big hand. A pair of eyes filled with murderous intent entered her eyes. You slept with him. Chapter 30 Affair. The moment he looked at me, Jiang Wan felt as if his throat was cut. A bloody taste came out of the throat and spread wildly in the mouth. Fear then arose. The brief moment of suffocation allowed her to suppress her emotions. Her expression remained unchanged, her eyes still bright. Yes, I slept with him. Impossible. Lu Wenzhou was so resolute that he seemed to want to bite her neck off. Jiang Wan curled his lips in sarcasm. But before she could say anything, men are like trapped beasts that have escaped from cages, dangerous and crazy. He leaned over and captured her lips, kissing her forcefully while tearing the dress off her body with his hands. There is no more tenderness, only endless loss of control. The lounge became cramped invisibly. Land. Jiang Wan wanted to escape, but he didn't give her a chance, not even room to breathe. In a silent space, all that was left was the hissing sound of cloth being torn and Lu Wenzhou's heavy breathing. Don't try to deceive me. As he spoke, he picked up Jiang Wan and threw her onto the chaise longue next to him. My back hit the cushions. Jiang Wan's vision was spinning. Before she could recover, Lu Wenzhou leaned over her again. Passionate kisses fell like a rainstorm. Lu Wenzhou, let me go. Jiang Wan pushed hard. Compared to his strength, her struggle was as soft as drizzle. There's no way he slept with you. Lu Wenzhou's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke every word. It was as if he was forcing Jiang Wan to tell the truth, otherwise he would have to accept his further attacks. When he was about to pull off her panties, Jiang Wan was completely panicked. Lu Wenzhou, don't touch me. She growled, her voice trembling violently. Jiang Wan's tone was filled with unprecedented disgust and clear hatred. The man on top of her suddenly stopped moving. He raised his face from his chest and saw Jiang Wan's eyes, which were dyed red with anger. There was a hint of water in her eyes, but no matter how he explored, he could not see any trace of love. In the lounge, the two opposing air currents grew stronger while the other grew weaker. Until, the knock on the door and Jiu Huishu's call sounded at the same time. "Hey dear, you haven't changed yet." Jiang Wan's eyes suddenly changed, and the flash of panic reflected her fear. Worried that their affairs would be exposed. "Horse, we'll be fine soon." Jiang Wan's voice was shaking. She pushed Lu Wenzhou away, walked quickly to the clothes rack, picked up something and put it on. He looked flustered, without any of the sharpness from before. Lu Wenzhou, who was pushed away by her, sat on the chaise longue. The iron suit is no longer flat. Just like the relationship between the two, it became wrinkled. Lu Wenzhou sat down with a gloomy face, took out a cigarette and lit it. The calm and fearless attitude fully reflects the arrogance of the superior. Jiang Wan saw it all out of the corner of his eye. After changing into her dress, she walked quickly towards the door. Click. Without giving Jiu Huishu a second look, Jiang Wan quickly closed the door. "My dear, why are you?" Jiu Huishu stood still, looking her up and down suspiciously. "I feel like something is wrong." "What's wrong with me?" Jiang Wan blinked at him innocently and said, "I tried a few pieces, but they all felt a little tight around my chest, so I was delayed for a while." She rationalized this for herself while secretly examining her limbs. "Thinking of how Lu Wenzhou kissed me crazily just now." Jiang Wan chose to let her long hair down to cover up any possible traces. "The back of this dress is too exposed. I don't want others to see it." Jiang Wan said in a soft tone, and took Jiu Huishu's hand. "Let's go, isn't the party about to start? I'm sorry for making my husband wait for me for so long." Her coquettish tone and active closeness made Jiu Huishu feel the soft touch on his arm. Just as Jiang Wan said. Although she and Lin Ji have similar body shapes, there are still big differences in the circumference of some parts of their bodies. Jiu Huishu was so excited that he didn't care to pursue the matter. "You're the best." He tapped Jiang Wan's nose lovingly, not noticing a stream of cold air spreading through the crack in the lounge door. Jiang Wan took the initiative to take his arm and leave. When the two returned to the banquet hall, the banquet had already officially begun. Lin Hongguang was speaking on the stage and was in the limelight for a while. Wait until he returns to the crowd again. Lin Hongguang is once again sought after by everyone. Now Lin has won the title of the Land King. However, no news had been leaked before, so all related industries wanted to know what they were going to do with the land. Everyone is trying their best to get a piece of the pie. However, Lin Hongguang only used polite words to deal with everyone and kept his mouth shut, refusing to reveal anything. "Father-in-law, this is a bit too much." Jiu Jiming was so anxious that he couldn't help but say, "We've all developed in Rongcheng until now. We can be considered to have worked hard together. There's no need to hide everything from everyone, right?" His original intention was to get close to Lin Hongguang and force him to reveal something. Unexpectedly, Lin Hongguang was cunning. After a slight smile, he asked him, "Old Jiu, why are you directing your firepower at me alone? Why don't you tell the truth to everyone first?" Lin Hongguang's suggestive words immediately aroused suspicion among other guests. "Boss Lin, what do you mean?" They looked at each other and analyzed the situation secretly. Although Jiang Wan is Lin Hongguang's stepdaughter, to some extent, the Lin and Jiu families can be considered a marriage. Previously, Jiang's family took over Huawei International, and now Lin's family has taken over the Land King. Both are popular projects in Rongcheng. Could it be that this is a smokescreen jointly launched by the two companies? First let the Jiu family lure them into cooperation, then use a feint to the east and attack in the west, so that the Lin family can finally reap the rewards. The current appearance is just cooperating in the acting. In the end, both companies won, leaving only these clans. Several people became suspicious. Jiu Jiming also expected this and took the initiative to explain. "Everyone, please don't accuse me. I'm a victim just like everyone else. Father-in-law, how could you mislead people like this?" Without waiting for Lin Hongguang to speak, the other guests started asking questions anxiously. Mr. Gu, could you please explain why Mr. Lu suddenly changed his mind during the bidding meeting? Don't tell us you don't know either. We don't believe it. Is this the scheme you guys set up together? Mr. Gu, you're really not nice. That's right. Gu's company has no shortage of projects. We can't compare to them. Taking advantage of the gap when several people were besieging Gu Jiming, Lin Hongguang successfully escaped and walked towards the direction of the politicians with a proud expression. Seeing him use himself as a shield, Gu Jiming was so anxious that he slapped his thigh. Everyone, please be rational. If it was really as you all imagined, we would have been firmly in power long ago and wouldn't be as anxious as you are. Gu's company now wants to cooperate with Lin's company just like you do. He spoke with utmost sincerity, and coupled with the recent behavior of several members of the Gu family, it was hard not to dispel people's concerns. Just when the atmosphere was gradually improving, Lin Luoyao, who had already left, appeared outside the crowd again. So the way the Gu family wants to cooperate with the Lin family is to send their own daughter-in-law to seduce others. How ingenious, and not even ashamed of it. Chapter 31 Warning. Lin Luoyao's return, coupled with her sharp tone. One sentence easily ignited the scene. Not only Gu Jiming and others, but even the guests around them stopped talking. Everyone looked at Lin Luoyao. Miss Lin, what do you mean? Yang could no longer endure it and forced a smile, saying, everyone knows that you have a problem with Jiang Wan, but you can't just slander our Gu family. Who? Before she finished her words, Lin Luoyao crossed her arms across her chest proudly. Who slandered me? Lin Luoyao raised her chin with a look of confidence. I was wondering why she was in such a hurry to leave. Turns out she had a date with another man. Which manager of the Lin group was targeted? My cousin gave you the room card so you could change clothes, not steal someone. As she spoke, her eyes looked straight at Jiang Wan and Gu Huaishu, who were not far away. The couple stood with other guests. Since returning, Jiang Wan kept a fake smile on her face, and stayed by Gu Huaishu's side obediently and gently throughout the whole process, playing the role of his good wife. Lin Luoyao's accusations made Jiang Wan's face turn pale. But it only lasted a moment. She tried her best to remain calm and glanced at the people around her. Gu Huaishu was frowning and looking at Lin Luoyao with dissatisfaction. Lin Luoyao, you're not done yet, are you? He hugged Jiang Wan's waist tightly and said in a firm tone, I just made a scene and embarrassed my wife, and now you're doing this again. Has no one ever told you that it's ridiculous how you look for trouble? Gu Huaishu spoke sharply, as if he didn't take Lin Luoyao seriously. But if one person succeeds, everyone around him will benefit. Now that the Lin family has won the title of the most expensive land in one fell swoop, its influence and status have surpassed the Gu family. Seeing this, Yang hurried over to dissuade him. Huaishu, please pay attention to your attitude. As she spoke, she smiled apologetically at Lin Luoyao. Second Miss Lin, if you feel that Jiang Wan embarrassed you just now, I will ask her to apologize to you. Today is the Lin family's celebration banquet. It would be inappropriate for us to make a scene here. If word gets out, not only will it ruin the Gu family's reputation, but the Lin family will also be criticized, right? Second Miss Lin isn't such an unreasonable person, right? Yang softened her temper and spoke to Lin Luoyao as if she was coaxing a child. Not only her, but the guests around her also looked at Lin Luoyao strangely. It's not about eating melons or gossip. Instead, they believed that she was childish and ignorant. Yes, second Miss Lin, everyone knows that you care about first Miss Lin and stand up for her. But today, on this day and in this occasion, it's really inappropriate. Second Miss Lin, stop making trouble. Several people tried to persuade her. For a moment, it was Lin Luoyao's fault. Seeing this, Jiang Wan took the opportunity to apologize to her. I'm sorry, Miss Lin. She went down and nodded to Lin Luoyao. If I have offended you in any way, please forgive me and don't. Before Jiang Wan could finish his words, Lin Luoyao was completely furious. Are you coming? She interrupted Jiang Wan, her eyes wide as copper bells. Are you planning to do the same old trick again? Lin Luoyao said. She faced the guests around her and raised her voice. You all don't believe me. You think I'm making this up, right? Fine. Lin Luoyao said this angrily, pointing in one direction. She pointed at the waiter and sternly shouted, "Bring the things over to me. I'll expose this woman's true face today." Lin Luoyao said this, looking at Jiu Huaishu sarcastically. "Jiu Huaishu, I thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you're still so mindless as to protect your wife even though there's a vast grassland above your head." Her tone was too strong and her attitude was too arrogant. Once again, changed the attitude of the guests present. Everyone looked at the waiter curiously. He came closer and closer, holding a ball of clothes in his hand, and finally handed it to Lin Luoyao. The guests were puzzled. Only Jiang Wan. She realized something when she saw the light gray. She had been pretending to be calm, but now she could no longer remain calm. She clenched her hands tightly. His nails dug into his palms, using the pain to force himself to calm down. But Lin Luoyao made so much noise that it attracted Lin Hongguang and others. More and more guests are paying attention. In front of everyone, Lin Luoyao took the shirt and unfolded it. "Come here. Look carefully at what this is." She held up the large men's shirt and spun around to show it to everyone present. The light gray high-end fabric reflects the light and is obviously of great value. It is a limited edition high-end custom-made product from a luxury brand. What can this men's shirt alone prove? Everyone was confused. Until Lin Luoyao continued to explain. "I found this in my cousin's lounge. Do you want to take a look? Isn't the lipstick on this shirt the same color as the one on Jiang Wan's lips?" She turned around and finally faced Jiang Wan. Lin Luoyao's eyes were fierce and a sneer appeared at the corner of her lips. Let us settle both new and old grudges. This time she was determined to send her to hell and make her never be able to raise her head in front of her again. Because of Lin Luoyao's reminder, everyone's attention shifted from the lipstick mark on the shirt to Jiang Wan. The gazes coming at me at once are like sharp arrows. Stab at Jiang Wan quickly. She was stabbed all over and her flesh was bloody. Jiang Wan felt suffocated. Her complexion turned uncontrollably pale, which made the cherry red of her lips even more conspicuous. Not only the guests present. Even Jiu Huaishu and Yang Yang who were beside him, as well as Lin Hongguang and Ji Juli who were not far away. The moment everyone saw the color of the lipstick, their expressions suddenly changed. That was the mark left by her struggle. But now, it has become evidence of her cheating. Jiang Wan, is what Miss Lin said true? Yang Yang's face was cold and he asked unhappily, "What happened when you went to change clothes just now?" Jiang Wan didn't dare to speak. The hand that was originally around her waist had slipped away silently. Jiu Huaishu seemed to remember something and looked at her with questioning eyes. For a moment, Jiang Wan became the center of the storm. She seemed to be back in the nightmare of 2 years ago. She was alone and helpless. Jiang Wan's throat felt dry and his heartbeat became irregular. "Why, you can't speak?" Seeing this, Lin Luoyao smirked. "Jiu Huaishu, now you believe what I said, right? Your new bride was having a blast in the lounge just now. It turns out her dress is all torn to shreds. Do you want me to have it brought over to you?" The more she spoke, the more excited she became, and Jiu Huaishu's expression grew increasingly gloomy. The atmosphere became subtle. Everyone stared at Jiang Wan with strange eyes, and her silence also became evidence in court. He determined that she was the cheating slut that Lin Luoyao mentioned. "Who is that man?" The strange atmosphere was broken by Jiu Huaishu's unhappy voice. I felt his unprecedented sinister aura. Jiang Wan suppressed the panic in her heart and looked at him with red eyes. "Hubby, I didn't." Snap. A slap interrupted Jiang Wan's unfinished words. Jiu Huaishu was furious and roared irrationally, "Tell me. Who is that man?" Chapter 32 Care. Jiu Huaishu's growl undoubtedly nailed Jiang Wan to the pillar of shame. The slap he delivered with all his might instantly turned half of Jiang Wan's face red. The pain in my cheek felt like it was burning on fire. Jiang Wan was knocked so hard that he staggered and almost lost his balance. Also in full view of the public. She saw Ji Juli standing next to Lin Hongguang outside the crowd. She is so bright and eye-catching under the light in her gorgeous clothes. The moment I saw her being beaten, Ji Juli took a step forward almost reflexively. But after taking just this small step, her body stopped in place again. She bit her lip. Finally, he lowered his head, avoiding Jiang Wan's gaze, and retreated behind Lin Hongguan. It was as if he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide himself. The pain that originally lingered on his cheek gradually spread and attacked Jiang Wan's heart. It hit the barrier she had rebuilt with great difficulty. Jiang Wan felt like there was something stuck in his throat. At this moment, she seemed like a mistress who was caught in bed with her ex-wife. The ex-wife stripped off all her clothes and dragged her naked out to parade her through the streets for public display. And the man who was the instigator disappeared beautifully. A strong hatred rose in Jiang Wan's heart. My body keeps shivering and chilling. Seeing that she remained silent, Jiu Huaishu was on the verge of going crazy. Speak. Are you mute? He roared again, his face ferocious. Lin Luoyao had a look of gloating on her face, enjoying the fun. Since she won't tell me, let's get someone to check the surveillance footage. She proposed loudly, as if she would not give up until Jiang Wan was killed. This is a hotel owned by the Lin family. Since you're so shameless, let's expose you so we can know which man is so bold. Lin Luoyao said this and turned her gaze to look at Lin Hongguan outside the crowd. Uncle, do you have any objections? She said it in a high-sounding manner. Our Lin family has always been upright and honest. The existence of such people will only ruin the reputation of the Lin group. We can't let a single bad apple spoil the whole bunch. Lin Hongguan didn't say anything. The guests began to talk among themselves and discuss in low voices. After all, the news is too explosive. The spectators want to know the truth much more than the parties involved. Jiu Jiming and Yang Yang's faces were gloomy. They looked at each other and hinted at each other, but no one stood up to speak. Lin Luoyao was tacitly approved and became more and more arrogant. Someone come. She stood on the moral high ground and shouted, check the surveillance. Find out who the man who was having an affair with Jiang Wan in the lounge is. Following her order, the staff on duty at the banquet hall looked at Lin Hongguan tentatively. Seeing that he did not stand up to object, they immediately accepted the order and walked towards the door. The crowd was almost frozen, and any movement of a figure would become extremely abrupt. Jiang Wan stood still, his heart sinking bit by bit. She had no way to defend herself, and even jumping into the Yellow River could not clear herself of the blame. As well as due to Lu Wenzhou's identity. She would undoubtedly become a sacrifice. It could only be that she was trying to seduce him. The road she had originally envisioned was not only blocked, but also led to a bottomless abyss. Jiang Wan looked ashen. It was also at this time that two figures walked in from outside. What are you checking? That's my shirt. The man appeared at the door, attracting the attention of everyone present. Distinguished Lu Wenzhou's voice. Jiang Wan and several people from the Jiu family widened their eyes. In the spotlight, Lu Wenzhou stood tall and straight with his burly figure. His height of 1.9 meters is quite oppressive. His black suit is classy and neat, and he wears the same light gray shirt underneath. His facial features are as sharp as a knife, his eyebrows are like swords, and his black pupils are sharp and deep. The moment I saw him, Lin Luoyao couldn't help but take a deep breath. I never thought that there would be such an amazing existence in the Lin group. Jiang Wan really knows how to pick people. Thinking of this, Lin Luoyao became more jealous. Looking at Lin Ji who appeared with him, her already cold face looked even colder at this moment. Lin Luoyao sneered, thinking that he was being taken to the scene by Lin Ji for a confrontation. So you are the adulterer. She changed the subject and waited for the show to begin. It has to be my cousin, that's it. Lin Luoyao didn't finish her words before she was silenced by Jiu Huaishu's call. Little cousin. He murmured in disbelief. Little cousin. These three words were like a bombshell, causing a huge wave of shock among the crowd. Is he the prince of the Beijing circle? The Lin family actually invited the prince from the Beijing circle. No way, right? That's the prince of the Beijing circle. The Jiu family has been holding banquets for 8 years, but they haven't seen a single member of the Beijing Lu family. The guests' discussions drifted into her ears, and Lin Luoyao's legs instantly went weak. Her body swayed slightly and her face turned pale. Cousin. Seeing Lin Ji and Lu Wenzhou walking towards them together, Lin Luoyao called out tentatively and gave her a look for help. Unexpectedly, Lin Ji treated him coldly and ignored him completely. Lu Wenzhou strode over, his burly figure like a mountain, standing in front of her. A cold gaze pressed down. Every time he swept across a place, Lin Luoyao felt as if a piece of her flesh was being scraped off. The shirt in my hand became extremely hot. She trembled uncontrollably, and was so frightened by his powerful aura that she couldn't speak. Lu Wenzhou looked at him with disdain and spoke in a low voice. So, you're advertising that Jiang Wan and I are having an affair? I don't. Lin Luoyao blurted out, her eyes full of panic. What is that? Lu Wenzhou's voice was faint. The fewer words you pronounce, the stronger the pressure. Invisibly, it seemed as if there was a huge net covering the top of the banquet hall. He was ready to catch everyone in one fell swoop and put them to death at any time. Lin Luoyao was so scared that she couldn't speak, her voice trembling. I. Her eyes were red and she was about to cry. The timid look on his face was gone, and his previous arrogance was no longer seen. No arrogance at all. Everyone's heart was lifted. The atmosphere is depressing. Until Lin Ji let out a sigh and explained in public. I invited Mr. Lu here. He came directly from the capital this afternoon, so I invited him to stay in the lounge. The shirt was also left behind by him. When Jiang Wan went to change clothes, Mr. Lu was no longer in the lounge, so the two of them never met. Lin Ji cleared up the misunderstanding. As she spoke, everyone suddenly understood. The originally strong desire to watch out for the crowd suddenly turned into a sense of insecurity among the people. Lin Luoyao stepped back in fright. She pulled away, reeling. No, there are lipstick marks on this shirt. She also tried to justify herself and make her mistake seem excusable. At this time, Ji Jili outside the crowd couldn't help but said. Is Jiang Wan the only one in this world who wears lipstick? If it's not hers, then it must be someone else's. She was indignant, but dared only to grumble softly. Ji Jili's words awakened everyone present. Everyone's eyes involuntarily turned to Lin Ji. The color of her lipstick today is similar to the color on her shirt. Doesn't that mean? Chapter 33 Lover. All of a sudden, all the questions had answers. Everyone was awakened and shocked. Only Jiang Wan stood there. She kept her head down, like a body without a soul. There was no more light in his eyes. The whole person loses vitality. The changes that took place in the banquet hall seemed to have nothing to do with her. Her eyelids drooped, and her crossed eyelashes reflected her figure in the peripheral vision. The navy blue tie was inconspicuous on him, but it was so glaring to her. It turned out that this was how he explained it to Lin Ji. He pushed her to the forefront, while he escaped unscathed and protected himself. Jiang Wan raised the corners of his lips in self-mockery. She didn't make a sound the whole time and didn't even look at them. Her messy hair covered half of her face. No one could see her expression. The atmosphere at the scene was extremely solemn. Even breathing is a luxury. Until Lin Hongguang broke through the siege and took the initiative to step forward to smooth things over. Mr. Lu, I'm sorry for not welcoming you. He came forward with a smile, trying to ease the awkwardness. The hand that was originally extended was withdrawn in disappointment after feeling Lu Wenzhou's cold gaze, and he blamed Lin Luoyao. Yao Yao, what are you still standing there for? Lin Hongguang's tone brooked no argument. Hurry up and apologize to Master Lu. You really don't want to live anymore after causing such a big mess. The warning in his eyes, coupled with the atmosphere that permeated the scene. It was enough to scare Lin Luoyao to death. Her face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. I'm sorry, I was talking nonsense. I didn't find out the truth before I spoke without thinking. It was mainly because this woman likes to seduce others and misled me, so I. Lin Luoyao pointed at Jiang Wan and tried to shift the blame onto her. But she had just opened her mouth and was silenced before she could finish her words because she met Lu Wenzhou's gaze. His gaze was like a sharp blade, slitting her throat. Blood gushed out, blocking Lin Luoyao's voice and making her unable to make any sound. A sweet and fishy taste of blood came from her throat. Can you say that again? Lu Wenzhou's voice was so cold that it sounded like he had just returned from hell. Every word was filled with murderous intent. Lin Luoyao was so frightened that she stopped talking, and the other guests also started muttering to each other. This second Miss Lin is such a scoundrel. She doesn't even consider the relationship between the prince of the Beijing circle and the Jiu family. Even if the two families are distant relatives, she shouldn't be allowed to slander them like this. Yeah, that's really stupid. After hearing their discussion, Lin Luoyao realized that she had been stupid again. Tears flowed uncontrollably as she sobbed, "I was wrong. I spread all the rumors. I won't talk nonsense again. Please forgive me." Her voice was trembling like a sieve. Losing composure in public is even more clownish than a clown. However, Jiang Wan remained motionless and did not even glance at anyone. Her silence also depressed the atmosphere to some extent. Until Lin Ji came to her side, took her hand and walked out. "Jiang Wan, come with me." She eased the embarrassment and took Jiang Wan out of the banquet hall. The two of them came to a small hall on the same floor. While Lin Ji was asking her to sit down, he had already ordered someone to deliver something. Lin Ji wrapped the ice in a towel and gently placed it against the beaten half of Jiang Wan's face. The coolness penetrated the towel and touched my skin, forming a sharp contrast with its scorching heat. One is tall and the other is short. Even though their personalities and body shapes are similar, the auras they exude are completely different. If Jiang Wan is a beautiful and dazzling red rose, then Lin Ji is a cool and noble white rose. Lin Ji remained silent throughout the process, just gently applying ice to Jiang Wan. The two became stepsisters for 5 years. But this was the first time they were alone together. It just happens to be the case. Jiang Wan felt ironic. Has Jiang ever considered pursuing the design plan for the Land King? The silent atmosphere was finally broken by Lin Ji. Her sudden words made Jiang Wan look surprised. His eyes swept towards Lin Ji. She still lowered her head and applied ice to her eyes fixed on her cheek. The two did not look at each other. But Jiang Wan knew that she must be paying attention to her emotional changes. Are you deliberately trying to hook her? The Lin Group already has its own design department. Even if it plans to outsource, with the influence of this piece of land, countless design companies are flocking to it, just asking Lin to give them a chance. How could it be Jiang's turn? Jiang Wan didn't say anything, but his thoughts were silently conveyed to Lin Ji. Good things require fighting for. Lin Ji told her, the winner is the king, this is an eternal truth. Her tone was calm, yet firm. Jiang Wanjun was puzzled. Lin Ji's gaze swept towards her. She has a pair of iconic fox eyes, with slightly curved corners and deep eyes. Unique mysterious charm. Jiang Wan saw his own reflection through her pupils. As the two looked at each other, Lin Ji asked calmly, "Is the lipstick mark on the shirt yours?" The icy chill penetrated his cheeks and went straight to Jiang Wan's heart. It stopped beating and forgot to breathe. Jiang Wan's pupils contracted uncontrollably, and he felt uneasy and as if something was stuck in his throat. Lin Ji stood still, looking down with the attitude of a superior. From her cold eyes, she guessed that she already had the answer. But even so, she still chose to ask her in person, wanting her to admit it in person. Jiang Wan felt a lump in his throat. The silence in the room made the air thin. Without waiting for Jiang Wan to speak, Lin Ji withdrew his gaze and took away the ice pack. It better not be. She put the towel aside, otherwise it would be quite troublesome to deal with. Jiang Wan didn't know what she meant by dealing with it. Lin Ji did not explain and did not ask any further questions. Do you want me to send someone to take you back? Her voice was cold and sounded like a question, but her tone was actually firm. This is an order to expel you. No, I'll go by myself. Jiang Wan forced a smile. However, the moving cheek muscles and cracked lip corners made her feel stinging. Jiang Wan took the elevator to the underground parking lot. As soon as he saw her, the driver got out of the car and opened the door to greet her. When the driver learned that Jiang Wan was going to leave first, he nodded to her and said, "I'm sorry, I can't do that. Madam, Mr. Jiu has previously instructed that in order to not affect the Jiu family's reputation, any party that includes several people must return together. This is the rule of the Jiu family." Jiang Wan felt the sarcasm, but he didn't want to make things difficult for a worker. She sat silently in the third row of the business car. There was no way to leave first, so I had to wait until the party was over. At the same time, in the banquet hall, once Lu Wenzhou's identity as the prince of the Beijing circle was exposed, he seemed to be overshadowing the others. Not to mention the guests present, even Lin Hongguang followed suit to curry favor with him. Lu Wenzhou was born with a halo. No matter where you are, it is the center. Everyone was waiting for an opportunity, and everyone wanted to strike up a conversation with Lu Wenzhou and make their presence felt. Unfortunately, he is really hard to get close to. No one could squeeze a third sentence out of his mouth. The guests were unwilling but had no choice but to disperse in shame. The three members of the Jiu family who had been observing closely saw this. He immediately seized the opportunity and went to talk to Lu Wenzhou. Cousin. As Yang opened her mouth, a cold gaze pierced her like a sword. Chapter 34 3 million. Murderous intent came. Yang's smile froze on her face, and she couldn't help but look at the father and son beside her. Considering that they had spent a few nights together before, Jiu Huaishu finally dared to approach Lu Wenzhou. Little cousin, we haven't seen each other for just a few days, why are you so distant? He pretended to be stupid and smiled, then took the opportunity to ask, why did you leave without telling us before? You caught us off guard. Jiu Huaishu paid careful attention to his tone. Make your inquiries sound less like accusations. However, Lu Wenzhou just glanced at him coldly. How? His tone was cold, as if he was going to turn his back on him. Do I need to report to you about what I do? Lu Wenzhou's rhetorical question frightened the three of them so much that they trembled on the spot. Jiu Huaishu didn't dare to respond. Seeing this, Jiu Jiming had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, Cousin, what are you talking about? We just care about you. Originally, everyone thought that the Land King must belong to the Lu family, and they all wanted to find an opportunity to cooperate. He acted awkwardly. The man in front of him was obviously 2 years younger than him. But the aura and status he exudes make it impossible for people not to be respectful to him. The three of them were trembling with fear. When Lu Wenzhou heard this, a meaningful arc appeared at the corner of his lips. Without waiting for them to savor it. Not everyone can have business ties with the Lu group, let alone. His eyes swept coldly towards Jiu Huaishu. Some people are not human beings. The three of them were stunned. The aura emanating from Lu Wenzhou seemed to freeze the entire scene. Seeing that the three members of the Jiu family were treated equally, the others did not dare to get close and make trouble. You can imagine. Lin Luoya's incident today completely dampened the mood of this prince of the Beijing circle. Whoever runs into the gun will die. The guests swallowed in unison. At this time, Lin Ji returned to the banquet hall and walked straight towards Lu Wenzhou. Jiang Wan is fine. I asked someone to send her back first. She came in front of several people. As she explained, the coldness gradually dissipated. They could clearly feel Lu Wenzhou's aura improving with Lin Ji's arrival, and they all looked at each other in surprise, understanding each other tacitly. It turns out that the two of them really have that kind of relationship. No wonder the Land King fell into the hands of the Lin family. Mr. Jiu, please don't be so impulsive in the future. Jiang Wan can forgive you now because she loves you enough. What if one day she gets heartbroken? Before Lin Ji could finish her words, Jiu Huaishu interrupted her impatiently. Won't. He has always disliked Lin Ji, and he can't accept her preaching to him. How could I not understand my wife? Jiu Huaishu spoke out of his dignity as a man. She loves me terribly, I'll just go back and coax her, Miss Lin won't have to worry about it. His words fell. The atmosphere in the banquet hall suddenly changed. Everyone felt a chill down their spine, enveloped by an inexplicable chill. Without waiting for Lin Ji to say anything else, Lu Wenzhou walked towards the door with an expressionless face. Due to the departure of the prince of the Beijing circle and the frequent accidents that happened tonight, the banquet ended abruptly. After saying goodbye, the three members of the Jiu family went to the parking lot. When he learned that Jiang Wan was still there, Jiu Huaishu immediately showed a smug expression of, I knew it. But when he got in the car, Jiang Wan had already fallen asleep leaning against the seat. Her long hair covered half of her face. Jiu Huaishu didn't wake her up, but just sat next to Jiang Wan. Wait until Jiu Jiming and his wife get in the car. The driver drove away. On their way back, Yang finally released the emotions that had been suppressed all night. They are really making fun of us. They are sacrificing us to pave the way for the Lin family to take over that piece of land. Well. Jiu Jiming sighed helplessly, there's nothing we can do about it. Who would have thought that Lin Ji was so capable? How can a distant relative be compared to my girlfriend? Yang Yang was unwilling, but had to admit it. Fortunately, that silly girl Lin Luoyao made a fool of herself today and got splashed with dirty water by the Lin family. They owe us a favor. Yes, if we continue to discuss cooperation, you have to give us some respect. Jiu Jiming analyzed the situation. Lu Wenzhou is truly blind to actually fall for a woman like Lin Ji. Jiu Huaishu couldn't help but complain, what kind of mentality would make you like an iceberg? Why do you care so much? Yang Yang glanced back at him and said, we have to find a way to build a good relationship with the Lin family. Only then can we enjoy the good life with the Lu family. Jiu Huaishu sighed reluctantly and turned to look out the window. And in the reflection of the glass window, Jiang Wan, who had been sleeping with her head tilted to one side, raised her red lips in a sarcastic smile. It turns out that the reason it was not made public before was to allow Lin Ji to get the land. It's now public. Jiang Wan felt contempt and saw through the true nature of men more and more. Just keep driving along like this. It wasn't until they arrived downstairs of the residential complex that Jiu Huaishu woke her up. Honey, we're home. Jiang Wan, who had been pretending to be asleep all the way, finally opened his eyes. Jiu Jiming and Yang Yang just looked at her and no one said anything. They just told Jiu Huaishu to go to bed early and not sleep too late. Wait until the two of them walked into the elevator. As soon as the elevator door closed, Jiu Huaishu hugged Jiang Wan. Boy, I was wrong. Jiu Huaishu hugged her tightly with his arms and rested his head on her shoulder. I shouldn't have been so impulsive, and I shouldn't have attacked you. I deserve to die. Seeing Jiang Wan didn't respond, Jiu Huaishu was stunned at first, then he let go of her and held Jiang Wan's hand. He took her hand and waved it towards his face. Good boy, hit me, okay? Hit me back, any way you want. That being said, neither of them put in any effort. Jiang Wan's passive hand, the soft palm brushed across his cheek, with a hint of fragrance. It stirred Jiu Huaishu's heart. But this time, she didn't just coax him like before. Jiang Wan still had a cold and expressionless face, and avoided looking at Jiu Huaishu. Oh, dear, my dear. Jiu Huaishu squeezed her hand and hugged her again. I care about you too much, that's why I'm jealous. I was crazy just now, and I was fooled by that idiot Lin Luoyao. How could our Guige be such a fickle woman? You have been faithful to me until now, my dear. Guige, I was wrong. As he spoke, he pretended to lower his head and kiss her neck. Hubby didn't drink today, so I'll make it up to you tonight, okay? Jiu Huaishu's mind was full of colored waste. Good. Jiang Wan finally gave in. Before Jiu Huaishu could be happy, she continued, but didn't we agree that before that, you would first help me get the shares of Jiang's? This slap today made Jiang Wan completely sober. This is her biggest bargaining chip. He must exchange what he wants most for what she desires most. Otherwise, she will definitely lose. Jiang Wan's reminder made Jiu Huaishu stunned. Looking at her eyes that were filled with disappointment and questioning, he frowned unconsciously. The atmosphere became subtle. Arrive. Jiang Wan gently pushed Jiu Huaishu's hand away and walked out of the elevator. And he didn't keep up. He even didn't come home for another night. Without Jiu Huaishu, Jiang Wan slept soundly. Wait until the next day. She got up and prepared to go to the company when she received a call. Chapter 35 Birthday. The GU Group Project Department called. The other party invited Jiang Wan to go to Gu's company and told her that the boss meant to cooperate with Jiang's company on an important project. Jiang Wan asked for the specific content. This was different from the previous order where she was allowed to choose one. The cooperation that was directly arranged this time can be regarded as one of GU's core businesses. If the design is successful, you will gain both fame and fortune. This can be handed over to her. Obviously, this is not something that Jiu Huaishu can decide alone. Is this what Jiu Jiming and Yang Yang meant? Jiang Wan saw his reflection through the glass. The tip of the tongue licked the corner of the lip, and the scabby cracked area felt slightly painful. This was their compensation to her. Only a fool would not want that. Jiang Wan agreed and immediately packed up his things and headed to GU Group. I was afraid that if it was any later, they would change their minds. Inside the meeting room, The project manager entertained Jiang Wan and discussed the details of the business with her. It was not until lunch break that Jiang Wan went to the tea room. After making coffee, she was about to go back to continue looking at the documents, but she passed by the door of a department and saw several GU employees chatting inside. I didn't realize our young Mr. GU is really in love. He's clearly in a difficult situation, but he still doesn't forget to help his wife. Mr. GU is in love, but Mr. GU and Mr. Yang are sober. Do you really think they are doing charity? What's the meaning? If they don't support the Jiang project, where will they get the money to pay bribes? Oh my god, what are you talking about? The unexpected conversation and the overly sensitive keywords made Jiang Wan stop abruptly. She pricked up her ears, worried that she couldn't hear clearly, and even held her breath. After accidentally letting the cat out of the bag, the other party couldn't resist his colleague's constant nagging and lowered his voice to speak softly. As far as I know, Jiang was able to take over Huawei International because their president Wan colluded with the leaders of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development and offered this amount. He made the number 8 with his hands. Oh my god, so much? Where did Jiang get so much money? So we can't pay it all off in one go. We need to take on other projects to make a profit. GU's giving them projects is a form of funding. When Huawei International gives us the construction rights, we'll make the money back. I see, that's what I said. Mr. Wang from Jiang's is quite shrewd. He often coaxes his boss out to have fun. He's just as good as our young Mr. GU. The topic started to deviate and move in a more colorful direction. Plus, there are employees coming and going in the corridor. Jiang Wan didn't stay any longer. But the road back to the tea room became farther and farther. Her legs felt weak. It feels like walking on cotton. The dark liquid in the coffee cup in his hand swayed back and forth on the rim of the cup, almost overflowing. Just like her turbulent heart at this moment. Jiang Wan didn't expect that there would be such rumors outside. And she had no idea. The news has even reached her ears, which shows that it is a secret known to everyone in the circle. Jiang Wan returned to the conference room and could no longer concentrate on his work. She ended the deliberations prematurely. Returned to Jiang Design from GU Group. Jiang Wan shared the good news that she got a new project. The team members were excited and delighted. Taking advantage of their good mood, Jiang Wan asked tentatively, "Does anyone know what Mr. Wang is busy with recently?" She knew it very well. Those subordinates in the group who have ulterior motives and want to transfer to another group know the situation better than her. See her take the initiative to ask. Some people avoided looking, while others deliberately tested the waters. Why is team leader Jiang concerned about Mr. Wang? Nothing, I just suddenly figured it out and wanted to talk to him about something. Jiang Wan deliberately set a trap, but is not in the company lately, and his secretary wouldn't tell me when I asked him. Hear her say that. Plus the benefits that Jiang Wan has recently secured for the team members. Finally someone wavered. Tell Jiang Wan what they know. Some people saw Wang Dexing's car frequently entering and leaving the Jinmao Tower. Some people also saw that there was an access pass to the rooftop club on his desk. Information mentioned by group members. This reminded Jiang Wan of the time before her wedding when she also met with the leaders of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Rural Development in the rooftop clubhouse of the Jinmao Tower. It seems that the rumors she heard at GU's were true. Wang Dexing embezzled Jiang's funds and bribed senior leaders to obtain the design rights of Huawei International. If she had evidence. Once he is sent to jail, the management rights of Jiang's company will naturally fall into her hands. Once the thought comes into mind, Jiang Wan could no longer suppress his throbbing heart. She left Jiang's and took a taxi to Jinmao Tower. Based on her last experience, she knew the club's strict management system. Without entry and exit permits and without the guidance of an insider, not even a fly can fly in. GU Huaishu took care of her before, but what about this time? Using the GU family's resources would undoubtedly lead to self-destruction. She could only hide her identity and sneak in without anyone noticing. Jiang Wan wandered around outside the club, unable to find a breakthrough. I tried several places but they were all blocked. The security guard on the floor noticed me again. Jiang Wan had no choice but to temporarily avoid it and head towards the safe passage. But it was this action that caused her to accidentally hear a manager giving a lecture in the dark. The corridor on the top floor is dim. She could only see from a distance a scantily clad girl squatting on the ground at the corner of the stairs to the next floor, her chest heaving and sobbing from time to time. The man standing opposite her was smoking a cigarette, his tone harsh and dissatisfied. "Didn't Sister Hong make it clear to you when she introduced you here? This is a legitimate club. We only provide drinking services, not prostitution. Why are you running away? Besides, those big shots there, what kind of women haven't they seen? You might not even be able to seduce one if you want to. Do you really think you're as beautiful as a fairy? I'm sorry." The woman choked with sobs, her voice rustling. "I still can't do it. Can you let me go? If you can afford to pay Sister Hong's penalty, you can do whatever you want." After the man said this, he threw the cigarette on the ground as if threatening, turned around and went upstairs. Jiang Wan and he looked at each other in confusion. Although she couldn't see the other person's face clearly, she could clearly feel a murderous aura spreading from him. "Who?" The male voice sounded unhappy. Jiang Wan stood there in a daze, forcing himself to calm down. If she turns around and runs away out of guilt, it will only make things worse. It's better than. Sister Hong asked me to come here. Jiang Wan suddenly had an idea and planned to kill two birds with one stone. As expected. After she introduced herself, the man who walked in front of her instantly became more restrained. "Come out and take a look." His eyes swept over her and he led Jiang Wan out of the safe passage. The corridor is brightly lit. Jiang Wan was wearing casual clothes and light makeup. Even so, she is still a beauty picked out of thousands. The appearance is indeed good. The man looked at Jiang Wan with the same eyes as if he were selecting merchandise, and then told her, "Sister Hong, have you explained everything? Here, apart from accompanying customers with drinks and making them happy, you won't see or hear anything else. Otherwise, you won't be able to spend the money even if you earn it." Chapter 36 Gift. "Hey." Jiang Wan agreed. Her outstanding appearance and bright eyes made the man raise his eyebrows in satisfaction. He seems to be a smart man. He curled his lips into a smile and told her, "You've come at a lucky time. There's a drinking party with some important people tonight. I'll find someone to take you. Be good and dress nicely." After the man finished speaking, he beckoned Jiang Wan to walk towards the club. Under the gaze of the security guard on the floor, Jiang Wan smiled at him shyly and successfully entered the club using the identity of a man. She followed the man with her head down the whole time. He seemed sensible, but in fact he was secretly observing along the way. Keep your eyes open and your ears alert. Don't miss any useful information. The man eventually took her to an inner lounge. While giving instructions to the female foreman, he gestured for Jiang Wan to go in and prepare. Jiang Wan behaved well, tactfully avoided the situation and pushed the door open to enter. The strong smell of cosmetics hits you in the face, and the dazzling array of colorful clothes is even more dazzling. There were dozens of young women in the huge lounge. They just looked at Jiang Wan symbolically when she arrived, and then continued to do their own things. Some have already dressed up and are sitting on the sofa playing games on their phones. Some are sitting in front of the dressing table, carefully preparing their makeup, and some are standing in front of rows of clothes racks, taking off their clothes and changing into clothes as if no one is around. No greetings, no communication. Don't be surprised, they are all just passing by. Jiang Wan tactfully joined in and walked silently towards one of the empty dressing tables. She has successfully entered the interior and must hide her identity. The most intuitive change is the appearance. Jiang Wan picked up the cosmetics on the table and started to put on makeup in front of the mirror, applying the thickest eyeliner, dark eyeshadow, and not forgetting to put on exaggerated false eyelashes. When the foreman finished talking and returned to the lounge, Jiang Wan had become a completely different person. Heavy makeup, big red lips, tight leather clothes and pants. The foreman frowned upon seeing this. "Just now I wanted you to act pure." Without waiting for Jiang Wan to apologize, she thought about it carefully and changed the subject. She was born to do this. At first glance, it looks vulgar, but upon closer inspection, it's quite alluring. After the foreman finished speaking, he explained the rules here. It is basic not to leak secrets, and unless personal safety is threatened, one should not go against the guest's wishes. After explaining a bunch of details, the foreman emphasized the key points. There will be security checks when entering and leaving the box, and no electronic devices are allowed on you. Jiang Wan's heart skipped a beat. She nodded and looked around again. Looking at the other girls' outfits, she had a flash of inspiration and asked, "Can I wear a wig?" Random. After giving the instructions, the foreman went to work, leaving the girls on standby. From then on, Jiang Wan concentrated on dressing up. Until dusk deepened. The clubhouse began to get busy. The girls waiting in the lounge came and went in batches. Finally it was Jiang Wan and others' turn. She followed her companions with trepidation, praying inwardly that the important figure they were referring to was the one she wanted to meet. A dozen girls walked in turn, with Jiang Wan at the end. As the foreman said, before they entered the box, someone came with instruments to conduct inspections. Stand in line with your arms open. From head to toe, from front to back. Jiang Wan forced himself to remain calm, and his heart finally settled down the moment the instrument was retracted. Finally, she entered the box with her other companions. Jiang Wan walked last. But before she could see who was there, she recognized a familiar voice. "Director Zhao, I offer you a toast." The other party was the competitor she hated so much and wanted to defeat. Wang Dexing. Jiang Wan used his companion's body to half block and half peek, his eyes locked on the source of the sound. Except Wang Dexing. There were also a few familiar faces to her, all of whom were well-known figures in Rongqing. Probably because they believed that the club had strict rules. And everything that happens here will never be leaked. Several men took off their false disguises, revealing the ugliest side of human nature. Indulge yourself and hug girls left and right. Wang Dexing sat in the middle seat with two important leaders. The girls present were all smart and knew who to please to gain benefits. As a newcomer, Jiang Wan was naturally pushed to the outermost position. Jiang Wan was in great shape, but the man beside her was not idle. His greasy palms moved along, tracing the curves of her proud figure, until his fingers pressed lightly through his pants playfully, but the feedback was not soft, but a solid foreign object. The man frowned unhappily. Jiang Wan muttered an apology in a low voice, "I'm sorry, boss. It's my first day at work today, and that happened." Hearing this, the man withdrew his hand as if he had been electrocuted, his eyes full of gloom and disappointment. Doing business is taboo to be bloody. Jiang Wan was prepared and put on a sanitary napkin in advance, just to prevent these men from attacking her. Because of the special circumstances, Jiang Wan was once again left out and could only watch other girls playing all kinds of tricks with several old men present. After 3 rounds of drinks, the beauty is fascinating. Soon, the atmosphere in the box became relaxed and lively, and the men started talking. "Director Zhao, I've already prepared the 3rd installment. I'll have it delivered to the usual place in 2 days." Wang Dexing just opened his mouth. Jiang Wan, who was watching closely from the side, immediately approached the man next to her affectionately. She took the initiative to throw herself into his arms just to be closer to Wang Dexing. "I also really didn't expect that the Land King would eventually be won by the Lin family. Everyone had previously speculated that it would fall into the hands of the prince of the Beijing circle who suddenly appeared." Hear his emotion. Director Zhao playfully chewed the snack that the woman passed mouth to mouth. He leaned back on the sofa, his expression relaxed. "I thought Mr. Wang was so well informed that nothing could be hidden from you. I never thought there would be a day when you would lag behind." "What do you mean?" "The two families are one. Mr. Lu's real intention is not to drink, but to pave the way for Mr. Lin from the very beginning." "R." Wang Dexing was shocked. Director Zhao smiled meaningfully, squinting his eyes. "But I guess the relationship isn't stable yet, otherwise the daughter of the Lin family wouldn't have come to me." "Wow, doesn't that mean he can have the best of both worlds?" Director Zhao is indeed worthy of his name. Wang Dexing poured him a glass of wine and sighed, "Women are just good. As long as they are pretty, they can take shortcuts. Unlike us men, if we don't have a good family background, every step we take to climb up is as difficult as climbing to the sky." As soon as his words fell, they immediately resonated with several people. The topic became more and more extensive, and the amount of information exploded. Jiang Wan's body pressed against the man. Although my body temperature was burning, I felt a chill down my spine. When she realized that it was not a good place to stay for long, she prepared to leave the box under the pretext of going to the restroom. However, she had just reached the door. Wang Dexing suddenly called out to her, "Wait." His unhappy tone made Jiang Wan's heart rise in an instant. Chapter 37 Thoughts. Jiang Wan froze in place, not daring to move. The hand holding the door handle curled up nervously, and his breathing stopped. The brain is working rapidly, considering the best solution at the moment. Fortunately, before she could react, Wang Dexing's voice continued, "Bring some snacks when you come back. Do you know what they are?" His tone didn't change noticeably. It can be seen that her true identity was not discovered. Jiang Wan was about to agree. A girl who was traveling with us took the initiative to say, "Boss, she's new here and doesn't know. Let me go." As she spoke, she stood up and walked towards Jiang Wan. The two left the box together. It was a close call. Jiang Wan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but didn't dare to relax. She hurried back to the lounge. Without even bothering to change clothes, he just picked up his things and walked out. Time is running out, she must leave here before being discovered. Jiang Wan rushed all the way. "Put on your coat and take off your wig." As her long curly hair fell out, the recorder wrapped in her hairbag also fell out. "Put it carefully into your bag." Jiang Wan lowered his head and walked quickly, preparing to slip away according to his preset escape route. However, she was about to turn the next corner. Bang! Jiang Wan bumped into a man. "Sorry." She apologized without hesitation and continued walking without looking up. But the man did not let her go. "What is this, so rude?" Wang Dexing grabbed Jiang Wan's wrist and pulled her over forcefully. When Jiang Wan recognized his voice, his face suddenly turned pale. She didn't dare turn her head, her heart was pounding wildly. Wang Dexing, who was drunk, came to question the man, but at the same time he felt that the man in front of him looked more and more familiar. Jiang Wan. He sobered up instantly, grabbed her arm tightly and pulled her back hard. At the same time, he pinched her chin and lifted it up to confirm. When the heavily made-up face came into view, Wang Dexing remembered that he had just seen her in the box. Aren't you the woman from before?" "You?" He looked around in confusion for a moment, hesitating as his brain tried to overlap the two faces to confirm. Jiang Wan was forced to look him in the eye. Looking at Wang Dexing's increasingly clear and determined eyes, she knew that she had been recognized. Jiang Wan no longer had time to think. She picked up the bag in her hand and smashed it hard on Wang Dexing's head. While he was in pain, she pushed him away and ran away. "Someone! Catch that woman for me!" Behind her, Wang Dexing shouted angrily. Jiang Wan could no longer hear anything. All that was left was the wind rustling in my ears and her heavy breathing. Because of Wang Dexing who suddenly showed up, Jiang Wan lost his direction for a moment. During this time, I bumped into a waiter who was delivering drinks. She stumbled and fell to the ground in her high heels, and the things on the cart fell towards her in a mess. The tinkling sound seemed extremely abrupt in the quiet corridor. Just as the waiter was about to help her up, two ferocious-looking men appeared from the end of the aisle. "There!" One person discovered Jiang Wan. "Catch her, don't let her run away." The other party ordered the waiter. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wan took advantage of his unpreparedness and stood up and ran away. "The situation is urgent, if she is caught, it will be the end." Jiang Wan's heart was beating like a drum, but he still tried his best to calm himself down and recall the road he had just explored. "Fortunately, my memory and sense of direction are pretty good." Looking at the exclusive elevator that appeared in front of him, Jiang Wan knew he was saved. She rushed into the elevator, rapidly punching buttons. As the elevator doors closed, the two men who rushed towards her with ferocious faces disappeared from sight. Jiang Wan held his breath and finally breathed a sigh of relief. His chest heaved violently. She clutched the handrail in the elevator, supporting her weak legs and preventing herself from falling. Just one last bit. As long as she can leave the Jinmao Tower, she wins. The exclusive elevator leads directly to the underground floor, which is considered the exclusive entrance to the club. Although the two men did not catch up with her, they would definitely arrange for others to intercept her. The numbers displayed on the screen were getting smaller and smaller. She quickly took out the important items from her bag, stuffed them into her underwear, and took off her high heels, ready for battle. When the door opens, sure enough, 2 more men were running towards them. Jiang Wan didn't have time to judge the direction, so he rushed out of the elevator and turned right. There are quite a few cars parked in the garage. Jiang Wan immediately crouched down and hid behind a car. The man who had caught up with her flashed past her sight. Jiang Wan was not discovered, but the man slowed down before running far. She heard them talking on the intercom. People are in the parking lot, looking for someone to block the entrance and exit. We're still looking. Jiang Wan felt despair. The vehicles in front of her seemed like mountains, obstacles that she could not get around. If she did not hide and rushed out directly, death would be waiting for her. Think about your recent situation. Every road is blocked and hopes are dashed again and again. Jiang Wan bit her lip, she was unwilling to give in. Just then, the lights of moving vehicles swept across the ground in front of her. A silver Rolls-Royce slowly drove into the parking space diagonally behind her. Jiang Wan was attracted by it, and was shocked after seeing the license plate clearly. It's Wenzhou's car. The vehicle should be reversed into the parking lot and stopped steadily. Seeing that the engine was about to stall, Jiang Wan could no longer care about anything else. She rushed straight towards it, crossed the center aisle, and opened the rear door of the Rolls-Royce. Bang! After the sudden muffled sound, their whole world seemed to be quiet. Jiang Wan got into the car in such a hurry that he knelt directly on the mat. She didn't expect there was someone sitting in the back seat. The man's straight and slender legs were naturally open, and his high-end trousers and shiny handmade leather shoes showed his noble status. Jiang Wan looked up uncertainly, and finally met a pair of dark black pupils. Wenzhou sat down steadily like a king. The dim light cast shadows on his face, making his already distinct features look even colder. The overlooking gaze is obscure and unpredictable. At this moment, she was like a commoner who had been detained, kneeling in front of him and waiting for judgment. Without waiting for one party to respond, the man who heard the noise turned back and set his sights on the Beijing licensed Rolls-Royce that had just parked. The moment I caught a glimpse of them out of the corner of my eye, Jiang Wan almost instinctively shrank his body and crawled under Wenzhou's legs. Don't betray me. Her voice became softer and softer, almost as small as a mosquito. Please. Her voice trembled along with her body, and her tone of grievance was mixed with a bit of brokenness. It can be seen that the current situation is breaking her pride. The man she used as a shield froze, his hands on his knees tightened, veins standing out in the dim light. At the same time, 2 men came to the main driver's door of the Rolls-Royce. The driver looked at Wenzhou inquiringly through the rearview mirror. After he closed his eyes, the driver slowly lowered the window. What's up? Hello, we are looking for a female employee who absconded from the club. Has anyone seen her? No. The driver said this and made a move to raise the window. As a result, the man outside suddenly reached out to stop him and glanced at the back door. The hem of a woman's coat was caught in the door, leaving a corner exposed. Sir, this is a serious matter involving top figures in Rongqing. I hope you will think twice before acting. As he spoke, his tone turned fierce. If you don't cooperate, we'll have to forcibly search the car. Chapter 38 Need. The driver discovered the floor through the rearview mirror because of his gaze. The man outside the car looked ferocious and had no intention of giving them any face. The driver was unmoved. The man was about to lean inside to check the carriage. As he had just thought of this, a low and cold voice came from the back row. Search. A short word. The power is comparable to that of an atomic bomb. The man who got the permission turned pale in an instant, and there was no more fierce look on his face. He suddenly withdrew his body and nodded outside the car. It turned out to be Mr. Liu. He was respectful and hurriedly explained, Mr. Liu always drove the car himself before. I have never seen this driver before. I am the one who offended you. Wenzhou ignored her and urged, are you still searching? The man was sweating profusely and swallowing hard. After exchanging a glance with his companion, they all stepped back. Excuse me, Mr. Liu. After they finished speaking, they hurriedly turned around and left. While communicating on the walkie-talkie, he continued searching at a rapid pace. Until the man walked away. Jiang Wan knelt on the ground with his hands on his head, as if he had lost all his strength in an instant. She collapsed limply onto the mat, her breathing heavy and deep. In a silent space, the only sound left was her heavy breathing. Lu Wenzhou sat still. Jiang Wan didn't look up, but could feel his cold gaze on him. Thanks. She thanked him, biting her lip and unable to speak. Can you take me out? Through the conversation with the man, she knew that the entrances and exits of the parking lot were all people who were trying to stop her. Without Lu Wenzhou, she had no chance of getting out. Lu Wenzhou didn't say anything. Silence permeated the carriage, and the air pressure was extremely low. Time passes in silence. Jiang Wan felt tormented and even suspected that he was deliberately making things difficult for her and taking the opportunity to humiliate her. But she couldn't be tough at this moment. It is more important to keep this recording than to save face. This is her bargaining chip for turning things around. The space became increasingly cramped, as if the air was being sucked away. Seeing that Lu Wenzhou had not expressed his opinion, Jiang Wan had no choice but to bite the bullet. Okay, then I won't bother you. She reached for the door. But before he could finish his words, the door handle was pulled back by the man's hand. The car door closed again. Lu Wenzhou's voice followed. Is this your way of asking for help? His gaze was as powerful as 1,000 pounds, pressing heavily on Jiang Wan, so heavy that she couldn't straighten her back. Come to the club to work part-time. Lu Wenzhou's tone was displeased, and a bit sarcastic. Jiang Wan lowered her eyelids and allowed him to humiliate her. It's like asking for help from others. Shouldn't you be used to it by now? She complained to herself and tried to stay calm and not be affected by him. And she doesn't care. The aura surrounding the man became even more gloomy. He looked down at her at this moment. The tight leather pants under the coat, the heavy makeup on her face that was unrecognizable, and the tacky perfume were pungent. Do you know what you look like now? He said in an unhappy tone. No. Jiang Wan looked up and met his gaze. Her throat was dry and tinged with the taste of blood. A chicken that will do anything to get what it wants. Her self-deprecating answer instantly sucked the remaining air out of the car. The atmosphere became tense. Jiang Wan raised his head and lowered his body, but there was a stubborn light in his eyes. He would rather die than surrender, as if he regarded him as the king of an enemy country. Lu Wenzhou's jawline tightened as a result. The aura emanating from all around seemed to freeze the world. Is Mr. Lu satisfied? Jiang Wan asked him again, can you take me out? There was a hidden redness in her eyes, and it seemed as if she was telling him. If he doesn't want to, then she would rely on herself to fight her way out. Lu Wenzhou closed his eyes heavily and ordered the driver in a low and cold voice, drive. The driver didn't even dare to take a breath the whole time. After receiving the order, he immediately obeyed and did it. The Rolls-Royce made its way smoothly from the underground parking lot until the vehicle came to the road outside. The warm yellow street lights shone into the car, and Jiang Wan dared to straighten up and sit up from the floor mat. Please stop right out front, thank you. She pointed to an intersection ahead and spoke to the driver. However, the driver did not respond. Like a machine, he operated the vehicle with an expressionless face. Jiang Wan couldn't help but frown. She turned to look at Lu Wenzhou, who was also in the back row. He also had no expression, his black pupils looking forward, his thin lips slightly parted, and his tone calm. Once you're in my car, you have no say. Jiang Wan's expression was solemn, and he asked him anxiously, where are you taking me? Go home. Lu Wenzhou's words were ambiguous. While answering her, I was also telling the driver the destination. His answer surprised Jiang Wan. Until the vehicle drove onto a completely unfamiliar road, getting farther and farther away from the city. The hustle and bustle of the city and the neon lights are swallowed up by the silent night. Just as dangerous as the men around her. Jiang Wan then realized that what he meant by going home was not the same as what she understood as going home. Parking. Jiang Wan's tone was almost commanding. And neither of the two men in the car took her seriously. Lu Wenzhou, I'm married. Jiang Wan stressed to him unhappily, you're bringing a married woman here so late. She didn't finish her words. The man next to her suddenly reached out his hand to her. A broad, strong hand grasped her chin, forcing her to swallow the unfinished words. There was a faint smell of cigarettes on the fingertips, which entered Jiang Wan's nostrils. At the same time, he was filled with anger. "Are you still afraid of me?" Lu Wenzhou laughed in anger, staring at her with an unclear tone. "Didn't you consider the consequences when you got in the car?" Jiang Wan bit her lip. Thinking about how spinelessly she had bowed to him just now, she felt extremely regretful. But she knew it very well. If she had to do it again, she would still make the same choice. "I just don't want to be discovered." She lowered her eyelids, feeling unwilling and afraid. Wang Dexing had already recognized her. If she was caught on the spot, not only would his efforts be in vain, but he would not let her go easily. Jiang Wan spoke from the bottom of his heart, his eyes showing mixed emotions. Lu Wenzhou tightened his grip on her chin, then finally let go of her unhappily. "I can't find it." His voice was dull, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. "He went abroad." Jiang Wan was immersed in his own thoughts and didn't hear the second half of his sentence. The two of them were thinking about their own things and no one spoke. The Rolls-Royce drove all their way to the suburbs and finally stopped in the front yard of a villa built halfway up the mountain. Looking out the car window at the familiar building outside, Jiang Wan frowned. "Isn't this Ishan En?" Chapter 39 Trouble. The moment he noticed the figure out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Wan pushed the man in front of her away almost as a reflex without thinking. "Stay away from me." She didn't think twice. Regardless of leaning back, you must create distance between the two of you. Fortunately, there is a guardrail on the side. She reached out and grabbed hold of it to steady herself. When she peeked around the corner again, there was nothing there. Jiang Wan's heart sank. She wasn't sure if it was her illusion. Not even sure who the other party is. Without saying a word, she adjusted herself and left. But the man's huge body was like a mountain, blocking half of her way. The cold and distinct face, half dark and half bright under the dim light of the corridor and the cover of night, is mysterious and dangerous. "You don't know what's good for you." Lu Wenzhou took out a cigarette. As he lit it, the flames were reflected in his black pupils. Compared to Jiang Wan's nervousness, he seemed extremely calm. It's as if he has never done anything wrong and everything is as it should be. Jiang Wan felt a tightness in his chest and even found it a little funny. She responded, "So please, little cousin, don't come near me. I don't want to get into trouble again because of you." She didn't want to go through what happened that night at the banquet again. Jiang Wan was about to take a step forward after he finished speaking. As a result, the man took a puff of his cigarette, and as he exhaled, his body naturally turned towards her and his feet moved to the side. The black pupils were intimidating and fell directly on Jiang Wan's face. Her usually bright and charming facial features, when put together, now reveal an unattractive expression. Lu Wenzhou's eyebrows and eyes became clearer as the smoke dissipated. His eyes were oppressive, and he curled his lips in a cold smile. "Am I trouble?" "What else?" Jiang Wan almost blurted out, raising her eyes to meet his gaze. Her eyes were firm, as if to confirm that what she said was true. Thinking back to what she said that day, "I hope he disappears," and her various behaviors towards him in the past few days, all of them were repeating and emphasizing her feelings. She doesn't care about him and just wants him to disappear. The cigarette in Lu Wenzhou's hand was broken at his fingertips. After asking this question, Jiang Wan turned sideways and passed through the gap beside him. Even if the space is narrow. She didn't touch him at all, not even a hair. Lu Wenzhou tightened his jaw and his expression darkened. The cigarette in his hand fell to the ground. He took another one in annoyance. But the lighter deliberately went against him. No matter how hard he rubbed the wheel with his fingertips, the flame only flashed for a moment. Not enough to light the cigarette. The moment Jiang Wan returned to the room, she heard from afar that something heavy was thrown out. She didn't turn around to look, but just adjusted herself and continued walking forward. After breathing a little, my body felt a little more comfortable. And when she returned to the restaurant, Yang's seat was empty, and the bag behind the chair was gone. Jiang Wan felt a slight blockage in his chest. I thought guiltily, could that figure that flashed by just now be her? Jiang Wan, what's wrong with you? Ji Jilly noticed that her face looked unhappy, and stepped forward to ask with concern, are you feeling unwell? Without As she spoke, she glanced at Yang Yang's empty seat again. Without waiting for Jiang Wan to ask, Lin Ji smiled at her lightly. There is something urgent at the company, so Aunt Yang will leave first. She asked Jiang Wan to eat some more and asked the kitchen to bring some fruit. Everything was handled with ease. Ji Jili saw her abilities and looked at Lin Ji with approval. It was also because Lu Wenzhou hadn't come back yet. Worry about neglect. Ji Jili urged, Lin Ji, do you want to go see Wenzhou? Why hasn't he come back in so long? He's still smoking. Lin Ji said this, picked up a strawberry with a fork and handed it to Jiang Wan. Want to eat? Jiang Wan. She was smiling, and her fox eyes were curved into a line, making it difficult to see her expression. And her tone was one of knowing everything and handling it with ease. Jiang Wan heard a hidden meaning. I don't like strawberries. Jiang Wan refused bluntly. She picked up the fork beside her and took another piece of cantaloupe and started eating. That's a shame. Wenzhou had these strawberries flown in. Lin Ji's words had just fallen. Lu Wenzhou's figure appeared again. Seeing him come back, Lin Ji walked towards him with the strawberry in her hand. Wenzhou, try the strawberries you sent. She lifted it and brought it directly to his lips. The strawberry touched Lu Wenzhou's lips, but he didn't open his mouth. His eyes passed through Lin Ji's head and swept across Jiang Wan, who was sitting at the dining table eating honeydew melon. When she caught the two people's intimate behavior, Jiang Wan withdrew her gaze. She avoided looking. Ji Jili, who shared the same don't look at what's inappropriate principle as her, sighed and whispered, Lin Ji is really good at coaxing men. I underestimated her before. As she spoke, she saw Jiang Wan still eating melon, and couldn't help asking, when did you stop liking strawberries? You're not trying to go against Lin Ji and deliberately not give her face, are you? Ji Jili whispered, nudging Jiang Wan's arm as a reminder. Can you see the situation clearly? Lin Ji is no longer the same person she was before. With Lu Wenzhou backing her up, even your mother-in-law has to be polite to her. How dare you treat her coldly? Jiang Wan didn't want to listen anymore. She prepared to leave the Lin family on the grounds that it was getting late. I'll ask the driver to take you. Ji Jili's proposal was rejected as usual. No, I can just take a taxi outside. She was unwilling to use any resources of the Lin family. Accepting even a little bit would make Jiang Wan feel guilty for betraying his father. Ji Jili knew that she was stubborn and did not insist. Then be careful. Lin Ji, who sent her to the door, reminded Jiang Wan to be careful. Jiang Wan nodded and walked out of the villa alone. Outside the front gate, the silver Rolls-Royce was still parked on the side of the road. The driver remained as he was, sitting in the driver's seat and waiting for orders. Look straight ahead, like a robot. Jiang Wan just took a glance, looked away, and walked towards the entrance of the villa area. The main road she had taken when she came here had no lights on in the second half. Probably under maintenance. So Jiang Wan went to the villas in the front row early and headed to his destination from another road. It wasn't too late, but the villa area was quiet. The residents were far apart, and the distance between the front and backyards meant that Jiang Wan couldn't hear any noise from anyone while walking on the street. All that was left were her footsteps and the rustling of leaves in the wind. The nights begin to cool down as winter approaches. As he exhaled, a cloud of white mist appeared. Jiang Wan pulled his coat closer and crossed his arms across his chest. But as Jiang Wan walked around, she gradually discovered another person's footsteps appeared behind her, mixing with her own footsteps. When she goes fast, he goes fast too. When she goes slow, he goes slow too. After testing and confirming, Jiang Wan realized that something was wrong. Without turning her head to look, she started to run. But the other party anticipated her move and rushed up to control her from behind. Save. Jiang Wan's call was just about to be uttered, but was also covered by a rough and broad hand. The only smell left in my nostrils was the strong smell of alcohol and engine oil.